You ever wonder why detectives constantly lie during interrogations?
That truck look familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your truck.
Yep.
Okay? Biological evidence, Billy, lasts for decades. Blood, skin cells, all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
All right? That was a really bloody crime scene. What happened, you got blood on the side of your shoe. We got Rebecca's DNA next to the gas pedal in your truck.
Well, it's either to extract a confession from someone who is guilty or someone who isn't. Like it or not, it seems to be a very effective tool in a lot of situations. Also, they're usually not the only ones lying. Now let's take a look at this case. September 20th, 2004, Melbourne, Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas Community College student, 22-year-old Rebecca Gould, was in town visiting her boyfriend when she disappeared. After being reported missing by her family, she was found several days later off of Highway 9 just outside of town, not alive. She had apparently been beaten with a blunt object at a different location, transported there, and discarded. Law enforcement was unable to solve this case, and eventually it became cold. But they never gave up on it. On November 7th, 2020, over 16 years after the murder of Rebecca Gould, William Miller, also known as Billy, agreed to come in for questioning. Miller was not even at the top of the list of suspects in this case. Actually, it said that he was 6th on the list. This is the full interrogation of William Miller, along with a polygraph test that was conducted on the spot. This one is a marathon, I know, but it's definitely worth the watch. Before we get started, let us have a moment of silence for the victim in this case.
All right, Billy, if you want to have a seat right there.
Yes, sir.
You can take that mask off if you want to. I'll sit over here, and we'll try to stay 6 feet apart and
Sure.
that kind of thing. So how's it going?
It's going all right.
Yeah?
Just finally, we moved down here. Came back to the States and all that stuff. Came over here and...
So are you back now for good?
No, I still work back and forth and all that stuff.
Okay.
Usually, due to the Corona stuff, we've had issues of me getting home in the Philippines.
Right.
Because that's where I do live and stuff.
Right.
Most of the time, I go there and do 2 years, and then I come back over here for like 9 days to do a health check.
Okay.
And then, but due to the Corona,
Gotcha.
this is my second trip back
Okay.
over here. And then we just bought a place
Okay.
in Cottage Grove.
Well, cool. Well, first off, let me tell you, this is called a non-custodial interview, okay? You probably never heard of such a thing, but what that means is you came up here voluntarily, you're not being detained, you're free to go at any time, that door is not locked. I'm not advising you of your Miranda rights or none of that kind of stuff, okay? So this is a non-custodial interview, and I just want you to know that I really appreciate you coming up, and you know, I came all the way from Arkansas, and...
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you what I told the police down in Texas when they came and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you and truthful with you on everything. You know, maybe I saw something that maybe be a key factor in something there and all that stuff.
Right, right.
But, you know, I worked a 7-7 schedule, but I'll let you do your talking and then you can...
Okay, so I just want to make sure you're okay with...
I know my rights and all that stuff.
Okay, you're willing to talk to me.
I'm willing to talk to you and all that stuff.
Okay, all right. You know,
And I respect you in every way, because your job is a hard job.
Yeah.
And all that stuff.
Right. I was thinking if you ever make it back to Arkansas, maybe we could, you know, get you to take a polygraph, because a bunch of people have taken polygraphs in that thing. You know, what are your thoughts on that? I don't even know if you'd ever be back into Arkansas.
I don't know and all that stuff. Most of the time I'm going back and forth to work and all that stuff, and due to this Corona stuff, when I go back to work, I might be 2 to 3 months stuck overseas and stuff.
Right.
So, But no, I don't have no issue when I sat there and told them, down in Texas, you know, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I don't have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
You know, and I explained to them, but I'll let you do your spiel, and then we'll talk and all that stuff.
Okay.
You know, I don't want to be rude or anything, because...
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
And then what I remember is when the guys came to Texas and stuff, I do not know what they wrote down.
Right. That's fine.
You know, the guy had a pad, he just was writing, and then he talked to me, and he talked to Mom,
Right.
He talked a little bit about Jeremy and all that stuff, but
Right.
I never...
Give me 1 second. Forgot my pen. Well, you know, the information that was provided, that you guys provided in '04 was, you know, condensed to just a few paragraphs. You know, the investigator that came out and talked to you guys really didn't provide a lot of information. And, you know, going back and looking at this thing, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about who you are as an individual, who Jeremy is, who your mom is, all these things. So that's kind of, you know, one of the things that I wanted to talk about.
Yes, sir.
Was just kind of who you were back during this period of time and all that.
I can start up to where Mom moved up there. Okay, and stuff. So whenever you want to start, I can explain to you or tell you, you know, and stuff.
Okay, well, let's start with whenever Mom called you were in Texas and said, hey, we're moving back. We want to move back to Arkansas. Need you to come up here and help us. That's what I understand. Kind
Okay, now I'm going to go even farther back. You know.
Okay.
So I'm going to say when Mom went up there, all right, I remember Mom says, hey, you know, I'm working a 7 to 7 schedule, an oil field and all that stuff.
Right.
Meaning that my schedule timeline is very short.
Right.
Okay.
So you're an oil field worker.
I've been working in an oil field for 23 years.
Right. Who were you working for then?
I was working for island operators. I could get you old phone numbers and all that stuff, you know.
Okay.
If you need that and all that stuff. I was working for island operator, working a 7-7 schedule. I remember moving Mom up there, and then she was moved into that little house. It was a couple miles down the road from Grandpa's property and stuff. And Grandpa was leasing that land from that farmer or whoever had that property. The names, it's been so long.
The old Wolf Farm is what it was called.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So
And you're right, that was about, your mom's house was about 2 or 3 miles from the McCullough trailer where this happened.
Okay. So, moved Mom there. Then after that, I went back home to Texas and all that stuff. There was a couple times that I came up to visit during the time that Mom was there for, I think, 4 or 5 months and stuff. So there was a couple times where I went up.
Now, how would you fly or would you drive?
Drive.
Okay, so
I had a black Chevy truck.
Okay.
And so I would drive up and stuff. And I think one time, my ex-wife, Amanda and all that stuff, or Heidi and all that stuff came up, and we visited and stuff. And then there was a couple other times where I went up. I can't give you dates. I don't know for sure.
That's fine. I understand.
Went up and then went and visited Uncle Bobby and stuff. It was me, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Jeremy, and all that stuff. Went over and was sitting in the trailer and all that stuff. Then we went up to the back property where Grandpa was showing.
Now, Uncle Bobby is Claude, right?
Yeah. There's
Casey's dad.
There's Grandpa was named Claude.
Right.
And then I called, you know, Casey's dad Uncle Bobby and all that stuff.
Right.
And when I would go up there, I wouldn't hardly see any of the boys at all. You know, they're off doing their own thing and stuff.
Right.
And I would more like hang out with Grandpa. If Uncle Bobby was off the road or whatever,
Right.
then I would see him. Alrighty, so I've been in that home and all that stuff. And
Prior to the homicide,
yes,
how many times had you been in that trailer, you think?
maybe 2-3 times.
Maybe 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times and stuff.
So Rebecca was killed in September of '04. When was the last time you were in that trailer, you think?
It was way before that.
Months.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I...
Well, hang on. Let's kind of explore that since you brought it up. Do you remember, why were you in the trailer and what did you do? Did you stay the night? Did you sleep?
No, I was with there with Grandpa, used the restroom.
Okay.
And all that stuff. And, you know, because I was helping Grandpa do some stuff.
Right.
So more of messing with the cows and all that stuff, because Grandpa would always say, you're the number one grandson. And I was like, why would you say that? Because you never asked for anything, boy.
Right.
I asked them a couple of those, how much you going to pay me? You know?
Right.
You know, he would argue with me. It's like, you buy me a hamburger, that's a good deal, you know. And he's like, all right.
Right.
So there was a couple of times that I've been in there, and then there was, you know, I'm just saying that we visited, went out on the back of the property, and then a couple times where, you know, I'm just saying a couple times, I'm saying 2-3 times, I'm not...
Prior to '04, just a few times.
Yeah, a few times I've been in that trailer, but when I went up, okay, so Mom's telling me that she wants to move back down to Texas. So I told them, okay, you need to have everything packed because we're on a 7-7 schedule where I need to haul butt up there, pack up everything, and then get, you know, back down to Texas to go to work.
Right.
So Mom's like, okay. So I drove up. I get there Sunday between maybe 3, 4, or 5-ish. I'm not totally for sure.
Late in the day.
Later in the day, because it wasn't long before it got dark.
Right.
Jeremy was home. I called. Jeremy called, or we called Mom, and I think Mom was over at Grandpa's and stuff, and said we'll be there shortly.
Now, hang on, back up. Whenever you first got to Melbourne, where did you go? Did you go out to the farm, out to your mom's house?
Yeah, to Mom's house. And all that stuff. And that was on a Sunday.
Right.
Jeremy was there.
Okay.
Alrighty. And sit there. And, Sunday, get there, 3-ish, 4. I'm trying to remember and all that stuff. Approximately between 3 or 5 and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't long before it got dark and all that stuff. So got there, called Mom. I think Mom was over at Grandpa's house and stuff. Right. And then said, I'll be there shortly, come. She sits there, cooks dinner and all that stuff. Monday morning.
Well, hang on now. So in the information that was provided to Texas in '04, you said that whenever you showed up in Melbourne that you went and visited family in the small town. So that made it sound like that you were with your mom and that you visited family in the small town. So do you remember going to the grandparents' house on Sunday? Because that's what you told investigators in '04.
I can't remember and all that stuff.
Yeah. Do you think that probably if you said it in '04 that would probably be more accurate?
It would probably be more accurate because we sat there and went and then because I know that when I came up and we got at the wolf farm and all that stuff, I remember going and asking Casey if he could give me a hand.
Helping you move. Helping Mom move.
Help Mom move the stuff into the house. And he was like, hey, I'm too busy.
Is that whenever you showed up to Casey's trailer on Sunday?
No.
Okay. Well, when did you have that conversation with him?
When Mom moved up there 3 or 4 months before.
Okay.
So I sat there and asked him, do you think you can help me and all that stuff? And he's like, no, I'm busy and all that stuff. So I was like, okay. And Mom was with me. All right, during that time, now the neighbors, because this is kind of odd, because I did tell the police that, the neighbors were constantly weirdos and all that stuff. Constantly, they got their door cracked, back door cracked. They got the blinds, you know, open, kind of like staring at you and watching everything that's being done.
Right.
You know, they
Now, are these the ones that are across the highway or just kind of over to the side?
There was Uncle Bobby's trailer, and then there was neighbors right here.
Right.
So, but let me get on with the story, and then I'm going to tell you hearsay that what I've heard through the family and all that stuff.
Okay.
All right, so I get up there, I sat there, and Sunday, and then I'm not totally for sure if we went and saw Grandpa or whatever, or running around. I just know that I got up there Sunday, Monday, got up, took Jeremy to school. Then after that...
You took Jeremy to school Monday morning?
Yeah, me, Mom, and Jeremy went to the school, dropped him off and stuff, and then we went to Ash Flat. All right, and then from Ash Flat, we found out that we couldn't get the trucks and stuff. So then we went back to the Wolf Farm, and Grandpa and Troy was there. So then we were packing up more stuff, you know, more stuff to get it all ready. Then Mom says, I don't think I'll be back up this way. I want to go to Branson. And I was like, really, Mom? She's like, no, I really want to go. And kind of like, you know, okay. So Grandpa, Troy, me, Mom, and, you know, I'm helping Mom pack up everything in the front room. Then we leave, go get Jeremy. Then from there we go to Branson. We take my black truck. Mom's a navigator, not a good navigator.
So you're driving, Mom's navigating.
Yeah, Mom's navigating, and Jeremy's in the back.
Okay. And you all picked him up. You took him to school, and then you picked him up from school.
Yeah, but Mom told him that we're going to be leaving back to Texas because Jeremy wasn't liking it there and all that stuff. Too small of a town and all that stuff. Right. So I think Mom told the principal that, you know, this is just going to be his last day. And then we went up to Brampton and all that stuff. Went around, checked out some stuff, realized that we were going to have to book shows and all that stuff, but we kind of got the feel of it and all that stuff. We ate there, and then I believe that we drove back, and it was kind of late. Then the next morning, Tuesday, me, Mom, Jeremy, sit there and we go to Ash Flat, pick up the trucks, and understand that we got a truck with trailers and all that stuff to put the vehicles on and all that stuff.
Right.
So then we get the trucks, literally, you got to understand, I'm on a time schedule.
Right.
So I sit there and it's like go, go, go. So I load up the first truck, and by the late night, I probably had the second one halfway done. And I already had my truck up on one of the trailers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then, but on Tuesday, we saw a whole bunch of vehicles when we were coming back from Ash Flat. And then that's when Mom calls Grandpa and says, you know, Casey must be having a party or something over there and stuff, because Grandpa would sit there and say Casey would have parties out there, grew marijuana that he thought on the property and all that stuff, because the cops even came out there one time, and Grandpa was like, I don't know what that is.
Right.
So Mom calls Grandpa and all that stuff and says, you know, hey, you need to go check over there and all that stuff. And then so Grandpa shows up and says that a young lady's missing and stuff. Right. So then Wednesday.
So you guys found out Rebecca was missing before you guys got on the road Wednesday to head back.
Yeah, a young lady was missing, you know, Tuesday by Grandpa and all that stuff.
Yeah. And
then so it was like, you know, okay, wow, you know, what the hell's going on and stuff. Now, we, Tuesday had everything almost all packed up, and then in the morning got up early to finished packing up the rest. And then Grandpa and because Grandpa and Troy were doing the hay, so they would come every other day and stuff. And like on Monday, they were there, you know, doing the hay, flipping it over and all that stuff.
Right.
You know, 2 days, then come over and flip it again.
Right.
And then, before Grandpa left out, or Grandpa Wednesday, before we left out, Grandpa sat there and was sitting on the porch where I had everything packed out and all that stuff. And I think Grandma was there too, you know, saying our goodbyes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And and then we took off and came back, and then got down there Thursday, and I think the cops came Friday. You know, and then questioned us, you know, what kind of person Casey is, asked, well, you know, what were you doing up there? And I was like, you know, I'm work offshore, you know, working the 7-7. Mom asked me to go.
I thought that you guys found out about Rebecca after you already got back to Texas, but it's you know, it's kind of odd that you were at the trailer on Sunday night talking to Casey out in the driveway, and you guys are still up there when law enforcement starts looking for her, and nobody talked to you guys in Arkansas. You know, that's kind of unusual how that worked out, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, so I didn't mean to interrupt you, but go ahead.
So yeah, then we came back to Texas and stuff, and then the cops came, asked us a whole bunch of questions and stuff, and then
did you meet them at the police department down there, or did they just talk to you guys at your home? Or?
Then they came to our home and stuff, and, you know, talked to us, kind of pulled us to the side and, you know, questioned us.
Yeah.
You know, we were on my mom's front porch, and then kind of like, you know, we were standing off to the side and talked and all that stuff, and then did the same thing with my brother and me.
Yeah.
And one did I can't remember the officer's name, but one did all the talking, while the other one was just sitting there just, you know, writing everything down.
Yeah. Okay. And whenever you came up from Texas, you were by yourself? You didn't bring, your wife didn't come?
No,
No. Okay.
No. I came up because I think she had some other stuff going on, and I don't remember if she was going to school during that time and all that stuff. She was going to college. She got her master's degree in occupation and safety and all that stuff.
Right.
So I don't know if she was going to school and that.
How long had you been married to Amanda during this period of time?
We've been together since high school, off and on and stuff.
Okay.
We got a 22-year-old daughter.
Right. So you guys were in a relationship in high school, and in '04 you were 28, something like that. So you guys had been together for many years.
We've been together for a long time and stuff. And then when I bought my house, then it was kind of like I would go stay at her house or I'd stay at Mom's house and all that stuff. But then when I bought my house, then we moved in together.
And you guys got divorced in?
I don't know, 9 years ago.
So around 2010, 2011?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Estimate, yeah.
Okay. And you're married now?
Yeah.
You've remarried. How long have you been married now?
5 years, I think. 5, 6 years, yeah.
That's cool.
So
you got any kids?
I got 2 kids.
In the Philippines?
Yeah, in the Philippines and stuff. So I'd always joke that I'm going to marry, you know, somebody from a third world country, give them a bicycle and flip-flops, and they appreciate me and all that stuff.
Right.
So,
you guys have plans on coming back, or are you going to set up shop?
We have about 30-acre farm that we have in the Philippines that the family kind of runs and all that stuff.
Right.
And mostly all the family, you know, we got pigs, goats, you know, banana plantation, coconut, cacao and stuff.
So you think you're there for the long haul, or are you ever going to come back?
I want to bring them back over here and stuff. The school education over there is crappy.
Right.
I got him going to a private school and stuff.
Right.
My son speaks English. My daughter speaks Messiah and a little bit of English and stuff.
Yeah.
And so
That's cool.
yeah. But yeah, the plan is for I was trying to I think it was in April before the pandemic stuff happened. I was going to get them to do all the paperwork and all that stuff and bring them, to the U.S.
Have they ever been to the U.S.?
No.
Never.
Well, we were having issues because my wife in the Philippines was never, she was a late register, meaning that the ancestry, we call it ancestry land, where you're up in the mountains and all that stuff, and you're born and you're not in the system.
Right.
So, we had to go, it took almost a year to find out her correct information so we could get her the correct documents and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then over there, it's like you don't get on the computer and stuff. You go into a room and you give them a name and a date and all that stuff, and they bring out books and books and start looking through and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't have any recollection of visiting the grandparents when you arrived Sunday evening? Because again, that's the information you provided to Texas investigators.
It's been so long. I don't know if we sat there and then Mom came and then we might have went over there.
Okay.
I'm to go visit with Grandpa and all that stuff.
Right. Okay.
So, I'm not 100% sure.
Right. Probably it would be a good idea just to stay with what was provided in '04. That's probably more accurate than what you're able to remember now. Yeah.
And, yeah.
Because, Claude had to borrow Casey's truck on Sunday, and Claude was at the grandparents' house whenever Casey took him his truck. So I didn't know if you remembered being there. And again, if I say something, it may trigger a memory where, oh, that's right. And if it does,
or you might understand that, that if the detectives is getting Mom and mine thing, because I know that Mom went to Grandpa's and all that stuff and was visiting, I think, Uncle Bobby and all that stuff.
Yeah.
When I came in. I'm not...
That's what you remember?
I remember that Mom was in town at Grandpa and I think Uncle Bobby was over there.
Yeah.
So, I'm not...
Yeah, he was.
I'm not totally for sure. Once I talk to Mom and all that stuff,
yeah.
This might...
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So, what do you remember about going over to Casey's Sunday night? And I'll refresh your memory just a little bit. You told Texas investigators that you saw him in town and you turned around and you followed him to the trailer and you guys spoke in the driveway for approximately 15 minutes and you kind of got the idea that he wanted you to leave because him and Rebecca were there. Do you remember any of that?
I was thinking that was when I first came up there to move Mom and all that stuff. Because when I went and moved Mom up there, I remember going to Casey's house and stuff, and then me and him talking in the driveway, and the neighbors were sitting there watching us.
Yeah.
And he was sitting on a car. So I don't know.
Well,
it was a not black, I think it was a green car that he was sitting on and all that stuff, and I think that was Uncle Bob.
Well, let me see if this don't jar your memory. It may not, but so in Casey's interview, he said that Rebecca looked out the window and saw a car in the driveway on the road. And then Casey looked out and saw that it was you, and then he went out there and you guys talked for about 15 minutes.
And it was Mom was with us and all that stuff.
No, not at this time. This was, he said that whenever you got out, you said that you weren't going to stop because you didn't see Casey's truck, but you saw Rebecca there. So, Casey had already given his truck to Claude in town, and you were just, it was dark whenever this happened, whenever you stopped by and you and Casey were talking in the driveway.
Yeah.
But you don't have any recollection of that on Sunday evening?
I remember, in the beginning when Mom moved up there and all that stuff, but I might have went and talked to him and stuff maybe Sunday. I'm not totally for sure.
Well, you were consistent in '04 about talking to Casey Sunday evening, and Casey was very consistent about the information that he provided, that Sunday evening that you stopped by briefly and you and Casey spoke out in the driveway. Is that
okay? But I'm thinking Mom was with me because she was going everywhere with me when I was up there.
Right.
And so, I might have talked to him and all that stuff.
Well, I think, and obviously, I don't care in the slightest about smoking marijuana, but it's very clear through interviews and the information that was provided by Casey that obviously Casey and Rebecca was into smoking marijuana, and you and even Jeremy were smoking marijuana during this period of time. So it kind of I figured that maybe you were kind of swinging by to see maybe, had just showed up from Texas.
Thing is, I work 7 to 7 and work for a company that they take random piss tests.
Right.
I make really good money. I don't want to even jeopardize.
In '04?
Even in '04. I'm talking 23 years that I haven't even touched marijuana.
Okay.
I mean, if you call I-Now operator or whatever, they'll sit there and say every piss test that they ever took me, I was clean.
Yeah.
I don't do drugs.
Right. Okay.
And all that stuff.
All right.
I even live up here in a little state, and I just shake my head and all that stuff.
Right. It's not worth your paycheck for sure.
No. And what I make now, it's like, no, I don't even want to jeopardize that.
Right. That makes sense.
So, I do kind of remember that, Casey had a guess, and I was thinking it was when I first moved, Mom up there and all that stuff. It's been a long time, I'm trying to remember.
Right.
And that he was kind of telling me, hey, get out of here and all that stuff. And then I remember Casey sitting on the vehicle, me standing up against my truck, and watching the neighbors, like, stare us down. I'm like, what's up with this and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, can you get lost because, I'm going to get lucky and all that stuff.
Right.
And where we were at, there, I just saw, it looked like a girl up by the trailer and all that stuff, and I'm like, okay, hey, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And all that stuff, and then that was it.
Right. So, if I'm not mistaken, you went to school for a period of time in Melbourne, or
yes, sir.
Mountain
No, I went to Melbourne school.
Okay. Went to Melbourne school. From what grades?
It was just for probably 6 months.
That was in high school?
It was in high school. It was, there was an incident that happened down in South Texas, I think my sophomore year, and
An incident? What do you mean?
I had coaches sit there because I got hurt my freshman year in football and stuff, and then they were getting into my face saying that I was a pussy, and
right.
just ragging me really hard. But I got hit so hard that the doctor was like, "You take a hit like that, you might be in a wheelchair."
Right.
So Dad was like, suck it up. Mom's like, and his football career is over.
Right.
So I had these coaches that talked a whole bunch of crap to me, and belittled me and talked down to me and stuff, and so I finally got upset, and I was failing the class.
Right.
But when things got opened up, they sat there and saw that I was passing in the class with A's. And I had paperwork showing D's, failing grades.
Yeah.
And so when they showed failing grades and he showing me passing with A's, you know,
Yeah.
he decided to quit.
Okay. So it was probably a pretty uncomfortable place to be. So when that happened, that's one of the reasons why you came to Arkansas?
I just sat there and told Mom and them, you know, I want to quit school, get my GED and all that stuff.
Right.
So Mom talked to Grandpa.
Right.
Grandpa says, hey, come up here and go to school here. And so I did go to school there, but I didn't like it.
And that was your junior year?
Or no, I think my sophomore year.
Sophomore?
Sophomore, I think, yeah, my sophomore, junior year. I'm not, no.
Where did you end up graduating high school?
Yeah, I graduated high school and went on to college.
From what school?
Rockport.
You graduated?
I went back to that school and I made them uncomfortable.
Okay, gotcha. And you, graduated in 96, 97?
I think it was 96. It was my freshman year, I think. My sophomore year, I had the issue. My junior year, I went to Portland High School. I went up to, I think, the ending of my probably sophomore year, and then my junior year, I went to Portland, a town that was a little bit over and all that stuff.
Right.
And then my senior year, I went back to Rockport.
Okay. So you're in Melbourne, Arkansas as a sophomore going into your junior year?
Yeah, I think sophomore, junior, I'm not totally for sure.
And you're living with grandparents?
Grandpa and grandma and all that stuff.
All right. How are you getting to and from?
A bicycle.
You're on a bicycle.
That's my transportation.
How far was the school from grandparents' house? Or were you riding your bike to school?
Yeah, riding my bike to school.
Yeah.
And stuff. And then, so I'd ride my bike and all that stuff and go, and they lived in Melbourne and stuff.
Right.
So I'd go back and forth on a bicycle and all that stuff, and then that was my transportation.
Man, that's how I went to school, rode a bike to school, about 4 miles, yeah.
I don't think it's 4 miles, but, you know, it was, you know, I think it was more fun going back because it was all hilly.
Yeah.
Instead of going up and all that stuff, so.
Right. Did you have any problems at the school while you were there that you remember?
In Melbourne?
Yeah.
No, I was an outsider, and, you know, there was a class of like 10 people.
Right.
And I'm like, you know, too small and all that stuff, and plus, I have a learning disability, and so,
well, you like dyslexic or?
Dyslexic and stuff, and
Yeah.
then when I'm reading stuff, and just, you know, I might not understand it. I might read it 50 times, and then finally it clicks and
Man,
stuff.
I'm the same way, yeah.
So, yeah, I went up there, and then it was just like, you know, this ain't my cup of tea, you know, I love you, Grandma and Grandpa, you know, thank you for the opportunity, you know, and
Right.
and stuff, and that, so.
Did you have much interaction with the McCulloughs during that period of time? Do you remember spending time with
When I would go,
Chris and Corey and
no.
Casey? No?
Mostly the one I would talk to would be Randy.
Randy, the older brother. He's the half brother.
He's the half brother. Me and him are a lot closer, you could say, than the other ones and stuff.
Yeah.
But if I saw him, I'd, you know, hey, how's it going, all that stuff. But
Right.
so I remember one time that I rode my bike all the way out to the farm, Grandpa's farm.
Where the trailer is. Is that where you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I took the long route you know, the highway and all that stuff, and then went and they were like, oh my God, you know, and I was like, I'm dead, you know.
Yeah.
You know, this is, my legs are hurting, you know, I've got to come get me and all that stuff, and so, but I kind of remember that action where I think all the boys were there and all that stuff, but that was, you know, a long time ago.
So you don't remember any disciplinary action at school whenever you were going to Melbourne School? Never were
Never.
suspended?
Nope,
or
nope.
Nobody, you never had to stay after school for anything?
Nope.
Or none of that kind of stuff?
Never in trouble and all that stuff. Just had the incidents with those coaches down in South Texas. It opened up later down the road that one of the coaches messed with about 6 girls.
Yeah.
And literally a lot of other stuff got opened up.
Yeah.
To where there was massive investigations.
Right.
And so.
So you graduated from Rockport in '96, and you said you had some college. You went immediately into university?
I went to Del Mar College, and then
What town's that in?
Corpus Christi. And then sat there, and it's diesel technology is what I think I'm a couple of credits shy of, like associate's degree.
Yeah.
Because I got Amanda pregnant, and so how I was raised is, you know, hey, if you know, you're gonna play family, you need to take care of your family.
Right.
So I got pushed aside, and then I was like, I need to get a job working, and so I got a job. You know, my dad, the company that he was working for, he says, I know somebody that can piss clean and show up to work, and, you know, and we're like, who? And he's like, my son.
Right.
So I got my foot in the door, and then been doing it ever since, I think 23 years, so.
Yeah. So you never had a job in Arkansas?
No.
Never did?
No. And my transportation was a bike, so,
Yeah.
you know.
That's all you need, man, when you're a kid is bike.
So.
And what year did you and Amanda get married? You remember?
9 years ago.
No. When did you get married?
Got divorced. Okay. We were married for 7 years.
What year did you get married? Do you remember? You were married to her in '04, right?
I think before in '04.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't remember what year you guys got married?
No, but I was together with her. I'd have to do math and all that stuff.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
You know.
So, in '04, when this happened, you and Amanda were living in Aransas Pass?
Yep.
Okay. Had you guys lived anywhere together before that?
No, she was kind of like staying at her mom's. And
Which was where?
In Rockport.
In Rockport?
Yeah. Oh, we're originally from Rockport and stuff.
Right. Okay. And any other places where you guys lived?
Rockport and Aransas Pass and stuff. And then when she got divorced, we got divorced and all that stuff, she moved to Houston.
Yeah,
and
she's in Houston.
Yeah, she's in Houston.
And she's remarried?
She's remarried. I think he's ex-military.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When did she remarry, do you know?
I couldn't tell you.
You know, what's his name?
His name is Jason.
Jason.
I'd have to look on my phone to see the last name.
Right. Well, when did you head out for the Philippines? When did you leave country the first time?
Just traveling, or just to work?
Well, when you left and you decided you wasn't coming back for a while, work related, I guess. I'm not talking about
6 years.
vacation.
6 years and all that stuff.
Okay, so 2014, how'd you swing a job in the Philippines? I'm curious.
Not in the Philippines, I work in Africa.
Oh, in Africa.
It was in 2000.
Why did I think the Philippines?
Because I told you I lived in the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so working in the oil field, working down in South Texas in a plant and stuff.
Right.
I had some issues with a supervisor where I think I was his security blanket, where he didn't want me to leave. And it's like, hey, I've told my time, I'm ready to go home. I get home, hey, we need you to come back. We have issues with the facility.
Right.
And so, the job was I was supposed to sit there and do startup and commissioning one facility, move to the next one. Do startup and that and training, people to run the facility and keep doing the same thing. But they stuck me in an area where there was tons of rattlesnakes out in the middle of a ranch that literally it took you an hour to get off the ranch and then an hour down a dirt road and then another hour to the biggest city.
Right.
So, that supervisor kept, like, you need to stay here.
Right.
Your run time's like really good and all that stuff. And then we had some incidents where the facility shut down. I'm working nights, and they're like, hey, you need to come over here and bring on or we need you. I walk in, everybody's sitting in the office and no lights, they don't have electricity. And I'm like, why don't you ever start? Oh, I don't know. Walk over there. We got power, and it's like everybody get out of the office and start bringing on wells and that. So I just had kind of like a run-in with the guy that he just like I felt was over abusing me in a way.
Right.
It's like
Right.
I need some time off, and that's the biggest thing in his mind is I'm a workaholic.
Yeah.
I'm not an alcoholic. I don't do drugs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I just work. You just say, hey, you want to make some extra money, working?
Yeah.
I jump on it.
Right.
And then when I want to buy something, it's like, how many workovers is that?
Yeah.
And that's my mentality and how I look at things.
Right. Right. Right.
So, but you were asking how we kind of got off the subject and all that stuff. So, one night I applied. I was on in the internet and just applied, and then sent out my resume to like 250 companies, and then one night just sent it to there, and then 2 days later got a recruiter that says, hey, would you be interested? I said, sure, and then did 2 interviews with 2 OIMs, big bosses and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then one of them, I asked them, one of the last interviews, be honest and straightforward with me, or if you're interested. And he was like, yeah, you'll be hearing from us. And 2 days later, they got a phone call that says you need to go to do a health check. And literally I got like 24 shots in my arm.
Right. Yeah, man.
And then they were like, okay, September the 16th, they said, okay, you're going to be flying out. And so I went over there, and I think it was...
Where'd you fly into?
On what country?
Yeah.
Equatorial Guinea.
New Guinea.
Yeah, Equatorial Guinea. So it's a dictator there. You don't talk about religion, you don't talk about politics, you don't, it's just put your head down and just go.
Right.
So went over there and then been there for 7 years, and then I was going over to the Philippines, but prior to that I went to the Philippines a couple times.
Just to visit? You're just curious about the Philippines?
I kind of ran into like a girl before I met my, Amanda and stuff, and I call her the what if I would have just went and saw her, or, went and, and so I kind of ran into her after I got divorced. And
now, you got to tell me about that, man. How's the what if girl?
Okay, I was really young, and I think I was in high school, because when I got with Amanda, I think I was like a senior. And so, and she was younger and all that stuff. So during, I think the junior year, we went up and I met this girl, and then in New Braunfels on a trip with my parents, a camping trip and all that stuff. And so me and her kind of kept in contact for about a year, and then we lost contact. And so she was all, I had like pictures and all that stuff of her and stuff, and so I was like, what if I would have just done that? And so I used to live a life of what if, just kind of lived in my own little square box and all that stuff, and be afraid of the unknown.
Yeah.
So I ran into her again and went and saw her and stuff, and then realized, because when we talked, she's like, you really didn't do much, and so I was like, okay, no more what ifs, and, I've always talked about going to, like, the Philippines or Thailand and stuff, and so I was like, okay, no more what ifs, I'm just going to go do it.
Yeah.
So literally, I jump on a plane and go to the Philippines, and I get off the plane, and it's like, I don't speak the language, what the hell did I get myself into, and so yeah, and then went and did, like, 5 islands.
Yeah.
And there's over like 7,000 something islands over there.
Right. So you kind of just did like a vacation trip, your first time to the Philippines, just kind of feel it out, see what it was like.
Stuff. And then I was online, and then met my wife now and all that stuff.
Online?
Online.
What was the dating app? What
was Facebook.
Facebook.
Yeah. It was in a group and all that stuff, and met her and all that stuff, and then went over there.
She knows English good.
Her English is good, better than out in the countryside and all that stuff.
Right.
And then so went over there and saw her a couple times, and then one of the times she's like, hey, you're going to be a daddy, and I was like, okay.
Now, does she have to work, because you make good money, I assume, working on you're an offshore oil.
Over there, I'm a multi-millionaire.
Right. Right, so she probably doesn't have to work.
She runs the farm.
Yeah, runs the farm.
The money that comes in, all that stuff, she's the banker. She gets it, collects it, and then because we have a banana plantation, cause we got 30 acres. They're all farmers and stuff, and so it just we get a bigger percent, and then the people that work and all that stuff get a percent too.
Yeah.
And so so we. That's kind of how it goes like that and stuff. And so
living high on the hog, man, out in the Philippines.
$1,500, you live like a king.
Yeah. Yeah.
So on me, I think when I go to work for a month, that's like close to $25,000.
Right.
And with me living outside the country and all that stuff, I don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, you're not taxed.
I'm 98K tax free. Now, if I stay out of the country and all that stuff, up to 330 days and all that stuff, I don't have to pay nothing but Social Security. And stuff. So that.
Are you getting hit for child support?
I do pay child support and stuff, and in the U.S. and then whatever Amanda needs or anything, then she'll ask.
Now, is that court ordered, or are you just doing that because that's
there's court order, and then there's extra that or Emily wants to do, because Heidi's the oldest. Emily.
How old is Heidi?
22.
22.
22. And then Emily is 14.
14.
So she's doing gymnastics, cheerleader, and all that stuff. And so if they want to do that kind of stuff, then
What's Emily doing? She's 22. Does she have a career?
No. Heidi.
Heidi.
Heidi's the 22. She's kind of helps raise her siblings, in my opinion.
Yeah. Is she still at the house?
She's still at the house.
So she doesn't have a career. She's not.
No, she's dyslexic. She has some, issues and stuff, and learning disabilities, and so.
You think it's an actual disability?
Or not a disability, just I think the ex-wife kind of pushes it, just like, hey, you take care of your sisters, and because my wife is, more, doing her work and all that stuff. So the oldest is cleaning, cooking, taking care of the younger siblings, taking cheerleader practice, doing all that stuff. Where mom's doing a career, and then Jason
don't care, I guess.
I don't know. The things I see on Facebook is that, he goes through work like changing constantly. So I don't try to get in her business, and she don't get into my business and stuff. And it just, we talk about the kids, hey, how they doing? Or hey, your child support check is a little off. Okay, or let me look into it and see if I need to, send money in. So.
Right. Okay. So I'm curious, can you name all of the places that you've lived in the United States?
Lived? All right, yeah. I've lived in Texas. I've lived in Arkansas.
Town. I'm talking towns.
Towns?
Yeah. We got Aransas Pass. We got Rockport. We got Melbourne.
Alaska. Anchorage, Alaska.
How long were you in Alaska?
6 months.
6 months.
I tried to get a job up on the North Slope, and that's when my dad died.
Okay.
And so.
What year was Alaska?
He died in 2000. So it was sometime in the 2000 that I went up there for 6 months.
Okay.
And I tried to get a job up on the North Slope.
Okay.
And then the Philippines.
And then the Philippines.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 5 places.
And if you ever come back to the States, you think Oregon's going to be home?
I just bought a 41-acre farm here and all that stuff. We're in partnerships, me, my brother, and his soon-to-be.
Think they're getting married?
Yeah, they're still in love. So.
Yeah. And that's where mom loves it.
I'm pushing for mom to retire. I told mom, let me take care of you. And mom's, she's, in my opinion, she's losing her mind and all that stuff.
Really?
Because it's, Grandpa was losing his mind, and I've been told, that Uncle Bobby's kind of losing his mind. And then mom, she's done some, like, stupid things where, like, we get on Highway 5 and then she gets off I-45 and we're driving, like, for 45 minutes. I'm looking at my phone, reading all this information to her, and I look up and it's like,
yeah,
where are we at? I don't know. And it's like, okay, and then, like, my mom's job is, hey, send paperwork to the tax lady.
Right.
And then the tax lady sits there,
You don't get it.
she's like, your mom didn't send it to me. And I was like, so.
Yeah. Now, how old is your mom? She's in her 60s?
Yeah, she's in her 60s.
Yeah.
63-ish.
Yeah.
I think she's 18 years older than me, and I'm 44.
And your dad died 20 years ago.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
And she has never remarried?
No.
Wow. How long were they married?
That's, I think, 18, 19
18,
years.
19 years?
Yeah. No, I mean when she was 18, 19 years old.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And stuff.
Yeah. So that was her sweetheart.
Yeah. So she just says that, me and Jeremy are her, husbands, the man in her family.
Right. So, let's talk about
the hearsay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've got some theories and some ideas of, I mean, that's why I'm here is to re-interview everybody.
When we sat there until the cops got in Texas, Mom told me that she felt creepy. Anytime that she took anything over to Uncle Bobby's house or whatever, that Uncle Bobby says, hey, can you get this when you go into, where the local Walmart's at? I think maybe in Batesville or something. I'm not totally for sure. To get him things and all that stuff, and Mom would go, drop it off, and then you know, Mom was like telling me that the neighbors would just kind of like, you know, be staring out the window constantly, you know, the door cracked, just being weird, just being odd. When I was talking to Mom about this, you know, Mom says that Grandpa said that he believed one of them was a peeper. And I'm like, Mom, what's a peeper? And she's like, it looks like, you know, peeping Tom, because he found blankets all over, you know, on the property.
Yeah.
And stuff. And so, so my thought would be, you know, those people, you know, because they watch that place like a hawk, in my opinion, after all the stuff that was told to, you know, us, or what I've heard from Grandpa and what I've heard from Mom. Grandpa sat there and said that they shot one of his cows, they killed one of his pigs. He believed that they killed Rebecca's dog and stuff. And then, you know, so yeah, then my question is, you know, did they question both brothers? Or did they just question one brother and all that stuff?
Yeah.
And his wife, you know?
Right.
And I believe they were the Tegans or Tagans?
Yeah. Yeah, they were all interviewed, and you know, there's so many people in this investigation and in this case file, you know, but yeah, they were interviewed, and like I was talking before about polygraphs, you know, almost all of the McCulloughs have been polygraphed. A number of other people have been, you know. That's a tool that we like to use to, you know, it kind of gives us a pretty good indication of
if somebody's lying or telling the truth.
Yeah,
and all that stuff.
yeah. I mean, would you be okay with taking a polygraph? I'll just ask you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
You don't have a problem?
Yeah, you want me to go to Arkansas and take one?
No, I tell you what. Let me holler. I'll call the sergeant up here to see. They may have a polygrapher in town. You know, it's a shot in the dark, but.
So what other questions you were going to ask me and all that stuff?
Let me see if they got somebody, because I still have a lot more questions for you, but hang on a minute here. It's worth a shot. Hey, Sarge, it's McNeil. Hey, do you happen to have a polygrapher in town? Do you have somebody available that could do a polygraph if we needed one? Oh, okay, thanks. He's going to look into it. So, have you had communication with any of, like Casey or with Corey or with Chris about the...
Not Chris. I've talked to Randy.
You've talked to Randy?
I talked to Randy, and I told Randy if they needed a lawyer and all that stuff, don't be shy, call me.
Okay, so you're offering monetary assistance if...
Yeah, I told, Randy, if y'all need a lawyer or whatever and stuff, that,
Well, that's pretty nice.
So...
Why do you feel compelled to do that? Just
why? Because they're family and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then...
and you make good money, so...
Yeah. So I told them if they needed any help or whatever, then, don't be afraid and all that stuff. And it was, me and Randy was talking.
Right.
And then...
they're catching a lot of shit, from people that, it's pretty crazy over there.
Yeah. So I told Randy if he needed any legal and all that stuff, and then he's like, he talked to Casey, and Casey sat there and says, no. And so it's like...
What do you mean you talked to Casey?
I said, Randy talked to Casey.
Oh, okay. And Casey's...
No.
Yeah.
And because, for slander and all that stuff, and...
Right.
Because on the I think there's the podcast and all that stuff.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right. So have you had, can we talk about maybe some conversations that you've had with Randy about this? And have you talked to anybody else about the investigation?
No, just Randy.
Just Randy?
Yeah. And then I did talk to Casey a long time ago before I think during the podcast thing was going on, the Hell and Gone one.
Right. Okay.
So, and then I think that was about the lawyer thing.
Right.
So that's when that Hell and Gone podcast was when I sat there, because they were sitting there and I threw that out there, you know, if you need money and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then Randy sat there and says, you know, they don't want, or they don't, you know.
Right.
You know, so it's like, you know, okay.
Yeah.
I can't force somebody, you know,
yeah.
to, you know, that.
Well, I think it's kind of these people that are saying all these bad things, they're toting that fine line between, you know, something criminal and just, you know, being ugly. You know what I mean? There's a difference between defamation of character and just saying, you know, calling somebody a name or whatever. So there's a lot of people out there saying a lot of ugly things, but I don't think it's risen to criminal, which, you know, Casey would have some avenues there, some options to take, you know, to try to get these people to shut up.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of,
Yeah.
so. Hello? Awesome. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Okay, bye. Cool. Half an hour, man. Awesome. Yeah, that's a really good tool that we like to use, so I appreciate you.
But it doesn't hold up in court, correct?
Right, that's, it can be admissible if, from what I understand, now I'm not a polygraph guy, and when the polygraph guy gets here, he'll explain it all to you, but I think it's my understanding that both the prosecution and the defense would have to agree to it. You know, if this ended up going to trial, or somebody went to trial and they had a polygraph and they didn't want it, you know, admissible in court, then it wouldn't be. I think both parties have to be in agreement. I think that's how that works. But like I said, I'm not the polygraph guy, and also.
So if I pass this, I'm just saying pass this, then this is over with me, correct? Or is this going to be kind of dragging on where you're going to be?
Well, man,
I'm just saying, I want to live my life, and then.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I live in Arkansas and I work in Arkansas, and I don't figure I'm ever coming to Oregon again work-related. You know what I'm saying? You know, this thing has been carrying on and 16 years now, and you know, homicide is something that we can't ever close. So whenever it was given to me, it's my...
So in a way, I'm asking you, I'm a suspect.
No, I'm not saying you're a suspect. No, not at all. So looking at it from my perspective, Rebecca was killed Monday. Anybody that was at that property, at the crime scene, the day before or the day after, or, you know, anybody that was there during that period of time is a person of interest.
So even the neighbors,
Absolutely.
All the neighbors that are around.
Absolutely, and that's why they've all been interviewed, and, you know, people that have, there's been a number of polygraphs given as a result of this investigation.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say you're a suspect, but just for the simple fact you stopped by there Sunday night to shoot the shit with Casey for 15 minutes, you know, that you're somebody now that we have to exclude. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So, we've already talked about being in the trailer. What about after '04? Had you ever come back to Arkansas after '04?
No.
So once you...
But then, after moving Mom back, no, I haven't came back and all that stuff, and then Grandpa went into the nursing home.
Yeah, right.
And then so, you know, when I would go up, it'd be more to visit Grandpa.
Right.
And if Uncle Bobby was around and all that stuff.
Right.
You know, or if Randy was around and all that stuff, I would feel that I'm closer to Randy than, you know, the other
And then
guys.
he was in the military, and
Yeah.
he wasn't even really around Melbourne
Yeah.
back, you know.
You know, I can tell you that, you know, that the McCullough boys, maybe I can count on both of my hands how many times I've seen them throughout their life.
Really?
Yeah. You know, we know that we're related, but,
Right.
you know, hey, I'm going to come hang out at your house and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, me, it's more of work, and stuff, and then,
Yeah.
you know, I want to have nice things, and,
Right.
yeah. So, anything else you want to ask me?
Oh, yeah, man, I got some more here.
Okay, keep coming at
Yeah.
me, you know.
Well, I don't want you to feel like I'm coming at you.
No, I mean, come at with me with more questions and all
Oh,
that
okay.
stuff, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause
No, like I said, man, I appreciate you coming up here, and you know, it's so. Do you think that? I guess what I'm hearing, your theory on possibly who's responsible for this is maybe the neighbor.
you know, I believe that, you know, I'm thinking it was the neighbor.
Yeah.
Because they would sit there and you know, anytime, if you talk to Mom, she's going to tell you that every time that they came up there, you know, they watched that place like a hawk.
Right.
Who was coming and going.
Right.
You know, and like, there was times where Mom went up there where Grandpa got Jeremy to go weed whack.
Right.
And Mom sitting in the vehicle, and they could sit there and give a description to it. Mom looked like in Jeremy in what vehicle.
Right.
And all that stuff. And then, so yeah, it's just kind of, to me that's really odd. And Grandpa had issues with them and all that stuff.
Right.
So like me and Randy talked, and I said that, you know, about certain things that what Grandpa said, and Randy's like, you know, I'm not, you know, like Grandpa's, you know, getting old and senile, you know.
Right.
I wouldn't believe it and all that stuff. And I was like, you know, I'm hearing from Mom that Grandpa was saying about the blankets. You know, people,
Yeah.
Why would somebody have blankets out on the property?
Right. Exactly. Right.
So, you know, that's, I always believed in my statement in the beginning was towards the neighbor.
Yeah.
And read in the newspaper that they heard screams
Right.
the night before.
Yeah.
If you heard screams, I'd be calling the law. Would you?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah.
And saying there's something going on, you need to get out here.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. You know, DNA these days, that's a big deal, right? DNA science, it's ever evolving and getting better and all that kind of stuff. There's a number of people that have provided DNA voluntarily. Would you be willing to provide your DNA? Oh, and it would be a cheek swab. I don't want to take blood or...
But the thing is if I've been in that house and all that stuff, my DNA would be in there.
Well, and that's an excellent point, and that is on record, and we know that. That's why I wanted to know, when were you in that trailer last, and what was that like? And you said that you used the bathroom, you never stayed over, you never slept over.
No, I know that Mom gave furniture to Uncle Bobby when Aunt Vicky got divorced because she took everything that was in the trailer.
Okay.
So I know Mom gave them furniture,
Okay.
beds, a whole bunch of different stuff in the home.
Okay. See, I didn't know that. So a lot of the furniture in that home came from your mom's house?
Yeah.
Which is furniture that you would have
Been on.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, yeah, and when Aunt Vicky divorced, she took everything, and there was nothing in there, and Mom filled them up with beds,
Right.
furniture, and all that stuff for that.
Right. Well, obviously I can't talk a lot about the evidence in the investigation. It's an ongoing
Investigation, I understand,
active
yeah.
investigation. But I can assure you that there are items of evidence that there should be no reason your DNA should be on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'll give you an example. Let's say whoever did this exited the trailer through a window, right? And they cut himself, and there's blood on that window. Well, whoever cut themselves, their DNA is going to be on that piece of glass.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that didn't happen in this case, but that's just an example. We believe, investigators, the people that have worked this, we believe that we have the suspect's DNA on a piece of evidence that is very specific and very unique, and nobody else's DNA should be on it. So that's why I'm asking, is obviously we've never gotten your DNA, we've never gotten Jeremy's DNA. There's people that aren't in the case file that haven't provided DNA. So, it's my job to ask. If you don't feel comfortable with it, based on these other factors,
So what other factors and all that stuff? Because now it seems like, you're innuendo to me that you're saying that I had something to do.
No, not at all.
I'm just trying to better understand, you, because like I said, I'm kind of dyslexic and, and maybe I'm trying to better understand you.
I just want you to be assured that because the furniture in the home came from your mom's house at some point in time, and that you sat on that couch, or that you slept on a bed,
yeah.
or none of that is in play. None of that is in play at all. So if you don't feel comfortable doing it, I'm not gonna push you or try to put any pressure on you. It's just,
I do a lie detector test and all that stuff, but
yeah, that's fine.
To me, it's just, my DNA is going to be in there and all that stuff.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I came up here on,
Absolutely.
up here because you're asking me to come up here. You come from Arkansas and all that
I know,
stuff.
man. Long
I'm
way.
sitting here giving you information that you're asking and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not lying to you, being straight up with you and all that stuff. So,
yeah.
I just...
Yeah, and see, I didn't know about the furniture deal and all that. All that furniture came from your mom's house.
My mom gave furniture to them and all that stuff, but I don't know. You're going to have to ask her.
Yeah, she's probably going to be able to be a little bit more specific about what furniture.
Yeah, so,
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, my DNA is going to be all in that house.
Right.
I think of that furniture and all that stuff.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
So, and then my thought is that,
no, that makes sense.
And so I got another question for you.
Okay.
Says, I take blood pressure medicine.
Right.
All right. Then I take anxiety medicine, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Is that going to affect your I'm just asking because if you don't want me to take that medicine and all that stuff and do a test and all that stuff.
No, not all.
Because I don't want it to affect
Yeah.
your results.
No,
and all that
absolutely.
stuff. I want you to know that I'm telling you 100%.
Yeah, no. And when the polygraph guy gets here, he'll explain all that, and I'm sure that you'll have a number of questions for him, and he'll be able to answer every one of them.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not a polygraph guy. You've got to go to, all kinds of schools and get certified and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not that guy that can answer those questions. But if you have any questions at all when he gets here, ask him, okay? All right. Be right back. Let me see if he's here.
Can I use the restroom?
You bet. Yeah, come on, I'll walk with you. I'm going right where it's at.
Yeah, as much as I hate to agree with you, I think I have to, right?
Trump likes to,
You can have a seat there, we're gonna do a lot of talking before we sit down and talk.
okay.
So my name's Oregon State Police Detective Damian Acosta. Our conversation's being recorded. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
That's normal, that's what we do.
So can I record you?
Yeah, if you want to record, get your cell phone.
Yeah.
Actually, at some point, I'm gonna ask you to turn it off, because it'll go off and it does records and stuff, and I can't have any distractions. So I'm gonna do the same thing with my phones, but you'll have access to, so you have a copy of everything that I have, so. Okay? So I'm recording the conversation, everything's in this room is being audio and video recorded. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's normal. So I'm gonna kind of recap a little bit. I spoke with you early, or I just want to refresh our memory. You're here voluntarily for a death investigation, is what I understand.
Yeah. What it is a young lady got killed in my cousin's house.
Okay.
We were up there moving and stuff, my mom, and so we were up 3 miles down the road. I don't remember it, but saying that I visited Casey.
Yeah.
And that I was over there
Okay.
Sunday.
Let me tell you about a case I just worked. I had a guy, right? We have this gal who's missing, right? And, man, they think it's this guy, right? He comes in, right? You know what? I've been having an affair with this lady. We met at a hotel room. I was sleeping with her, blah, blah, blah. Some people think that I did it. And so he cooperated fully. We did the exam. Boom, passes. Completely off the radar. It's normal to just visit with everybody, right? And just be able to exclude people. That way don't waste time and resources,
And that's what he asked, would you do it? And I was like, yeah, I'll do it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But then when he started asking, like, would you do more stuff? And it's like, okay, am I a suspect?
I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to do anything that you don't want to do today, okay? All right, we're going to protect your rights. It's going to be pretty boring with lots of paperwork.
Let me I'm going to have to,
Hey,
I'm dyslexic.
Okay.
So
That's good.
sometimes
I need to know that.
I don't understand. And like I had my brother read that to me and all that stuff, and I made a
If there's
mistake.
ever a point that you don't understand something, William, was it William?
I go by Billy Williams.
There's ever a time, I'm never in a rush to do anything. I don't ever want anybody to feel like they're confused or they don't know what's going on. And if you have a question, I'm going to do the best of my God-given ability to make sure you understand, okay? You can take a break at any time. You can leave at any time. I have to follow a checklist. I know you're like an oil.
But my thing is that, okay, I'm here to clear my name, and, that, in my opinion, if somebody did this, then they wouldn't be here. They would be avoiding police.
True, right? That's
and I'm coming in here and all that stuff, and then, how I was kind of getting across, I'm like, am I a suspect? And that's what I was asking him, and he said person of interest.
Yeah, a person of interest.
So that would be a suspect.
person of interest is like they cast a wide net, right? And like we have to talk to these people, right? Because we don't make decisions about what's going on. It's the attorneys that do, right? And then sometimes they direct us what to do. If something were to happen to my wife, right, who would they talk to first?
You first,
right?
Because you're the first
And then if they saw like the guy who delivers Amazon, right? They saw him at my house the day before she went missing. Who would they talk to next? The guy that was delivering the Amazon package, the milkman, friends, relatives. They would probably go through, all these things to try to determine kind of what happened. That's kind of what we do. I'm not making allegations against anybody. It's just as important to remove people from that persons of interest list, because there's people out there. This guy, whoever did this, that guy's like, who would do something like that, right? Something like that. So,
in my opinion, it would be somebody that would
pick a certain profile, right?
Yeah, be a profile, somebody that
a serial killer.
Somebody with
the dude that is mean to his family, violent to women, those type things. Got a violent background, maybe a criminal, been in and out of prison, been in and out of jail. And if you know somebody like that, you need to tell us who you might think it is, right? Because it's important to get to the truth, right?
And the thing is the only ones that I really know are my family.
Yeah.
And
as we talk, you'll remember different things. I'm a different type of interviewer, right? I've been doing this job a really long time. And sometimes, people just will point the fingers at you, right? But that's not, sometimes people lie, right?
Yeah.
The people connected to victims, they lie and stuff. I have people who claim to be victims or not victims. They lie about child sex abuse. They lie about being raped because they're embarrassed, because they cheated on it or whatever.
Yeah.
Those people and there's people out there who will make false allegations. That can help speed things up and help clear people. So I'm going through this checklist here. Just be patient with me.
But then the thing is what I've read is that, okay, if I refuse, then I would be looked at more for not cooperating with the police and all that stuff.
So the only thing we can do is write down what you tell us and what you give us the authority to do, and we don't make decisions about what is going on, right? We just write it down. For some reason, I've had people, I had to go a million different ways, right? People decided they don't want to, that's okay, we'll just write that up, right? And the people who make decisions about the case, they have to make decisions, and I don't know. I'm just like I'm like a contractor. I come in, hey, there's a leak in the P-trap right here. I got to go fix it. I have a job to do. This is what the issue is. There's a scow that something happened to her. They want to find out, whatever. I just write my report and just push it on down the line. And like, hey, when they ask me for my opinion, I give my opinion, and that's kind of the way things are, right? I'm going to treat you like I want to be treated, right? I know you're not a bad man, right? And you've been working in the oil industry.
Yeah,
it's hard to get into that job.
Yeah, and then my thing is what if I fail? And I didn't do anything and all that stuff. And that's my biggest thing is,
we'll cross that bridge when and if.
Because like I made the comment is I do take medicine that, blood pressure.
I've had people come in here and they smoke marijuana. Some of them even take meth, right? And so you want to do things that are normal for you, right?
Yeah.
So I have to go down this thing. And so it's a little checklist. So my name's OSP Detective and Damien Acosta. I'm a polygraph examiner. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And like you said, if you don't understand something, you ask me, okay?
Okay.
And then you're being audio and video recorded. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And so I have to read this form to you. Everybody gets read this form, okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're under arrest. There's nothing that you tell me today that's going to make me arrest you, okay? So this is the
So
order.
I could walk out of here and you can never arrest me or anything?
No. You can walk out of here at any time. Right. So I have to read this form to you. This is the Oregon State Police Polygraph Unit. This is the Miranda warning form. It says, before you answer any question, I'm required to advise you that, number one, you have the right to remain silent. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And number two, anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You understand that?
Yeah.
Number three, you have the right to talk to a lawyer, to have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you think I need to get a lawyer?
I can't give you that advice. I'm not a lawyer, right? And so, are you specifically asking for a lawyer right now?
No,
just let me explain, right? Because if you do, I have to stop talking to you, right? And then we're done here, and I'll write on my report, hey, this is what he said. It gets to the DA's office, and they have to make other decisions, right? So that's what that means. Okay, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I want to, understand, and that's why when you're saying, lawyer present and all that stuff, so,
I haven't been in trouble and all that stuff.
Okay. And that's a mark of somebody who's good, who makes good decisions. I understand you're a family man,
Yeah.
right? And so, but here in Oregon, we want to make sure we protect your rights, because you have the rights as anybody else, right? I'm going to treat you like I want to be treated, and we want to protect your rights. And
Okay, so what are my rights and all that stuff?
okay, let me finish number 5.
Okay.
Number 5, do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to print your name here. And how do you spell your first name?
William.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. William is not your first name, so
William's my first name.
William's your first
That's
name.
on my
And then,
birth certificate.
okay, and what's your
But I
last name?
go Miller. William Miller.
Like Miller High Time?
Yeah, Miller Light.
Miller Light?
Yeah.
I like that here. And it's William,
Yeah.
and what's your middle name?
Alma.
And then your signature, my signature goes here. Now, I'm going to ask you to sign, and you can also read the form, right? And if you have a question, we can talk about it, right? I'm not going to try to hide anything. And today is 11/7/2020. The time is, all right, 2:41, 3:41. All right, I'll give you this form. You can read it, and then I'm going to ask you to sign it. Or you don't have to sign it if you don't want to, that's fine too. So what is it you do for the oil field? What kind of job? I heard those jobs are dangerous.
I work overseas teaching the nationals how to run an oil and gas facility.
And so what does that mean? What is a typical day in Billy's?
I'm dealing with grown men that act kind of like 12 to 13-year-olds, and I'm teaching them how to do production. And, you got to have a lot of patience, you're dealing with grown men, but over in that country, I think it's the lowest IQ in the world. Because
Where are you working?
Equatorial Guinea.
Oh.
The president over there is a dictator, been in power for 38 years. He sits there and he don't want people, only certain people are educated that are in his tribe. There's like 4 different tribes over there. If you're in the government, you get better jobs. Literally the president kind of, does what he wants, and the president's wife takes what she wants. The son got kicked out of France, U.S. for money laundering. It's real corrupted over there, and so our job is to sit there and teach them hands-on training.
Are you dealing with like Americans or like
Africans. We're in West Africa.
Okay. All right. That must be a little culture shock. Is it dangerous?
Yeah, I've had a gun put to my head, and the guy wanted
$20.
20
Pirates
bucks.
and stuff over there. Like,
There's a lot of pirates and all that stuff. But
Muslims
it's
over there.
on the northern side of the island and all that stuff.
Oh, you're on the island.
Yeah.
Wow.
On the northern side, closer to Nigeria, they have a lot of pirates and stuff. On the south side where we're at, occasionally, we'll be on high alert and all that stuff.
Wow. I'm thinking back to that one show where like Tom Hanks is a guy on a ship and they hijack it and he gets hijacked. It's kind of like that area.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to read this? Do you want to read it?
You have the right to remain silent and all that stuff.
Okay. You understood it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have another form. This is the Oregon State Police Polygraph Unit. It's a polygraph consent form. And number 1 asks you have the right to take or not to take a polygraph examination. Do you understand that?
Yeah, you're telling me that I have a right or not a right. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it says you have a right to take it or not to take it. Right? You understand that?
But the thing is that if I think I'm understanding what you're saying and stuff, but you're saying that I have a right in.
Yeah, so like I said, it says here, you have the right to take or not to take a polygraph examination.
Okay, what you're meaning is, what I'm trying to understand is
and I'm here, we got all the time in the world.
That you're telling me that I can refuse
yes.
to take it and all that
Yes.
stuff. But if I refuse, then,
you know.
I'll write that in my report.
No, but I'm just saying that the officer is going to look at me even more where, that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking, right? I mean, you just get a call, I got to go do this, so we just do the best that we can to protect people's rights and treat people like they want to be treated. You know, it's just as important to, we also, what investigators do too is they look for the absence of evidence, right?
What do you mean by absence?
Absence of evidence, like stuff that excludes a person from the crime scene, right? It could be like, if somebody says, hey, I can vouch for a fact that Billy was in like Indonesia or something on that date and time. We want that information, right? Because you know what? We're wasting our time talking to you because the guy who really did it is out there probably doing the same shit again, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's what they're trying to do. And anything that looks like, you know, somebody said, hey, we heard Billy Bob over in Nevada did it. Well, hey, who's Billy Bob? Where does he live? Let's go talk to him because Billy Bob may have done it, right? So they got to follow every lead, and it's a lot of work, right? And so we got to make sure that we talk to everybody. And it doesn't matter where that, even if somebody who is a stone cold criminal is a liar, and they say, hey, I think such and such did it, we have to follow that lead because they may be telling the truth. Because people who do bad things, sometimes, you know, sometimes the people we talk to, they're telling the truth, and sometimes they don't. So we have to follow all those leads because it's like doing a good job, right? You got to just do all the little things.
Okay.
And number 3 says, let's do number 2 again. Although the results of a polygraph examination may not be admissible in a criminal or a civil trial, anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that?
Meaning it can use against me and all that stuff.
Okay, let me read that to you. Although the results of a polygraph examination may not be admissible in a criminal or civil trial, meaning they may not be admissible, right? And so my understanding of that is like, the only way that this comes in, the results of it come in, is if, you know, everybody agrees that they want to use the results, right? And so you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you?
You're saying that if the lawyers and all that stuff say that they want to use it and all
Yes,
that stuff.
yes. I don't have any control over that. That's something that's not in my control. Do you understand that? Okay. And number 4 says, do you understand each of these rights as I have explained to you?
I believe so.
Okay. And then number 5 says, having these rights in mind, do you wish to take a polygraph examination? Yes or no?
So, right now my chest is beating, you know, my heart's beating out of my chest.
Have you ever done one of these before?
No, I haven't. So,
you know,
what
what you're experiencing is normal, because anytime we do something new, right, are you a little bit anxious right now?
Yeah.
That's normal. That's normal. If you came in here and you weren't anxious or nervous, that would be weird to me, because that would tell me like that's some stuff that's like, hey, you're a hardcore criminal. Because when we do things, you remember the first time you rode a bike, how nervous you were, or the first time you,
all that stuff, yeah.
Right? You remember the first time you met your wife, right? And how every time you do something new for the first time, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety. I'm going to tell you exactly.
I know, my thing is here, this is my understanding, is I take this and just hypothetically, I hope I pass and all this stuff.
Okay.
I
want you to pass.
I believe I'm going to pass because,
Good.
You know, that.
Right. And if you follow my instructions,
I have anxiety, really bad anxiety, where it's like, okay, I think of negative things.
What kind of things?
You know, negative, like, you know, any worse scenario, it's just like, you know, it's going to be, you know, where, I'm going to use this example. I got accused of messing with a child.
Okay.
All right.
Were you thrown in jail for that?
No, never thrown in jail. But hold on. But being talked to and all that stuff, and come to find out the lady made false allegations.
Mm-hmm.
The time I was at work, it was when I was at work when she made these, you know.
Because investigators came in and they proved she was lying, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? They sent that to the DA, right? And he said she's full of shit, right? Whatever.
But the thing is me looking at the worst scenario. Oh, they're going to come handcuff me and throw me in jail and all that stuff.
And what happened, right? Right. The investigation ran its course,
yeah,
right?
ran its course. But
and you're innocent.
I was innocent, but I'm just saying that, you know. I got real bad anxiety and all that stuff.
Okay.
And so where I think of the worst scenarios of different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, sometimes I feel like I got the worst luck, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's not bad luck yet. That's the way my luck has been, right? The election, I'm feeling kind of bummed, right?
Yeah.
you know, we work very hard for our money, and then, you know, I don't want gas to go up to like $4 or $5 a gallon, right? I don't want to have to, like, you know, the whole gun thing, right?
Well, y'all might not be carrying guns anymore.
Right, right, and so, but you know what? There's always going to be another day. You're going to stub your toe. We were fine before, man. That's just normal, right? We just got to keep on. You know, we all got responsibilities. We all got mortgages to pay. You know, I have to take care of getting older, right? And so that type deal. So having these rights in mind, do you wish to take a polygraph examination?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you to print, just like we did last time. I'm going to write here as a witness. So how do I get in the oil field business?
How old are you?
I am 45. Like, what can I do as a police officer, right? Because I think, you know, I could probably manage people or something, or...
I got 23 years experience.
Yeah.
That's what's back.
How do you get into an entry level?
You're going to have to know somebody.
And so what would an entry level guy
say
do?
that we were down in Texas, I'd vouch for you and say you're a hard worker, that you're going to show up. And
Dude, I was telling you the exact thing in this world, right? You may not have the skills, you may not have the training, you may not even have the schooling, but if you show up on time, you work your ass off, right?
Don't do drugs.
You don't do drugs. You don't do all those things. You got a fighting chance. You're like 3/4 of the way there, right? And all you need is an opportunity, right? And I think you're one of those type of guys, right? I mean, it's like, hey, you know, if I tell you something, my word is my thing, and then I'm going to show up on time. And the more you show up, the luckier you get. The harder you work, the luckier you get, right? You know, can you print here and sign here? Yeah. You can do that if you want to. So do you have a family?
Yeah, I got a family in the Philippines, and then I have an ex-wife and 2 daughters in the U.S. In Houston area.
But do you like the Philippines, or?
What time is it?
It is, let's look at, it's 2:53. Your brother's, I think your brother's the comedian of the two, right? He's the funny guy?
No. Yeah, he's more, you know, hilarious. So.
Yeah. How big's your family?
Just it's me, my mom, and my brother and stuff. That, you know, we have extended family. You say, you know, mom's brother and those cousins and stuff. And then on my dad's side of the family, that, you know, got a whole bunch of cousins, and then we got a whole bunch of mom's family up here in Oregon. I'm the one pushing for mom to retire, and she's having issues remembering things. And so Grandpa had dementia, and then Grandma had that too. And then we believe she's done some certain things that we think that, you know, she has to write down whatever she does.
Hey, as your mom gets older, it sounds like me and you are in the same situation. She can be a little crabby, right? And then you got to just give her a pass, man, right? You got to just let her get that last word in and say yes, ma'am, and just kind of just take care of her because, you know, she raised you right. And the fact that you're taking care of your mom really speaks a lot about what kind of person you are, right?
So
I'm the same way.
I bought a farm over here on Allen Road, and it's 41 acres.
Yeah.
And
what are you doing with the ground? What kind of stuff are you doing with the ground?
Well, we just moved in there and all that stuff, and then plan to probably do like an orchard or we're dealing with like a whole bunch of we saw a bear, fox, a whole bunch of deer and all that stuff on the property.
Gotcha.
And
so I'm going to close the door. It's for privacy. Well, it's already closed. Good. I thought that was open. And so you're free to leave at any time. Do you understand that?
Why do you keep saying that and all that stuff?
Oh, because I'm going by a checklist and I hadn't checked it yet, right?
Well, you said that a couple times. But I'm just asking because, you know, it's just like...
I got to make sure.
Because when you tell me that, it's like, you know, why do you keep repeating yourself.
Because I wasn't certain that I told you, and it's like you're a boss, do you have checklists, right? And sometimes you go down the checklist, like, did I even, and you want to be sure, right? Because
Okay,
you believe in doing a good job,
Yeah.
right? Because I got a boss, right? It's like, hey, dude, why don't you check the box, right? Dumbass, right? And I want to do a good job because, it's what pays my bills, so, kind of like you, man, my job's important to me. And then, okay, so we have to do a lot of talking, and we're going to go over the exam. You're going to know exactly what's on the test. You're going to help me with the test, right? I'm going to lean on you to help me make up the questions so we can help you pass the exam, okay?
Oh, why is that?
So what do you think Mike wants to know about the case? What do you think?
I'm not totally for sure, Yeah, I went and saw Casey Sunday. That's what he's telling me that I said, but, I remember going up there, and I think it was in the beginning that I saw him, but,
Okay.
do you
have a driver's license on you?
in the process of getting to Oregon.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Oregon. I just need to have some ID. It's just normal. Because you and your brother look a lot alike, man. I bet you could, pass for each other, right, on a driver's license?
No, he's about a foot taller than me, and weighs probably 300 plus pounds.
Yeah. So I have a friend, right, and she's a Philippine gal. She comes and here she does some work for us, right? So she brought over.
Here, I got that one. I'm trying to dig out the other one.
She brought over these egg roll type things with these noodles. She's Filipino, and it was so good.
It'd be more of lunch, not lunch. It's more. My wife makes them.
Does she cooks really good?
Somewhat.
Yeah. What's her favorite dish to cook? I like food, that's why I'm talking.
Adobo.
Adobo? Pork?
We do rabbit and all that stuff. Chicken
Rabbit,
adobo.
that's interesting. So what's your address now?
I got a place over here, and
Do you know what the address is?
I just bought the place, so
Okay, don't worry about it.
it's on Allen Road.
Okay. Cottage Grove, Oregon. What's the zip out here, Billy?
I'm not trying to lie to you.
All right, no worries. What do you have for a phone contact for you?
1-361-543.
543.
008.
0008.
Yeah.
And then, what's your birthday?
10/23, 1976.
We're about the same age.
Yep.
46. Well, you're 44 years old. You're as old. How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5". And how much do you weigh?
About 290.
290. Brown hair. And what color are your eyes?
Hazel.
Hazel. And then where were you born?
Rockport, Texas.
Rockport. You ever think about, that's where, it seems like Texas and Idaho, those are the places to be now, I think. What do you think of the way things are in Texas?
For the oil field, yeah, and stuff, but the address is 34370 Allen Road.
Republic of Philippines. That's a Philippine ID.
Yeah.
That's interesting. What do they charge you for to get a license? Do they have, this is a driver's license over
Yeah.
there? N02. What are the police over there like?
Corrupted.
Really?
You get pulled over, they tell you that they want, to get out of the ticket, $20.
Like Mexico or
Yeah.
worse?
It's kind of like Mexico, if you've ever been to Mexico.
I've
They
never-
were colonized by the Spaniards for a while.
What's your most favorite thing about the Philippines?
What's the most?
Yes.
I got my wife and my kids and all that stuff. And
Yeah. How's the fishing? Is there much fishing or hunting?
we live up in the mountains, we live up in the mountains. We have about 30 acres of land. Over there it's called hectares and stuff, and it's 2.2 acres to 1 hectare and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So what do you do for fun out there when you're not? Sounds like you're always working. I mean, you got a farm here, farm there. You're busy taking care of your family. Do you do anything for yourself? Do you like to scuba dive, or if you're in the Philippines, you're doing that's kind of a tropical rainforest.
Yeah, but over there, my wife, she's kind of like the bank, and so literally, because over there, when I first went over,
she's the bank. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
When you say you call her the bank?
Okay, all the money that comes in, it goes to her and all that stuff.
Oh, she manages finances in the family?
Finances and all that stuff. So the thing is when I moved over there, I was like, okay, I told them, when you marry a Filipino and all that stuff, you don't just marry her, you're marrying into the family and all that stuff. So I told them, okay, hey, I will assist
So you met her dad? And
the dad and mom and all that stuff.
You have to get their blessing?
Yeah, and then all the siblings and all that stuff. So I said I will help the immediate family, but any extended family, no. So, I sent them to school, got them educated. We got a pretty big banana plantation. We have coconuts, cacao, fish ponds. So there's money that comes out of that and stuff. And so how I did is a lot of people go over to the Philippines, expats and stuff, and they'll be like, sit at the table, mine, when they do a business. And then the Filipinos kind of like, hey, you're taking advantage of me. You're taking from me and stuff, so they'll steal from you.
Oh.
So my thing was I sat at the table and I was like, so instead of doing that, I will sit there and everybody at the table gets a percent.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's how that works.
So now there's brothers and sisters and all that stuff. They get a percent of certain amount of bananas. Like one brother, he gets 10% of all the bananas.
Your wife keeps track of all that?
Yeah. So she's the bank. She writes everything down, and then she sends me, how much the banana sold, how much, that and stuff, and so.
Yeah.
And then, she's the bank. So the money goes to her, then she kind of divvies it up, and then from there. So, but like me, I sat there and had, I told somebody if I sat there and went over there and got like a Starbucks and try to, get them to run it, it was going to fail. I had to do something that they were good at.
Yeah. Well, you're a smart man, right? You don't have to you just have to surround yourself with people who are smart.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know what? People who are smarter than you or smarter than me, and you got to accept that, right? You got to I'm not going to be a plumber. I wish I could turn a wrench, or I could be an electrician or whatever, but when it comes to that stuff, I just pay the money, right? And this is not my deal. I like to talk to people. I like to treat people with respect, right? I'm a simple guy, so. What's a good email for you?
Bronco Billy.
Okay. Bronco Billy, all one word?
Yep.
B-I-L-L-Y?
Yep.
Okay.
3153.
3153?
At yahoo.com.
At yahoo.com. In case anymore it becomes like a cell phone number if we, have a question or meaning whatever. That's a good way to get hold of you. All right, blah, blah, blah. Got that. Do you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
You do? Can you turn it off? I'll turn mine off. When it's time to, just go ahead and leave it on for now, right? If you want, you can use it anyways, but there's going to be a time when I ask you, hey, Billy, I need you to stay still, don't cough, don't move, and that's the time we'll turn off the cell phone.
I have it turned off.
Okay.
I don't want any distractions or anything.
Okay.
I want this to go smooth and
Perfect. I want it to go smooth. Okay.
Very
well.
Because my thing is what happens if
just hypothetically, you know, with my anxiety and all that stuff.
I have to make sure that you're even suitable to take an examination, because sometimes, Billy, people come in here and they're high on marijuana, or I put them on there's a practice test that we take, right? And if stuff doesn't look good on the practice test, I can't test you, right? Because there's also something. I've been put people to this practice test, and they can't even do the practice test. Like, hey, there's something going on with them, we can't test them, or they're high on methamphetamine, or you know, there's other things. So I'm gonna have to ask you like personal questions, like, you know, hey, do you use marijuana? Do you use drugs? Those type of things, right? And then you know, that's just to make sure that you're even suitable to take an exam.
Okay.
All right.
Because, you know, my thought was to say, hypothetically, I fail, I go to jail. That's how
I'm going to tell you right now, doesn't matter what the test says today, I'm not going to take you to jail, okay? That's not what I do, right? This is a small piece of what we do. We're going to put it, write a report, it'll go on down. It goes, I think it goes out to like Arkansas or something like that. I mean, if somebody had on video that you were doing this and stuff, it would be quite a different conversation, right?
I was with grandparents, and with my mom.
Did you tell everybody else that?
Yeah, everybody knows.
Right. Hey, I want to know everything that you did, because you know what? Information that leads to whoever did this, and information that leads to prove that you didn't do this is very important to me.
Yeah.
All right?
Because I was with my mom, I went to...
I'm going to want to know that. I want to know
how place. You know, my thing is, if somebody did this kind of crime...
You want to help get this guy, right?
Yeah, I want to help get this guy. But in my opinion is I've been in places where, you know, in my opinion, somebody would be, like, hitting the road, jacking, and long gone.
Right.
And, you know, and acting weird.
Hey, let me explain to you something, right? Right. If you went into my bedroom, right, let's say and it's normal, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if you found my DNA on my bed, it would be normal. If you found it in my pickup, it would be normal, right? It would be all those things. They just have to have an answer, right? Like, hey, is there a reason you said? I guess you're saying that you had been in that house.
But I've been in that house.
Good.
But then the thing is that my mom gave furniture. So when my aunt and uncle got divorced,
Do people know that?
he just found out.
Okay, that's important, right? Because if they find a piece of evidence and it has your DNA on it, we have an explanation. They're like, yeah, I mean, his mom, you know, gave her stuff or whatever, and that's the reason, right? That's not, they call that, hey, that's not important to me, right?
Okay.
And so...
And you got to understand, it's 16 years, and, you know, and my thing is you watch these detective shows, it's like, you know, well, we want to close this case, and, you know, that's my thought, and, you know, this guy...
You want to do a good job, just like when you send you to do your, you know, you send you back to work, you want to do a good job because it's what you do, right? Anything you're going to do is work doing the right way, and the best of your God-given ability, right? Would you agree with me?
Yep.
Right, and that's the way we are, right? There's a piece of... And so as we talk, you may remember things that you didn't tell Mike, right? Or you didn't tell anybody else, right? And that's normal. Doesn't mean that you're lying, you're making shit up.
It's been so long.
It's been so long. As we talk about things, it's okay to, you know, remember other things, right? It doesn't mean that you're lying. It means like, oh, now I remember. How many times have you sitting there like, where did I leave my sunglasses? That's where they are. You know what? They're on top of the microwave. That's where I put them. I don't usually put them there, but now like, oh yeah, it makes sense, right? That's kind of the way that stuff is, right? So it's important as things come up to your mind, right? The mind is different for everybody, right? And so some people remember front, back, from A to B, from, you know, backwards to forwards, and that's normal. Everybody's brain is different, right? And so don't get hung up on what you told Mike. Hey, as we talk, I want to make sure we get information that whoever did it, you know, we would get on the right track, right? I mean, this conversation we're having is like the same conversation that Mike has had with other people, so it's totally normal.
Okay.
Right. So I want you to know before we get started, it's normal, like we talked about earlier, there's a normal amount of anxiety and nervousness. If you didn't feel that way, that'd be unusual, right? Like we talked about this thing first time you rode a bike, first time you do anything, you're a little unsure because you've never done something like that before.
No, I've never done anything.
And like I explained before, you know what, it's going to be new and foreign to you, but the most important thing is that you follow my instructions, right? And if you don't understand something, then you let me know, okay? So let's give you an overview of what to expect today. The testing process should be about 2 to 4 hours. Our time's going to be audio recorded and video recorded for quality control purposes. Somebody's knocking at my door. Can I answer that? Okay. Somebody's knocking at my door, I guess. I'm getting, my mouth is getting dry. Could I offer you a drink of water?
No.
Okay. Just so you know, there's some water there if you want to. All right. So do you need the restroom?
No, I'm good.
Okay, you're good? Okay. All right. So everyone's nervous. Try nervous to be your ally. If you weren't nervous, that's not normal. What you're doing, what you're feeling is normal right now. Everybody, there's a lot of people standing here. It's like not seeing anything different I haven't seen before. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're being normal. So
And you get to understand, I've not been in trouble and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. I know you're a good guy. You don't have a criminal, never been, arrested or anything like that. You're a family man. That's important to get to know you, right? Because how do we determine future behavior? We look at past behavior, right? And there's a lot of people sat in your position who've done some really bad, horrible things, right? That's not you, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to believe everything that you tell me today, Billy, until you give me a reason not to, right?
Yeah.
So let's just work through it, and then we'll just, as things go forward, we'll take our time. I know you said you don't want to feel confused, and if I don't want to make you feel confused, okay?
Okay.
That's not how
Like I said, I will ask or stop you and say, hey, I don't
Good.
understand,
That's important, right? And then, you got to trust me that, hey, I'm going to listen to you, I'm going to understand you. And you got to understand that for me, too, that if I don't understand something, I'm going to ask you to, okay, about something. If I'll ask for clarification. I'm getting old,
Yeah.
right? I'm getting long in the tooth. I'm going to be 50 soon and stuff.
What do you mean? You're 1 year older than me.
Yeah. I'm feeling it. I wake up, everything hurts in the morning, right?
True.
My eyes are going bad. I have to have 2 sets of glasses, right?
My right side is going bad.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's just a chapter in life, right?
Yeah.
So the process is 2 to 4 hours. We started when you got here, when we got introduced. Our time's being audio and video recorded. We're going to explain the polygraph instrument and sensors. I'm going to explain where these things go in your body, okay? I'm going to ask you several questions to make sure you're suitable to take an exam. We're going to fill out some paperwork. We already did that. I'm going to ask you several questions about your purpose of being here. We're going to administer a practice test just so you can feel comfortable, so you can see what it's like, so you can follow instructions. It also lets me know that you're able to follow instructions, that your body's normal, right? Sometimes people's bodies aren't normal, right? All right? And so we're going to review in great detail all the questions that are going to be on the exam. We're going to administer the test. We're going to give you the test. It'll be done in several phases. And then I'm going to evaluate the exam results, and I'll tell you how you did before you leave today. Okay? That's what to expect today. So these things that you see right here, those 2 tubes, one will go around your abdomen, one will go around your chest to take measurements around your trunk. There's a...
Do you have a long enough one? Pretty big guy.
Yeah, that thing, it's a big long chain. We should be okay. And also we have a black pad. You'll sit on that. It's the movement monitor. It's so sensitive it can pick up your heart rate. We got a box on the floor there. It measures your blood volume. It also measures your sweat gland activity. Those 2 metal plates do. And then we got a standard blood pressure cuff. So it goes around your arm. We'll put it around your forearm. It's not going to cause you any pain. The only thing that causes you any discomfort is going to be the blood pressure monitor or blood pressure cuff, right? And you've had your blood pressure taken because you're taking medication, right? Yeah, I used to take medication too for my blood pressure, and I actually lost a few pounds. I'm not eating as many good things, as much cheeseburgers lately, but
And working in oil fields, you got steak, lobster.
Do you?
Oh yeah.
They take care of you?
They take care of you. That's why I'm so fat.
Yeah.
And then
The company does?
Yeah, the company
Yeah.
does. So we got cooks, people that wash.
What do you make? What do you make a month before taxes? Or you don't get taxed?
I don't get taxed. I'm tax-free up to $98K, and then if I stay out of the country, that's why I stay out of the country, is that if I stay out 330 days, then I don't have to pay nothing to the U.S. government. So I make close to about 25 grand a hitch.
Oh, wow. Oh,
A month.
when you say a hitch, okay, you call it a month. Wow, that's good money. Now, you've been doing that for how long?
With this over here, going on 7 years.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds like you found you a good job.
I just found somebody who's going to pay me my worth.
Yeah.
And then now with this uplift and all that stuff, this year I'll be close to about a little over 200K.
All right. All right. So, so this is a lot like an x-ray. There's going to be times when I ask you, like we talked about before, you know, Billy would have you look straight ahead, don't move around, don't burp, don't belch, don't say anything until the test is done, those type of instructions, all right? I'm not going to have you sit motionless like a statue for like hours on end. That's not what we do, okay? Do you have any questions so far?
No.
Okay. So these are the questions I ask you. They're kind of personal, right? And I need to have you help me out with these today. How many hours of sleep do you normally get?
Between 4 to 6.
Hours a day?
Yeah.
How many hours did you get last night?
Roughly, probably between 4 and 6.
4 and 6. Are you too tired to take a polygraph test today?
I don't know. I'm always tired. I have to have a sleep apnea machine to help me and all stuff because I stopped breathing like over 307 times throughout the night.
Okay.
So, but I get up like 3 or 4 times to go pee.
Yeah, that's me, man. The whole man thing, right?
Got a little kid's bladder.
Yeah, I'm the same way. No, I'm talking to you. We're communicating very well. You don't appear incredibly. Some people like, hey, dude, I've been up. Like, we'll go out on like fresh homicides, and somebody will come in, dude, and then we'll talk to someone who's a drug user to go test them, right? Because we want to make, it's kind of like the same situation. Hey, they said this guy was there. We want to exclude him, right? Make sure he didn't do it or whatever. Can you test him? The guy will come in and is like, this guy's a tweaker, right? He's been up for 3 or 4 days, right? And he's like on the nod or on heroin. That's not what I'm seeing today. So I think you're feeling okay, aren't you?
I'm feeling good on
okay.
stuff.
All right. That's important, man.
But if I start nodding out and all that stuff, then you might,
Okay.
because I do, or at work they sit there and say I got like a button on my butt where it's just like I sit down and just.
Yeah, I get the same way when I'm working, right? If I'm just, as long as I'm moving around and doing stuff, but hey, just, I'll be watching you and stuff, taking care of you, right? You wouldn't want anything to happen to you, right? I care about you as a human being, right? You have some value. The Lord still has you here, right, for a reason, right? And until you're done, right? So I'm kind of that way, right? So
there's a born date and an expiration date.
Yes.
In between, whatever you want to do in life, you go for it.
I think you have a good role in this life, right? You're a father. You've done some things. You're taking care of your mom and stuff, and you know what? Life's about doing good things. We all make mistakes, right? Everybody's done things that they wish they could take back. That's just part of being human, right? So. And how many hours did you have breakfast this morning?
No. I had lunch. Well, are you about 10:30-ish?
Okay. What did you have for lunch?
A Burger King.
What did you have?
Whataburger Junior.
You didn't have Whataburger. I know what Whataburger is.
A Junior. A Burger King.
Hey, you're making my mouth water now, because I know what a Whataburger is. That's a Texas Whataburger.
Yeah.
Right? That's my favorite hamburger. That in and out. But I know me some Whataburger, and Whataburger likes me too, right?
Yeah, I just recently went down to Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. I had to run down there because we bought a big old stump grinder. And my brother works for a repo company, and so he repossessed it, and then I bought it from the company. And so I had to run down there, go pick it up, and then there was a Whataburger, so I ordered a whole bunch of stuff off the menu. And then after
I like their fries.
Yeah.
I like their fries. You haven't had dinner.
Yeah.
Hey, I have some food. Like I got Oreos. I got all that stuff that's bad for you, right? I'm just saying, if you get hungry, I get hungry. I get hangry, right? You got to eat something, right?
Yeah.
So if you get that way, you just let me know. Are you too hungry to concentrate on this test today?
I'm good.
All right. Are you sick at all today?
No.
Are you under doctor's care for anything?
Like blood pressure,
Okay.
anxiety.
Pressure and anxiety.
Yeah.
Are you in any pain right now?
No.
Okay. Are you now, or have you ever been seen by a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or other mental health professional for mental health reasons?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that.
When I got divorced, I thought my life was going to be over, and I did something stupid.
What did you do?
I ate a whole bunch of pills, and
When was
I got
that?
sick
When was that?
9 years ago, 10 years ago.
Oh wow, that would have been in like, what is it, 2013?
20, no.
Yeah, I got some friends who are going through divorce, man. I don't wish that on
210
anybody.
and all that stuff. I just thought my life was over, and you know, I kind of was like, I know men and women are different, where I was thinking, you know, hey, if I work over, I get, you know, by the time I'm 36, everything will be paid off. I worked so much where I just dragged the wife away, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I chose work over.
Oh man, you sound just like me. I went through the same thing about a year and a half ago, right? I got to work so hard, it's making good money, right? But you know what? That money is, you know, you just it just throws a wrench in things, right? You're making good money, and like, you know what, she doesn't appreciate, I got the impression she didn't appreciate you, right? What you were doing, like, hey, you know what, you got a nice car, you got a nice home, why can't you be
Help me
nice
go
to me?
school and all that stuff.
Yeah, why can't you, like, be nice to me, right? Be kind, right? What happened to the woman that I married, the one that will, like, you know, be happy when I got home and see those
So
things?
like I did like 98 days and come home for 2 days and go back out for 21 days. You know, that's kind of like I just worked.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, I get it.
it's kind of, you know, I kind of say it was my fault later down the road, you know, that, you know.
That's a sign of maturity and wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Realizing, hey,
And, you know, I apologized to her, you know, said, you know, I'm sorry, I chose work over,
Yeah.
you know, time with you, and I didn't give you a chance.
yeah,
You know, I just,
you're a smart man.
money and stuff, and that caused my first marriage and stuff. But yeah, I went to a doctor, and because I did something stupid and stuff, I just got sick and just vomited it all up. Didn't go to the hospital and all that stuff that night, but I went to a center where they admitted me in there, and I had to stay in there for a certain amount of days and all that stuff. And then the doctor says, you're bipolar, here's some medicine and all that stuff. And it was like, okay. And then the medicine he gave me just made me feel like everything was in slow-mo.
Yeah, yeah, that stuff's, it's not good. Some of it's like, keeps you in a high, right?
And then one of the side effects is hair loss and all that stuff. So like, I had a little longer hair a little bit, and like, you know, hair was just falling out, and I'm like, so.
Yeah. How long has it been since you've seen a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a mental health professional?
Well, that was after my divorce.
So about 2009, 2010?
Yeah, 2010.
Okay, so you haven't seen one since then?
No. No. So, but now I came home and she says, I don't want to be with
Did she
you.
find somebody else, or?
Yeah. But the thing is she, you know, she got a master's degree in occupational safety. So she sat there, you know, I put her through school. At the time, she got her associates.
You supported her to college, and then
Yeah.
she went and did that too.
Yeah, and so I felt betrayed and all that stuff, and then, so there was an incident where she got me arrested,
Yeah.
and the cops were called, and I didn't do anything.
Bullshit, right?
Bullshit. I got
That's another example where, like, cops did their job right, or type thing, and then, you know.
So no, there's an incident where I sat there and I had my arms full with all the girls' stuff that I cleaned and washed, because when we were in the process of divorce, I had to stay at my mom's house.
Oh.
So I would get the girls and come to my mom's house, and then I would take them to my house that she was staying in. So I had my arms full, and you know, there's a long driveway. Literally, the girls get out, they run in the house, I grab all their stuff, I go, and she's like, throw it on the ground in the driveway, and I'm like, no, it's dirty, just move out of the way, and I'll throw it on the clean kitchen floor. And she's like, no, and I just threw it in there and said, you know, bye. And then by the time I walked to the vehicle, the cops were there. So the cops got called before I got there.
Gotcha.
And so...
Where'd that happen at?
In Ramses Pass.
Ramses Pass?
Ramses Pass, Texas.
Oh, or Ramses.
Ramses Pass.
Where's the Ramses at?
Close to Rockport, Texas.
Oh, okay. That's, yeah, you were saying that.
Well, because I had a house. We had a house over there. They were like, okay, hey, you, they asked her, you know, or, you know, what was it, they talked to her, but two cops, there was a total of 3 cops, asked her if she was wanting to press any charges. She was like, no, and then they were like, oh, we're going to take them to jail. So literally, I got hauled off to jail. So one young guy comes, walks over and sits there, and, you know, after talking to my wife, he comes back, and he's like, you're under arrest, and I was like, you know, okay, and then I get up. He didn't even have to tell me to put my hands behind my back, spread my legs. I already did that, and he come up and had neighbors watching, and he was just like slamming me on the car. Oh, you like to hit women, you like to do this, and I'm like, don't do that in front of my kids, please. Just open the door. I'm not fighting you.
Yeah. I don't think he was a violent guy, right?
And he starts keeps slamming me, and I'm like, you know, I'm not doing nothing. I'm not fighting you. You know, just open the vehicle. I'll get in. So I get in the car, and my little girls, they still remember this, and so he rolls down the window and says, you got anything to say? And I was like, you know, I said, thanks, I might lose my job because I'm supposed to go to work the next day. She starts crying then.
Oh, your good little girl.
My girls, and the ex-wife starts crying, all that stuff. So I go to jail. I spend the night in jail and stuff, go in front of the judge the next day. And, you know, I asked her, what do you consider an assault? And she said she touched the lady right next to her, an unwanted touch. It's like, okay, I didn't touch her.
They call that an assault?
Yeah. So I was like, I could go to Walmart and sit there and have people bump into me.
And that's an assault.
And that's assault.
You've been a cop for 20-some years, right?
Yeah. So they're like, how do you plead? You know, it's like, you know, my divorce attorney will plead for me and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So 6 months, had to fight it and all that stuff. She never showed up. And then, so, it got dropped. But it shows that I got arrested.
The thing is that doesn't mean, it just means they have probable cause. And sometimes, you know, as the investigation moves forward, it shows evidence that their people are innocent, and we have to take that in concern. That's why they don't file charges, right? I mean, the system, you know, it's not the perfect system, but it's better than, think about what the system's like over in Africa, right? Can you imagine?
Over there, you're dead. Life is, in the Philippines, the same way, you know.
Have you ever been diagnosed with mental illnesses or disorders? Just anxiety?
The doctor said bipolar.
Okay. When did he tell you that? Doctor told you?
I was bipolar, but that was like the thing that back in the day, you're bipolar, here's the medicine.
Wait, what was that year?
2010.
Okay, and then are you taking
No, I don't take it and all that stuff. I realize that there's certain triggers that, you know, if, kind of like with the anxiety where if you say you keep talking about something that's sad and all that stuff, and you just keep dwelling on it and dwelling on all that stuff, that's when, you know, I just like, you know, just kind of negative thoughts start coming to mind and all that stuff, and then the anxiety anxiety is sometimes I will just go crawl in bed for 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, I do that too, right?
And not get out of bed.
I've had those days. I think, life, it's like this, right? There's times when you can't be on the mountain all the time, sunshine. You got to come down and come up. It's normal, right? When you're depressed, when you're feeling bad, it's because maybe, you did something disappointing, right? It's your body letting you know that, hey, you got to make some changes. You're depressed, hey, you got to make some changes, right? And so I think that's your body letting you know. And I think when you take medication like that, it dulls those senses, right? And it's like, could you imagine if you were like just over the top happy all the time? Somebody died, you were happy. You heard something sad, you were happy. That's not normal, right? And that's human emotion, which is like, I think we got to just accept human emotion the way it is, right?
Yeah.
And so, you were bipolar in 2010. Were you taking medication?
Yeah, I was taking medication for
What was it called?
It started with the B. I can't think of it now.
When did you stop taking it?
It was a couple of years, and then I stopped.
Okay.
It was like maybe 2 to 3 years, but I just felt that the medicine was just kind of making me all groggy.
Okay.
I just felt, and then I realized, that
you were better off with that without the medication?
that I needed to realize about certain things that would upset me to go down that kind of
So you
path.
found healthier ways to cope?
Yeah, healthier. I realized there was healthier choices instead of just taking medication.
That's smart. That's real smart. That's the best answer I've heard. It's like, hey, because those people switch from one medication to another, and like first thing they're taking like a tackle box full of shit, right? For everything. Have you taken any prescription over-the-counter medications in the last 24 hours?
My blood pressure medicine, and
Let's talk about that.
I can't. I have the medicine box
Okay.
at home. I don't know the name of it.
Probably Medioprolol.
Yeah.
And you took it this morning?
Yeah, I took it this morning. I take it every morning.
Every morning. Okay. What else do you take?
And then the anxiety, but I can't think of the name of it right.
Did you take it this morning?
Yeah.
When do you take it?
I take it when I start having kind of these like anxiety attacks and stuff. And
So you only take it when you have anxiety attacks?
Yeah, or I start taking it, right when I get in anxiety attacks.
Have you consumed any alcohol in the last 24 hours?
I had one beer
One beer, when?
last night.
Last night, what kind of beer was it?
One of the beer with like tomato juice in it.
Oh, yeah, a red beer.
It's
I've had that, love that. Tomato juice, you ever had like clamato and...
That's it, tomato.
Clamato, and yeah, 'cause some people just use the tomato sauce, but they get clamato, it's so good.
Yeah.
Not for everybody. Have you used any illegal drugs in the last 24 hours?
No.
Okay. So, in the oil, they're not high on drugs, huh? They're like, if you do drugs,
You're gone.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. To be able to stay, not ever take a drug, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. Can you read and write?
Yeah.
And then what's the highest level of education you completed, Billy?
I went to college. I got maybe
Oh, wow.
1 year.
Did you finish high school?
Yeah, I finished high school.
High school graduate?
High school graduate, and then got
Where?
1 year of college. Rockport High School.
High school, Texas?
Yep.
Okay. And then you have some college?
Yeah, some college.
What did you study?
Diesel mechanic, diesel technology.
You use it in your oil field stuff?
No.
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 All right. Do you have the objections to taking this test?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have nothing to
Do
hide.
you have any, have you ever taken a polygraph test before?
No.
Okay, so, now you were starting to tell me about some things I'm not familiar with. Why are we here? So, catch me up to speed. What is it that Mike wants to know, right? You were starting to tell me, I'm sorry I cut you off. I'm to the point where I kind of want to make sure to write the questions right. So why is it that we're here?
Because a young lady was killed in my cousin's place and all that stuff.
Okay.
That's what I've read later down the road.
Okay.
So when I knew and found out and all that stuff was that she was missing and stuff.
Okay.
Now there's podcasts, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's been written, wrote, books and all that stuff that have been out there. So I kind of read over, these podcasts and stuff.
What do the podcasts say?
That they believe that she was murdered in the house and then taken off somewhere else. Oh,
okay. Okay. All right. And so you talked about, you were telling, was it, I'm sorry if you have to rehash, but I have to wrap my mind around it. Who is this gal?
A girl that I think my cousin was seeing.
Okay, and when you say your cousin, who's your cousin?
Casey.
Casey, what's his last name?
McCullough.
McCullough. And then what year did that happen?
2004.
Okay, and so Casey's your cousin, and how long have you known, or did you guys grow up together? I had cousins I grew up with them, right?
I could tell you I met them, or, spending time with them maybe 10 times. I can count on both of my hands.
Are you guys about the same age?
No, there's an older one that's a stepbrother. I'm closer to his age, and I am more closer to him than the other ones. They're younger.
Okay.
There's one that's, I think, closer to my brother's age.
Okay. So Casey's your cousin. That would mean that your mom is what to his mom or dad, or how does that work?
Okay. My mom was a illegitimate child. Where
she's a human being, man. She's your mom, right?
I know, but you're asking a question, and I'm being honest with you and all that stuff. So, Grandpa hooked up with Grandma, knocked her up, and then my Grandma's family is like, get the hell out of here, or we're gonna shoot you,
Oh, wow.
And so he took off, went off, and then my mom didn't know him until she was like 22.
Oh, okay.
And stuff. So she don't have the same last name. There's no paperwork or anything showing a tie.
Oh, okay. All right, I understand.
So, but my mom was living up there, and she asked me to come up there and move her back. So
how long had she been living up there when she asked you?
I think 4 to 5 months up there and all that stuff.
And your dad?
My dad's passed away. It's been 20 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
It's okay.
Right.
He's in a better place now.
Yeah, I haven't seen my dad in like 20 years, so he's probably dead, right? There's no such thing as normal in this world, man. It's just life, right? So, you go up there to help. Does she call you?
Yeah, she called, and then the thing was, I worked a 7 and 7 schedule.
What were you doing? What were you doing for a job then?
Oil and gas.
Wow.
You work 7 days on, 7 days off.
I like that.
You work 14-14. This one I'm working is 28 and 28.
Gotcha.
But with this pandemic stuff, it's like 11 weeks, 6 weeks off.
Gotcha.
And so
she calls you up, and then so where are you living at the time?
I'm living in Aransas Pass.
Aransas, and then and then who's living with you?
My wife at the time, now my ex-wife.
What's her name?
Amanda.
Amanda. Okay, so she calls you up and says, "Hey, I need you to be a good son. You need to help move." And then so
I've moved her a whole bunch of times. I've moved her up to Arkansas, moved her back down to Rockport, moved her to Colorado, moved her to Oregon.
Was she having a rough time up there, or?
My brother was having issues and stuff.
What's going on with your brother?
It's just too small of a school and all that stuff. And I lived up there when I was in high school, and I had like a little bicycle and all that stuff, and it was just 12 kids in a class.
Okay.
So
mom says, "Hey, son, and you come help me like a good son. You go up there. How did you get up there?
I drove my truck up there and all
What
that
kind of
stuff.
truck did you have?
I had a black truck, a black Chevy truck.
Chevy truck. Was it a full size or?
No, it's a mini. I think it was like an S10, I think.
Oh,
It might have been
and
an
on
S10.
gas and stuff.
Yeah.
And then, so if you were to drive, how many miles is it from Aransas to?
16 hours, I think. I believe
Wow,
it's
that's a
16
long
hours.
trip. You're talking how many miles?
Underneath 1,200 miles.
Wow, that's awesome.
Because when I went to Arizona, that was 1,200 something miles. I did it in 17 hours.
And then who went with you?
On there, me, I just did it by myself.
And what did you tell your wife? Was your wife
Oh,
with you
no.
when you left Aransas?
Oh, no, we're talking about me going to Arizona on the same estimate.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
My wife, I'm changing the subject. My wife at that time sat there, and I think she had school.
Mm-hmm.
So she stayed home and stuff, and then I went up there.
Okay.
Because she was getting her associate's degree.
Also, you're supporting her, you're helping her out.
Yeah.
So you go up there. You guys have kids at the time?
Yeah, we had, I think, one child at the time that was
Okay.
hiding.
So you drive straight through, you stop at a hotel or anything like
No,
that?
you just drive straight through. I get up there Sunday. Sunday I sit there.
What time did you get up to your mom's place? Where's your mom living at that time?
Just down the road from where the cousins were at, in Grandpa's property.
What's Grandpa's name?
McCullough,
Okay.
Claude McCullough.
Okay, all right. So you get there, Mom lives on Claude McCullough's?
No,
Okay.
she lives
Sorry.
down,
Thanks for
she's
correcting.
down the road at, Wolf Farm, I think. It's hard to remember, but Grandpa leased the land. Grandpa did hay there. Grandpa was there all the time and stuff. And so Mom leased the house and then was up there, I think, 4 to 5 months.
Okay.
So I went up there a couple of times to visit and stuff.
Okay.
And
Okay, so let's talk about, when you went up there, your mom calls, hey, I need you to help me move. You get there on a Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
You're there driving your S10 pickup. You get to the house. What does the house look like?
little farmhouse.
A farmhouse. And who's living with her?
My mom and my little brother.
Yeah. And then did she have dinner ready for you? Because I know she hasn't seen you in a while.
She was at Grandma and Grandma's house,
Uh-huh.
and then stopped by to, I believe, drop something as per Mom, to drop something off at Uncle Bobby's place,
Okay.
and then come over. Then she cooked.
Okay. What'd you guys have for dinner?
What we had for dinner? 16 years. I don't.
I know my mom. She makes this dish or whatever. And if I was coming around, she would make me something. I'm just thinking that.
I'm big in hamburgers, so I'd
You
do
do
it
too.
for me and Grandpa. He would ask me to do some work, and then he would argue about paying me, and like, no, I don't want your money. Buy me a hamburger.
Was it dark when you got on that Sunday?
It was that Sunday, I believe. It didn't take long before it got dark.
Okay, so you got there around dusk?
Yeah, dusk time. Maybe you were between there. I'm saying
Okay,
3
so you
to
roll into
5.
the farmhouse, and then what happens then? Who greets you?
I get there, my brother's there,
Okay,
and stuff, and then so
tell me about that. How was that like, seeing your brother?
he was happy to see me and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
What'd you guys do then?
nothing, just kind of like hang out, wait for Mom. Mom said, come, I'll be there, and I'll coach you
Called you
down.
on the phone saying, hey, I'll be home.
My brother, I think, called,
Okay.
said, I'm here. Then she's like, I'll be there shortly.
Right there, I'm going to see my son, right?
So, but prior to this, they already had everything, majority of the stuff packed.
Okay, and what does that mean when you say majority of stuff?
All the furniture, all the boxes, everything that was up in the front room and all that stuff of this farmhouse.
And then how was she going to move those things?
We went to a U-Haul place. So
Oh,
we went to a U-Haul place.
On Sunday?
Not Sunday,
Okay.
because we got there late Sunday.
Okay. Makes sense.
Monday morning, we went to the U-Haul place. Sat there, and then couldn't get the truck that day. We ordered it for the next day, and so then we went back to the house, to the farmhouse and stuff. Grandpa and Troy, a neighbor, one of his friends, they were doing hay out in the field and stuff. Have you done around hay?
Yeah,
or stuff?
yeah.
All right, so they were doing that in the field, and I don't know if we I remember a time where we were sitting on the porch, and I think it probably was Monday, where we were sitting there and, you know, they were bullshitting, listening to Grandpa's stories.
Where was your little brother at that time?
He was at school.
Okay.
Because that morning we dropped him off at school, and then we went to the U-Haul place.
Oh, okay. All right. When you say you dropped off him at school, what does that mean? Meaning, did you take him in your black S10 pickup?
No, we went in Mom's vehicle.
What type of car did she have?
She had a blue car, I think a blue neon, I think.
Oh, like a Dodge Neon 4-door?
I think so. I think that was the car that she had, a blue car.
Okay. So you and your mom dropped off was it Jeffrey or Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Jeremy dropped him off at school at what time?
Early in the morning. You know, you're asking me,
Okay.
I can't remember.
And then you went to the U-Haul place, right?
Went to the U-Haul place.
Okay, so tell me what happened there.
Well, we went to the U-Haul place, and then
Who did you talk to there?
a lady there. I know if you're asking 16 years ago, you know.
No, it's important. And you know what? I'm not asking.
Yeah,
You
no, but I don't remember. I remember talking to a lady, and then she was doing the setting it up because we couldn't get it that day.
Why is that? Okay.
That's a question you would have to ask my mom and all
Okay.
that stuff. So
How much you guys plan on paying for that? Cash or check or credit card or?
I think a credit card.
Okay.
That mom paid for that.
Okay.
So then.
What time did you guys get to the U-Haul place? Roughly. You dropped off your brother.
I'm not totally for sure on
Okay.
the time, so.
In the morning and the
Yeah, it was in
afternoon?
the morning at school and all that stuff, so then I think we slowly made our way to Ash Flat, you know, that's where the place was at, went there,
Okay.
and then we couldn't get it, then we came back to the house,
Okay.
and then there was Grandpa and Troy there. And then
Where you guys were staying?
Yeah, where Mom was staying,
Grandma and Troy?
Grandpa and Troy.
When you say grandpa, who was that?
McCullough, Grandpa McCullough. Because, you know, I think it was Claude, was Grandpa.
Okay.
But then Uncle Bobby, I think, is Claude too, but he has, I think, a middle name. So it was like Grandpa or Uncle Bobby.
Okay. So then what happens then?
So I sit there and we go to the U-Haul place. After the U-Haul place, we sit there and then we go home. Grandpa and Troy's at the house, and where Mom is staying at and all that stuff. So we sit there and we're packing up stuff. Mom sits there and has the right idea that she wants to go to Brampton.
Okay.
That she's not going to be back up here
On Monday? Yeah.
on Monday. So she sits there and she has the bright idea and she's kind of like talking to me, and then it's like, Mom, I'm here on a short time, you know. She's like, no, I don't think I'll be ever back up here. I want to go.
It's just, how far is Branson? I've heard.
I think a couple hours.
Did you guys end up going?
Yeah, we went and
Okay.
stuff, but we went.
What did you guys do?
Hold on. We went and picked up my brother after school. Then my mom sat there and told, I think, the principal that, you know, we're going to be heading back.
Okay. Did you get off there?
But
Did you go escort?
no. I just stayed in the vehicle and all that stuff, and
Okay.
and then we got Jeremy. We took the S10 or the black truck, and Mom was the navigator and I was the driver, and we went on some funky roads of her giving, you know, where to go and all that stuff. We went up to Branson. We went around, looked at some stuff.
You, your brother, your mom?
Yeah.
Did you have dinner?
Yeah, we had dinner up there. More likely a hamburger. I'm back in the hamburgers, man.
Too, yeah.
So if you had pizza, spaghetti, or a whole bunch of other stuff on there, I'd probably go towards the hamburger and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
the hamburger guy too. Had one this morning.
You know, it's like my ex-wife and would sit there and say, you know, hey, you want to go get a steak or a lobster? And then I'm like, no, it's a hamburger.
Gotcha.
You know,
All right.
because I eat all that all the time at work, you
All right.
know.
So what time did you guys leave Branson to go back home on that Monday?
It was late. We got in late.
Okay.
And stuff, and then we got at the house. Then the next morning, me, my mom, and brother
went to Ash Flat to go pick up the trucks. It was 2 trucks and 2 trailers to put the vehicles on.
Oh, okay, you got car haulers.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So the Neon is being pulled behind a U-Haul truck.
U-Haul, and my truck was being pulled behind that.
Okay, all right. And then when did you leave? So you left on a Tuesday?
No, so we get this stuff, and then within a couple hours, because they had all the stuff packed in that one room, I already filled up 1 U-Haul truck, and my truck was already up on a trailer and stuff.
Okay.
And then we sat there, and then that night, I think I had majority of everything packed in the second one. And then Wednesday, we took out to go back down to Grandpa.
Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Okay.
And I think Grandpa and Grandma and Troy's a friend, a neighbor friend. I don't remember his last name, but they were always, doing hay together. They were hanging out all the time.
Okay.
I can't remember the last name.
I think you talked earlier about bumping into Casey on Sunday, is what you said. Tell me about that.
Okay. I don't kind of remember it and all that stuff, but when I went up there, I've been thinking that I asked him if he could give me a hand.
Oh, okay.
And stuff.
Tell me about that.
And then he was like, I'm busy.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I believe my mom was with me and all that
Okay.
stuff at the time.
All right.
And
good. That we'll follow that up with. So you guys went up to your mom went up to his place.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so when you went up to his place, what car did you drive, or did your mom drive, or?
I think I had I don't know.
Okay.
It might have been my black truck and all that stuff.
Okay.
But I know that when I got up there, when we did the running around the Ash Flat and all, because I'm not real familiar with the place and stuff. Because when I was younger, I had like a bicycle.
Okay.
And you're not going to get real far on a bicycle.
No. So you get there on a Sunday, you go over to Casey's house. It makes sense. You need some hand, right? Your mom's older, right? She needs help with the boxes to help you out, your family. You go out there. Do you go to the front door or the back door?
No, I think we pulled in, and he saw the light or whatever, and he came out, and then he realized it's me and Mom.
Okay. So it was dark because you had your lights on.
It was dark
Okay.
and all that stuff. And then
who else did you see there?
I don't remember. He said that he had company, and so that he, kind of get lost, might get lucky.
Oh,
it's
okay.
like,
Makes sense. Like, hey, kind of busy here.
So I kind of like, okay, and then we went on. But like I was telling the other officer that when we were there, I remember that the neighbors were like staring us down.
Okay.
And
you see neighbors, how like you go to Casey house, and then I guess that girl that went missing, her name is Rebecca, right?
Yeah.
And so, how close is the nearest neighbor to that house? I mean, when you say the neighbors were getting creepy, whatever, who are those neighbors? What are their names?
All I remember was, I think they're the Tegans.
Okay.
Tegans, and all that stuff. I know it's like T something,
What
like
did Casey's girlfriend look like?
After seeing the podcast and all that stuff, look like a blonde hair,
okay,
blue-eyed girl, on the podcast.
Okay.
And the pictures that I've seen.
Okay, so your mom was with you. You go up there. You need some help. You say, I'm busy. Then you leave.
So I leave, and then I go home and all that stuff with Mom and that. And then, but I was saying the neighbors, the door's cracked, windows, they're looking out at us and stuff. And so, he asked me what my theory was, and I said the neighbors. I believe the neighbors because Grandpa, here's hearsay. What came out of Grandpa's mouth would be that they shot a cow, they killed his pig. He believed that they were the ones that killed the young lady's dog and stuff. And then it just, they're kind of odd that, hey, and then you read in the paper, and this is later that I'm reading this stuff,
Yep.
And because I kind of found out that they, all this stuff was going on, and I told my cousins, hey, if you need money, don't be afraid.
Gotcha.
It's for a lawyer and all that
Okay.
stuff. And
So I know you talked about, like, and I think it's important to talk about this, is you talked about, hey, you know, they talk about DNA and all that stuff, and that's a real important piece of scientific evidence that people like to use. It's got a lot of power to it. And it's got the power to exclude people too, right? But you were saying, hey, your concern is you have your DNA inside that. And it makes sense, right? If your mom you're living in that house, she gave you were all over it, handling it, it could, you know, you've been in that trailer before, right? You got to be able to explain that, right? So, and that's normal. That stuff's going to help clear you. So, and I understand at some point you were in that mobile home, right?
yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Okay, when I moved up, Mom and all that stuff,
Okay, so let's rewind a little bit.
let's go all the way back.
Okay.
I remember going when Mom first moved up there and all that stuff. I believe I saw Casey, you know, that before and stuff, and then, but hitting and missing with the McCullough boys, it was, you know, I didn't see them all the time. I didn't hang out with them all the time. I was more towards Randy and all that stuff, the older ones and stuff.
Okay.
Those boys were off doing their own thing. And so I remember a couple times with Grandpa, my mom, my brother, and Grandma and Uncle Bobby when he was off the road and stuff, where Grandpa was wanting to take us out back to show him some property that he picked up and all that stuff, or showing us his cows and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's talk about the first time that you were up in Casey's house, and which would have been where Rebecca was. And when was the first time that you were up there, inside that residence?
There was a span of, I think, 4 or 5 months when Mom was there. So
Living there?
Living up in Arkansas.
Okay.
So I came up to go visit Mom or Grandpa and all that stuff, and then we would all, as a family group, go, Uncle Bobby's off the road and all that stuff, and say we'd go out to eat or whatever, and then, you know, go visit or whatever, and then we did that a couple times, you know, visit Uncle Bobby and that. So I think there was 2 times that I went into that house.
Okay. Let's talk about the first time you went in the house. Where did you go? Did you go in the back door, the front door?
The front door.
Okay, so you walk in the front door, what did you do then? You grabbed the doorknob. So if you had DNA on the doorknob, it doesn't mean anything because you were over there before.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains that. There's DNA on the doorknob, that makes total sense. You've been over there before. Where else did you go?
I remember sitting down in the living room and all that stuff, and I remember going to the restroom and all that stuff.
Okay, so if your DNA is in the living room, all right, it makes sense. You were there before.
Well, when my uncle got divorced, my Aunt Vicky sat there, took everything, and furniture from my mom. My mom loaded Uncle Bobby up with a whole bunch of furniture, probably beds. You'd have to ask her.
Okay.
But, you know, beds, you know, a whole bunch of furniture that.
So there's a possibility your DNA could be on any bed or bedding that could be.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Because all that furniture came from my mom, that came from our house.
Okay.
When he got
When you say
divorced.
all the furniture, what does that mean?
A household.
Okay, like couches, chairs.
Yeah, couches, chairs, beds. You know, I don't totally know, but Mom, you know, sat there and it's like, you know, hey, you know, do you want this? I'm going to upgrade or whatever, you know, another bed. You know, do you need this? And all that stuff. So I know that when Aunt Vicky divorced him, she took everything and it was an empty place.
Okay, all right.
As per Mom and stuff. A lot of my stuff is third party of what I've heard from Grandpa or I heard from Mom.
Okay. Were you ever in any of the bedrooms in that trailer?
I can't remember.
Okay. You don't remember?
I remember going to use the restroom and all that stuff.
You remember touching anything else in there, like any other fixtures, those type things?
No, I don't.
Touching the sink?
I remember washing my hands and all that stuff.
Where did you wash your hands at?
In the sink.
In the sink.
Yeah.
Did you touch any, like the blender, the kitchen table, the washer, the dryer?
I can't remember.
Okay.
You know, it's been 16 years.
Yeah.
I remember
That's going to be normal.
going, using the restroom,
Okay.
you know, and using the restroom, washing my hands and all that stuff, and
Okay.
that
I believe you.
I don't know.
Okay, I believe you. Okay, so that explains that. That explains your DNA going to be in there. Your fingerprints will be in there, so that's normal, right? That's normal, whatever, right? If we didn't talk to you, we wouldn't know that, right?
Yeah.
So it's important to get your side of what's going on, right? So
Yeah.
that, and then so I want to rewind a little bit. And then so how well do you know Rebecca? So let me explain to you.
I've met Rebecca.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I've never met the young lady.
Let me finish. People, there's no such thing as normal in life, and the people, they lie when they lie about things. Guess what's the number one thing that people lie about? Sex, right? That's something that's very private, right? Even the President of the United States, right, is lying about sex.
Yeah.
Right? Because you know what? People are married, people are in relationships, people, they keep that, right? They have secret relationships, they have friends with benefits, they have these things, they keep them under wraps. And so, you know, they're going to do tests on, it's normal to do tests, they look for DNA, those type of things and stuff. And then so when people have sex or anything like that, it's normal to have a transfer of DNA, right?
Yeah.
So that explains that. So, you know, that's why, and it's good, you know, I'm just saying, if you had an affair with her or something, it was on the down low, nobody knew about it, it was just, I understood she liked marijuana, she's a party girl, she's a college student, young girls are like exploring men, they're like finding their sexuality, young men, like to party, they get tired or whatever, and then, you know, people cheat on their wives or boyfriends and they don't want anybody to find out. So that's what I was asking you, is that maybe you, I don't know this, that's why I have to ask you.
No.
So that way, if your DNA was on her, inside her or something, we would have an explanation for that,
No.
right? So you never had a secret?
No, I haven't, no.
Okay,
No.
good, perfect. So there'd be no reason they would find your DNA on or in her or anything like
No.
that? Good, perfect. All right, how about, now I know sometimes people, it's sex again, right? You know, would there be a reason that anybody else had sex with, but you know she was having an affair on Casey or, because you know, sometimes it's a jilted lover, right? And we need to explore that, right?
What the podcast and all that. Now, all the stuff that I'm saying is what I've heard, or you know, what I've.
Or was she having a thing for a young man like her brother or something, right?
No, he's 15 years old.
Hey, how many times have you seen on the internet, on TV, we had some gal who's older who's having sex with a young man, right?
Oh, a lot. You know,
Right?
And some of these
Yeah,
teachers, it's like, you know, that they're fine. It's like, why didn't that happen to me?
Right, that stuff happens. That's Mother Nature, right? And so
Grandma
that happens, man. If you know, because you know, quite often when people something happens, it's because they know each other, right?
Yeah.
And people sometimes they hurt each other because it's a marriage on the rocks. It's a secret, whatever. A guy gets jealous, whatever, kills the girl, or whatever. Did you know that she had a secret lover out there that?
All I know is what I've read and what I've heard in the podcast was that she was still dating her ex and all that stuff.
Who's her ex? Did you tell Mike that?
No.
Okay, well that's important to know, right?
That, you know, but I'm just reading and, you know, what was on the podcast and all that stuff, that a guy named, I think Justin, a week prior, and all that stuff, so.
Okay.
So that I don't know, that I know Grandpa said that Casey would hang out with a rough crowd.
Okay.
And then and then when I found out about marijuana and all that stuff, I told Jeremy to stay away from it.
Yeah, okay. All right. So what do you think, Mike, why do you think they sent him here from Marco? What do they want to know? They want to know if you caused the death of Rebecca Gould. How would you answer that question?
How would I answer that?
Yes.
That, you know, how can you do something when you're in another location?
Okay, perfect.
When you're at a U-Haul place or you're with a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, okay.
And all that stuff.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that's the question that I think Mike, I'll have to talk to him, see if he wants to even ask you that question, right? I think he's going to tell me, hey, I think, you know, he wants to know, you know, are you the one responsible for Rebecca's death, right? And so if they were to ask you that on the exam, what would your answer be?
No.
Okay,
no.
perfect. And are you 110% positive?
Yes.
Perfect. You know, you're not going to have a problem passing the test You know, if you didn't do it, you didn't do it, and then we'll just go through the process, and that's what they want to know, right?
Yeah.
Fairly simple, right?
Yeah, that everybody's doing tests to kind of clear them and all that stuff.
Yeah. And so, they know it's a homicide, right? That Rebecca was a victim of homicide. What are some of the ways that one would be a victim of a homicide? What was your understanding of what happened to her?
All I knew that she was missing and stuff when the cops came to Texas.
Okay. All right. And was that the first?
Or, no, we were told by Grandpa that the young lady was missing.
Okay.
Right before we left and all that stuff on a Tuesday, because Mom called Grandpa and sat there and said Casey might be having a party because Casey was known to have a party.
Hang out with the wrong people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Mom calls Grandpa. Grandpa goes over there and finds out that the young lady Rebecca is missing.
Okay.
So that we left technically up there and was heading home, you know, we knew that she was missing. It wasn't until later we found out that she was murdered and stuff.
Okay. When did you find out that she was murdered?
It wasn't until later.
Okay. When you say later, what does that mean?
Once
a day?
Grandpa, no, not a day.
Okay.
Stuff. It was Grandpa told us, you know, that
What was that?
maybe a week or 2
Okay.
weeks, you know,
All right.
that, you know, that he said, you know, that the young lady was missing and then found murdered.
Mm-hmm. And so, what do you think happened to her?
I don't really know.
Okay.
If you want hearsay or what.
Well, yeah, what are you hearing? Because sometimes that
You know,
gives
the
us
podcast
gives
is
a
on
direction.
stuff. I'm not totally for sure, you know.
Okay. All right. So, in terms of when somebody is a victim of a homicide, what are the ways that people can be a victim of a homicide? It could be what? What are some of the ways?
From, like, gunshot.
A gunshot? All right. Gunshot, that's one. Okay. What's another way?
Gunshot, stabbing.
A stabbing?
You
Okay.
know, beat to death, you
Okay.
know, strangulation.
Strangulation.
I don't know, you're an officer, you need to help me or something.
Yeah, you could be a detective, right? Because you got like the four, right? I think the only thing you missed is like drowning, right? Drowning, stabbing, shooting, beating, you know, either with like on the floor, against the wall, or with an object. And then one thing that we didn't talk about is like an accident, right? I mean, because accidents happen, right? I mean, sometimes they happen in the most weirdest way. And so I think sometimes when something traumatic happens, people get scared, right? And then they do things they wouldn't normally do. So that all kind of factors in there, but those are some of the ways that, you know, those things can happen, all right? And so did you do any of those things?
No.
Are you positive?
Positive.
Perfect. That's what I want to know, right? You're 100% positive, but that's what we'll ask you on the exam. And so I'm going to show you a little something here. So I think a good question to ask on the exam is, did you cause Rebecca Gould's death?
No.
Right? All right. And so you see in the middle is a little box that says cause Rebecca Gould's death, and then it says intentional or accidental. And I'm going to read these boxes to you, right? So when I say, you know, if I ask you, did you cause that woman's death? I'm asking you if you shot Rebecca causing her death. Your answer would be
No.
okay. And we'll go to the next box. It says you struck Rebecca with an object causing her death. What would your answer be?
No.
And then if I add, you caused Rebecca's death, and the box says,
No.
did you slam Rebecca against something causing her death?
No.
Okay. Did you strangle Rebecca causing her death?
No.
Okay. Did you asphyxiate Rebecca causing her death?
No.
Did you drown Rebecca causing her death?
No.
Or you stabbed Rebecca causing
No.
her death? Or you shot Rebecca causing her death?
No.
Okay. So when I ask you, did you cause Rebecca's death, we're talking about all these things, right? And the answer is
No.
perfect. How hard is that to answer that question?
Not hard at all.
Right? That's the test, right? That's that. There's some other questions we're going to ask. We're going to go over those. That's what people. That's what.
So that's, how many questions there?
No, just one question, right? So when I ask you, did you cause her death, right? I'm talking about all those things. So when I ask you that, that's what that means, right? Did you cause her death, right? The answer is no. I'm seeing you. You're calm. You're cool, collected. You're not don't have that anxiety, the nervousness, right? Because we're talking, right?
Yeah.
And I'm explaining to you all the little details.
And better understanding and all that stuff. You're making it a lot easier and all that stuff because I'm thinking the worst that, I'm innocent and I come in here and take a lie detector test and hypothetically I fail. My thought, jail.
I'm not gonna.
No, but I'm just telling you.
That's normal.
I've never been in trouble and all that stuff. It devastated me when I got arrested and all that stuff at one time.
Yeah.
But that was later down the road, and I proved that was a lie.
Okay.
And then the same thing with the other thing. But like I said, I think the worst.
Yep.
Yep.
No, I'm glad that you feel better. Like I said, I think have you been understanding completely?
I believe so.
All right. Is there anything that I did that you don't understand? You're good to go?
I'm good to go.
All right, so keep on going with the process. So we're here to talk about the death of Rebecca Gould as we discuss these issues. Understand there's a difference between allegations and the facts that are known to be true. I don't know if you did this or not. If you didn't do this, you're not going to have a problem passing the test. As I ask you questions, I only do this as an effort to understand what happened. Do not think I'm challenging your credibility. All right. So I have to ask you these questions. See which ones apply to you. Do you know who for sure committed Rebecca's homicide?
I'm not for sure.
Who do you suspect?
I always suspected the neighbors because Grandpa always had issues with them. And then Grandpa or Mom told me that Grandpa said the neighbors were peepers. And
so you think it's the neighbors?
Meaning the peepers would be like a peeping Tom.
So you suspect it's the peepers?
That's how Grandpa said it, to Mom, peepers.
Do you suspect them? I mean, usually.
They just, to me, that, you sit there and they're constantly, watching everybody coming and going there, and then in the podcast and all that stuff, or in the newspaper, they sat there and said on Sunday night they were screaming.
All right.
Well, and my thought is if somebody's screaming, you would call the cops.
Okay. So you think it's the peeper neighbors?
I believe it's the neighbors.
You
and all
suspect
that stuff. I suspect because of all the stories Grandpa has said.
It's do you know what their names are?
The Tegans, I think. Tegan. I think it's Tegans. I might be wrong.
Okay. Has anybody talked to him?
He said that they talked to him and all that stuff.
The Tegans.
But, my thing is like T, like T.
T-E-A?
Yeah, it's like a T, yeah.
Tegans. All right.
Tegans.
All right. Did you have any involvement in the death of Rebecca Gould?
No.
Okay. Do you know who physically caused the death of Rebecca Gould?
No.
Okay. Did you physically cause the death of Rebecca
No.
Gould? No. Why wouldn't you?
I don't know the young lady.
Okay. So investigators want to know a couple of things from me. They want to know, what do you think they want to know? They want to know, did you do this, right?
Yeah.
Did you cause the death of Rebecca Gould? And the answer is
No.
Are you the type of person that would do something like that?
No.
Okay, I'm getting that. So I have to ask.
And if it's somebody that I knew did it, I'd drag their ass or beat their ass. Probably go to jail for beating them and then drag them to the cops.
Yeah.
And
Because you have a daughter, right?
And I have kids.
You have a daughter, and you know what? She was somebody's daughter,
Yeah.
right? And
I got 4 daughters and a son.
4 daughters?
Yeah.
You got 4 shotguns, right? Right?
ARs.
ARs? You got to have shotguns, right? That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So that's important. I have to ask you other questions on the exam. See if you fit the profile of somebody who would do something like this. So we're going to come up with some other questions. So what type of person are you? A violent person? Do you think about harming people? Do you consider yourself an abusive person?
No.
No. You know, honest, tell the truth type guy? Okay.
I'm not abusive. If I get upset, I go for a walk, and you know, more of I might hurt myself because the anxiety, the depression, and all.
Have you ever thought about seriously hurting someone? I don't think you're that type of guy. Okay, all right. So I think that's a good question to ask you on the exam. That'd be a no. Let's see here. Okay, you've never thought of serious hurt anyone. That's good. That'll show that you're a good guy. Have you ever thought about hurting anyone? You guys, it's not okay.
No.
Have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? You don't get angry at people, right? Okay.
I got in fights when I was in high school and all that stuff, but that was, but now, what is that going to cause? You'd hurt yourself.
Have you ever hurt someone that you love? You're not that person for people you love, right? Right? Okay. Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you love?
No.
Okay. And you come across me, you love people, you're about relationships, building people, when somebody, hey, it's got your loyalty and your trust, you don't hurt people you trust, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You've never hurt anybody in anger. If I asked him that, the answer is no, correct? And have you ever seriously hurt anyone? The answer is
No.
no. Have you ever harmed any living thing? You've used animals, those type of things, horses, other people?
No.
Okay. Because if you did, walk around harming, like people who do things like that, they're like mean on the people they love. They harm animals. They harm, you heard, people who do that stuff will, set cats on fire, dogs on fire, abuse their animals and stuff, and just kill for no reason, right? You're not like that, right?
No.
Okay.
There's a bear that's been coming around our place that's scary. That I got to get a bear tag. You ever shoot?
Yeah, I have done archery. I like to bird hunt.
Yeah.
You got birds on your property?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of birds.
Like turkeys and pheasants?
I see pheasants and stuff, but there's turkeys that are farther down the road and stuff. But there's a bear that's between 5 to 6 foot long and maybe 200 plus. Thing's huge. It's been taking our feed for our cows, 50-pound bags, and walking off with it.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So we're at the point where we need to take a small break. I need to use the restroom. Can I get you a bottle of water? Do you need to use the restroom?
Yeah, I'll go pee and all
Okay,
that
just
stuff.
walk you out. I'll go with you. I'm gonna go take a pee too. So let's go. Mark it down. I'll go with you. What time do you have on your? Oh, I have it here.
I have my phone turned off.
5:15 before. Pete. Let's go out here. I'll walk with you. Let me grab a bottle of water. Left here.
Okay, yeah.
Have a seat. I'll be right back. Okay, give me about a minute. All right.
That's really good.
I don't even want to see the internet because I don't want to read the negative presidential stuff. It doesn't make
Sickening.
sense, right? I'm like, don't ever want to ever look at my cell phone again, right? All right. Where is that? So let's talk a little bit about why we use polygraph. Most people have been taught right from wrong.
Yeah.
Who has taught you right from wrong in your world?
My father.
Your father. And so when you
And
lied,
my mother and all
your
that
mother.
stuff, yeah.
So what happened back in the day when you lied to your mom?
Beat my ass.
Beat your ass, right? So
Yeah.
you know what? And then so when your kids needed discipline and they lied to you, what would you do to them, right?
Beat their ass.
Right? It's one of those deals where, hey, it's normal to be punished for lying, right? Would you agree with that?
I agree.
That's how you raised right. Your actions have consequences. That's how we learn, right? So you understand that. Good. All right. Have you thought, blah, 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 when you lie, would you say it's easier on your body or hard on your body?
I just feel sad, or I just
Yeah.
feel more, that,
Yeah.
why would I
It's
need
hard.
to lie?
Yeah, exactly, right? So when you lie, when a person lies, would you say that your blood pressure goes up or goes down? Yeah, it goes up, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you lie, would you say you sweat more or you sweat less? You sweat more, right? I mean, notice I'm like, hey, especially if you're trying to hide something, right? It causes reactions in your body that polygraph measures. So and that's what it measures. The stuff that polygraph measures, you can't control it, right?
Yeah.
Like your heart rate, these things, it all gets captured on a polygraph exam.
Okay.
So when someone tells a lie on the exam, Billy, it's not easy for your body. It takes effort to lie. It takes energy. It causes cognitive activity. It's easier physiologically to tell the truth than it is to lie. When someone lies on the polygraph examination, their bodies will involuntarily react. They can't control it. Polygraphs do not know the difference between a big lie and a little lie. That's why it's important to be 100% truthful with me, okay?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No, and then I do have one question in here.
Sure.
With me, you giving this interview and all that stuff,
Yeah.
am I showing any kind of...
Yeah.
So I'm just asking you, straight up.
If I had a reason to think you were lying to me right now, I would tell you, right?
Okay.
Right.
And I appreciate that.
I wouldn't believe. Thing is, I've gotten to know you over the last hour and some change, but I didn't know you walking in the door, so you don't know who you're dealing with, right? I don't know much about your body. And I know that you're a family man. You take care of your kids. You've been gainfully employed for a really long time in a job.
Since I was 16 years old, so yeah.
In a job that requires you to be trustworthy, honest, reliable.
And if you screw up, you own up.
Right? And then so he comes down here, right? You respect that. You come down here and talk to him. Those aren't the actions of somebody who's guilty, right? So,
In my opinion, somebody that's going to hide or, avoid that person off. So
right.
that's my opinion.
That would be like a red flag, right? Like you just went and ghost and you just didn't cooperate, right?
Yeah.
So, right.
But with me moving overseas, that's my
Yeah,
thought.
but you were working, man. I know that now, right? If you let people fill in the blanks, you're going to fill in the blanks with things that are not good for you, right? They're going to assume, right? When that's why it's important. Like you said, you know what? you've had some run-ins with in the law, but you know what? In the end, you've always been proven to be not the person they said you were, right?
Yeah.
Right, and that's important, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't ever want to railroad somebody, right? Because that's not right. I would never do that to my worst enemy. I don't have enemies, right? We're just people, right? We're all just trying to move forward. I'm trying to feed my family. I'm trying to protect those that depend on me, right? I'm not letting them down. I want to help man up where I can, you know, and if I fall and I stumble, you know, I appreciate somebody being honest with me and helping me out. So,
Yeah.
all right, I think you're that type of guy too, right?
And I appreciate it, and I think that,
Right, yeah. So that's all we're trying to do. I'm no different than you. I'm not any better than you, right?
Yeah.
No one's better than anybody, right? I tell you right now, if I got in the oil business right now, you'd run circles around me because I don't know what the hell I'm doing, right? Right? It takes everybody, it takes all kinds of people to make this world go, and I have tons of respect for you, right? So you've never given me a reason to think you're being disrespectful or non-cooperative, and so, you know, that's what I continue, you know, that's kind of where I'm at. That's how I feel. And you know I'm telling the truth, right? Okay. So we're going to do the practice test. So, see if you're able to take an exam. So, I'm going to show you this. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to show you that. That's my license right there. Do you have to have a license to be in the oil rig?
No.
Operator? No.
No, you have certificates and certain, you know, schooling that you got to have behind you and all that stuff.
Gotcha. So that's my polygraph examiner's license. They don't like require to. Do you run machinery or just supervise people?
Really, I'm kind of walking with these nationals and kind of holding their hand and explaining.
Do they speak the language?
They speak Spanish, French, Portuguese.
Wow. Is there other Americans over there?
Yeah.
Is there other Americans over there?
Yeah, there's a lot of Americans, a lot of Europeans, some from India, some from the Philippines. A big majority are from the U.S.
Okay.
And the majority of the expats are from the U.S.
So this is the practice test. We want to make sure you can even take this, right? And so in preparation for the acquaintance exam, I have a series of numbers on this piece of paper. Notice there's a number missing. Can you tell me which number is missing?
4.
4. Can you write a big 4 there? Big, yeah, there we go. So I want you to go ahead and write a big number 4. You did that. During the acquaintance exam, I'm going to ask you, so regarding the number that you wrote, was it the number 1? Was it the number 2? Was it the number 3?
Number 4.
Was it the number 4? Was it the number 5? Was it the number 6? Was it the number 7? All right, I want you to answer no to each question, including the number 4. So in other words, I want you to say no each time. When you say no to number 4, what is that?
That's a yes.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to say no, right? That means I'm giving you permission to lie, right? So when you say no on the number 4, it's a lie, correct? Would you agree?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Oh, we're going to work through it.
Okay.
All right.
Can you go through that again? Because I totally...
That's good, right?
I don't understand. You're saying you want me to lie.
Yes. So I'm going to ask you, regarding the number that you wrote, was it the number 1? You're going to say no. I'm going to ask you, was it the number 2? You're going to say no.
No.
Was it the number 3? You're going to say no.
No.
I'm going to ask you, was it the number 4? You're going to say
no.
Was it the
But it is
5?
number 4.
It is, but you're telling a lie, right? And I know you're telling a lie.
Okay.
All right, that lets me know that my instrument is functioning correctly. It lets me know that you can follow instructions. It lets me know that you understand me, that I understand you, and that you're suitable, right? You can follow me, right? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that you want me to follow you, but I just... Okay, I got it. So you want me to lie to you?
Yes, because I got to know what your body looks like when it lies and when it tells the truth, right?
Okay.
And that the instrument measures that. So let's practice. Regarding the number that you wrote, was it the number 1?
No.
Was it the number 2?
No.
Was it the number 3?
No.
Was it the number 4?
No.
Was it the number 5?
No.
Was it the number 6?
No.
Was it the number 7?
No.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want you to do. You're good at following instructions, right?
Okay. Well, I just understand you now and all this stuff because I was like, I wrote 4. You know, so.
Right, and that's why, hey, if something's unclear, we ask each other, right? And there's a couple times during the interview I ask you, what do you mean by that, right? And it's like my way of trying to understand where you're coming from, right? Because we don't have the same upbringing, we have a lot of the same, you know, walks in life, but hey, use different words for different things. I grew up in New Mexico and in Idaho, right? My dad was from, Chihuahua, Mexico. right? I'm kind of from everywhere, I'm kind of like a Heinz 57, so. All right. All right, so during this acquaintance, it benefits both you and I, Billy. It benefits me because it gives me an opportunity to make sure that the instrument is functioning properly. It gives me a chance to make sure you're cooperating with me, that you're following instructions. It gives me a chance to make sure that your body's a good candidate to take this polygraph test today. It benefits you because you get a chance to see what it's like to take a polygraph exam. You'll get settled in, you'll get used to the sound of my voice, you get used to sitting still. And finally, you get a chance to demonstrate to me that you can follow instructions.
Okay.
You have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're at the point where we're going to sit down, so let me get the plates ready for you. We're going to do the practice test.
So that is go on my hand or my feet?
Nothing's going to go on your feet.
Okay, I'm just asking, you know.
No.
I'm seeing it down on the floor, so.
Yeah, just get that stuff out of the way for you, so. Let me move this. You're kind of a husky guy. That's what my aunt would call me, or you, husky.
Husky or big bone?
Big bone.
So what do you got on your neck?
A tattoo?
Yeah.
A little bit. It goes all the way down from here, down to my arm.
Okay.
You got tattoos?
Yeah.
Yeah? You got some on your arm, or
Yeah,
all your body?
all over my body.
Do you have any tattoos from the Philippines?
No, I'm too scared.
No?
I might get some kind of,
Yeah? Are tattoos accepted over there?
it's more of,
Or is it kind of a criminal thing?
Criminal thing.
Oh, I see.
And then where I'm at, there's Muslims and all that stuff.
Well, you were back in the day, right? You had tattoos.
Take this off, or?
Can you?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. You remember back in the day when we were growing up, right? Because we're about the same age. Tattoos were like, if you had a tattoo,
You were cool.
right? Oh, I like your shirt. I like that orange, beavers. Oh, you got some ink on you? Look at that. I like it. Where'd you get your work done?
Down in South Texas.
Yeah, can I take a look? There's some pretty... Like this. Yeah, you got sleeves. That's awesome.
And then my back. I got one on my back if you want to see it.
Yeah, let's check it out. Oh yeah, there's a big demon. Oh, that's John. Oh, that makes my tattoo look like a tramp stamp, they say, because mine's way smaller than that. You got some major ink on it. It looks good though. I like it. Right?
Yeah.
You do everything.
You show me yours. I showed you
I
mine.
got a little bit of this. Goes all the way down here, right?
A half sleeve.
Yeah, half sleeve, right? You know,
So being an officer and all that stuff, you don't want to be showing a lot, right?
well, there's policy. You can't have stuff on your face and stuff, right? And times have changed a little bit. You know, everybody has something that on their body that means something to them, right? So,
Yeah.
that's my opinion. I don't judge a book by its cover, right? I mean, as long as the man treats me or the woman treats me right, I'm going to treat them right. Doesn't matter if you're a Hell's Angel or whoever, right?
Yeah.
We're all people. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go here. So I'm going to go around you. That's a nice looking shirt, though. I like that. Is it a Under Armour?
I don't know. I got it out of my brother's closet.
Oh, you guys were the same size?
No, he's like I think 3 times my size.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So who can win a fight?
He's gonna just lay on me.
He's going to lay on you.
You would have issues with this wouldn't fit on him.
Really? How much does he weigh?
He's over 300 and something pounds. He's
Wow.
huge.
Yeah. You got a good relationship with your brother?
Yeah.
You raise your arms a little bit. Sounds like you and your family are pretty tight. You love your mom. It kind of like that about you, taking care of your mother. Reminded me of me, right?
Yeah.
You only got one. And you got to take care of her, right? She brought you into this world. Least you could do is help her out.
Yeah.
There's guys out there that don't do that shit, right? I wish everybody had your work ethic.
Yeah.
So we're going to go. What's the worst thing you ever see happen when you're working out in Africa? Did anybody get killed out there, like working out in the oil fields? Or?
In Texas, we had some facilities where
people got hurt and all that stuff. But in Africa, no, man, we were so,
You go like this.
we were so safety first.
Yeah.
I mean, we might do hours of paperwork before we even do the job, and the job might take 10 minutes. And we do 3 to 4 hours worth of paperwork and stuff.
How much money do you think you have invested in Marines there?
Maybe 6.
That's good work too. It's not, we're gonna go like this. Can I touch you?
Yeah, you can touch me.
All right. Go like this. We're gonna,
As per the judge, you know.
what's that?
That judge who I told you, the unwanted touch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can touch me.
All right, can you lift your arm a little bit? We're gonna get that a little closer so you don't have to. Perfect. Like that. Some people are particular. I don't want to touch people if they're not expecting it, right? So, there's that. And we're gonna put these on your. So what was the most, I know for me when I had my tattoos, the most sensitive is like right here or right across your collarbone.
My chest, my lower, the middle of my back and stuff.
Yeah, some painful stuff. But, you know, if something's painful, it's worth it, right? You have to work for it.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to go lift your arm up just a smidge there. Okay, we're going to go like this. We're going to put that. You smoke?
Nope.
No?
It's a waste of money.
You know how much, I think they're raising the cigarette tax for, was it like $2 a pack? Doesn't bother me because I don't smoke, so. Okay, you can press that here, like so. Then there's that little box we talked about, measures your blood volume. Can you buy ground in Africa? Like go there to live? Not that you would want to, right?
No.
You ever heard of diamond mines out there?
We're on an island, so.
Oh, okay.
And whatever, it's a dictator, so anything they find, it's the president's.
Do you see any lions or?
We're on an island, so you see massive snakes, and it's not like
Like
the
how big
super-
are snakes?
Like massive, maybe like 12, 13.
Pythons?
Yeah.
How about any stuff that's going to kill you?
There's
Like poisonous snakes. Can I move this?
Yeah. There is some certain kind of snakes that if it gets you, then you're dead.
Yeah, like spiders too, right?
I don't know about spiders and all that stuff. I know there's certain snakes that those guys like freak out and stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you had like, what did you, even Australia, there's some shit that'll kill you, deader than hell, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
And then like in the Philippines and all that stuff, they got all this exotic food, different stuff. The food over in there's better and stuff. So are you ready or?
Go ahead, keep talking, right?
So the Philippines food and all that stuff. If you ever ate balut.
Oh, that's the rotten egg thing, right?
That's the egg that is about between 12 to 18 days incubated, and then they'll sit there and they'll boil it, and then they'll put vinegar and salt and all that stuff. And they say that that's like Viagra.
Really? You ever had it before?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is it like Viagra?
No.
No?
But you have like these.
What's it taste like? Is it like an oyster?
It's like an egg with a little chicken, and they're all crunchy.
You chew it? You eat the shell too?
No, you peel it and all that stuff, and then you eat it, and you put vinegar and salt on it.
Oh, I like
And
vinegar stuff.
lumpia is, I think, what the lady that brought you stuff. It's like
Yeah,
egg rolls
like
and all
angel
that
hair,
stuff.
like the egg rolls and the angel hair pear pasta type stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Real sweet people, like like Manny Pacquiao. He's Filipino. They're just real
Everybody has a smile on their face and stuff.
I've never met anybody from the Philippines that I didn't like. Right. And so, I mean, when you met your wife, I mean, they know how to treat their men, I've been told. Meaning, like, they appreciate a man who works, takes care of it, they do your clothes. My friends who were in the military, right, they were like, hey, they're no joke. The Philippines, they're just beautiful people. And, you know, it's all about family, right? It's kind of like you and your mom, your brother, right? Are about family, taking care of each other, and those type of things. So we're going to go over the instructions on that. I just want you to listen for right now. I'm not testing you right now. Okay. So these are the test behavior and instructions, Billy. There are a few do's and don'ts during the acquaintance test. Do not talk during the asking of the questions, except to answer each question simply what they know. If anything comes to mind during the test, it should be mentioned right after the question sequence is asked, not during the test itself. You must sit straight, feet flat on the floor, head nice forward, don't move around. Also during the test, don't sniff, don't sigh, don't cough, don't clear your throat. If you have to do any of those things, do them now before we get started. Once you're ready to go, let me know when we get started. Are you ready? All right. There's a number that you wrote. I want you to look straight ahead, right? You can remember the number that you wrote. All right, we're going to begin. I want you, from this point forward, do not move.
What's happening?
I'll let you know here in just a bit, okay?
Okay.
You're going to stop. So I'm just making some adjustments. It's normal. Just fine tune it. You know, it fits everybody differently. I have to make the right adjustments on the equipment to make sure we get the clearest amount of data. So we're going to do this test over again, and we're just fine-tuning it. It's normal. You're not doing anything wrong. I'm not saying anything that's out of the ordinary. Okay, so
I'm just like, okay.
you're doing exactly how I instructed you to do things, so it's not nothing to do with you, right?
Okay, all right.
Right, and that's normal because you know what? We get people who are on the husky side, on the skinny side, all kinds of folks, and everybody's different. You kind of have to, you know, like a seat belt fits everybody different, right? So
how long have you been doing this?
I've been a police officer. I've been doing this job for about 4 and some change, right? But I've been a police officer for about 20 years. So I've talked to a lot of people. I've worked corrections. Done a lot of different things in my life. All right. So we'll go over the instructions again. There are a few do's and don'ts during the acquaintance test. Do not talk during the asking of the questions except to answer each question simply with a no. If anything comes to your mind during the test, it should be mentioned right after the question sequence is asked, not during the test itself. You must sit straight, feet flat on the floor, hand eyes forward, don't move around. Also during the test, don't sniff, don't sigh, don't cough, don't clear your throat. If you have to do any of those things, do them now before we get started. Once you're ready to go, let me know when we get started. Are you ready?
Maybe cleaning your throat is like coughing?
No, you clear your throat. If you have to do any of that, you can just do it right now. I get dry, so you can
I just like swallowing my throat, you know, swallowing.
Yep, so if you have to do that, do it right now, because when I tell you, hey.
Okay.
Are you,
All right, I'm ready.
Are you ready? All right. From this point forward, do not move. Remember that you wrote the number 4. From this point forward, do not move. This test is about to begin. Please do not move. Answer no to each question, including the number 4. Regarding the number you wrote, is it the number 1?
No.
Is it the number 2?
No.
Is it the number 3?
No.
Is it the number 4?
No.
Is it the number 5?
No.
Is it number 6?
No.
Is it number 7?
No.
This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. I'm sorry. This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Okay, correct. Okay, we're going to do the same test again, right? But instead of answering out loud, I'm going to have you answer non-verbally. Yes is like this. No is like that. Okay? In this case, I want you to answer no non-verbally, okay? All right, so regarding the number you wrote, was the number 1, you're going to go, what's the number 2? And like
You
that.
just want me to nod my head?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is no, right? You're going to answer no on each, right? So when I ask you, hey, this is practice. Regarding the number you wrote, was it the number 1? You're going to go, what's the number 2? What's the number 3? What's the number 4? What's the number 5?
I got it. I
All
got
right.
what you want.
Are you completely clear on it?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go through the test, the whole test, the whole?
Yeah, I got it. Just shake my head.
Yes. Just subtly. So let's practice. Regarding the number that you wrote, was it the number 1? What's the number 2? What's the number 3?
Slow.
More subtle.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Was it number 4? What's the number 5? What's the number 6? What's the number 7? Perfect. That's exactly what I want you to do, right? So we'll go over behavior instructions once again. There are a few do's and don'ts during the acquaintance test. Do not talk during asking the questions, except to answer each question non-verbally with a no. You hear with a no, looks like this, like I just demonstrated. I don't want you to answer verbally. If anything comes to your mind during the test, it should be mentioned right after the question sequence is asked, but not during the test itself. You must sit straight, feet flat on the floor, head nice forward, don't move around. Also during the test, don't sniff, don't sigh, don't cough, don't clear your throat. If you have to do any of those things, do them now before we get started. Once you're ready to go, let me know when we get started. Are you ready? From this point forward, do not move. This test is about to begin. Please do not move. Nod your head no to each question, including the number 4. regarding the number you wrote, is it the number 1? Is it the number 2? Is it the number 3? This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Right, you can be normal. Okay, the record looks normal on the test. It's a reaction on the number 4. So it lets me know what your body looks like when it lies and tells the truth. Everything looks fine. We can continue forward. So we'll go over the question.
Okay. So you will show this to me?
What's that?
Will you show this to me?
Yeah, I can show you what's on the screen, yeah.
After it's all said and done?
I can show you that. So let's go over, okay, excellent, you show reaction on number 4. So let's go over the questions that are going to be on the exam. The following questions are specific concerning Rebecca Gould's death. You'll notice that during the exam, these questions will be repeated but slightly reworded 3 times during each chart. So let me read these questions. I just want you to listen, okay? Take that away. First question is, did you cause that woman's death?
No.
Second one is, did you cause that woman to die?
No.
And then the next one is, are you responsible for causing that woman's death? Okay.
Can I swallow or?
Yeah, you can just be normal. You don't have to.
Okay.
Can I get some water?
No,
You're good to go?
I'm just thinking I gotta do the same
Nope.
thing, but.
No, I just want you to listen for right now. These are the questions. I just want you to listen. The first one is, did you cause that woman's death?
No.
The second one is, we're going to answer non-verbally, okay? So it's going to be, right? Second one is, did you cause that woman to die? And are you responsible for causing that woman's death? Okay? So subtle will be like this. Okay?
Okay.
So those questions completely clear to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the alleged time frame, the homicide happened on or about September 20th, 2004, where this happened in Guillen, Arkansas, Izard County, in a mobile home owned by William Miller's grandparents. Is that right?
I think it was my Uncle Bob.
Okay. And when I say that woman, when I say that woman, we're talking about Rebecca Gould, the homicide victim. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, when I say cause that woman's death, or cause that woman to die, we're talking about shoot, stab, strangle, bludgeon, drown, so cause her death, right? So this is how do you understand that explanation?
That you're gonna say all those?
No, no. We're gonna go over the whole exam, the second open book test. We'll practice it and go over it. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So I want you to answer them this like you would on the exam. This is gonna be yes. This is gonna be no. Are you ready? This is just practice, so you're not hooked up to the instrument at all. All right? First one is, did you cause that woman's death?
No.
Okay, so I want you to go like this. I want you to look straight ahead. I want you to go. Okay. Did you cause that woman to die? Are you physically responsible for causing that woman's death? Okay. Is there anything about these questions that's not completely clear to you?
I understand.
Okay. Do you completely understand these questions?
That you're asking me, and you want me to shake my head and not be
Yeah.
verbal?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So the next question is to make sure that you intend to be truthful to the question we just reviewed. This is how you hear it on the exam. I want you to answer it right now out loud. When I ask you questions about causing Rebecca Gould's death in 2004, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
So I want you to go.
Okay. Shake my head. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, just so, just like this. So let's practice. When I ask you questions about causing Rebecca Gould's death in 2004, do you intend to answer each question truthfully? Yeah, smaller than that. Okay. Okay, next set of questions we're going to review are equally important. Behavior questions. So I already know the answer to these is no. We're just going to go over them, okay? Make sure you understand them. Have you ever harmed any living thing?
No.
Okay, so I want you to go.
Oh, sorry.
Right. And the next one is, have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you loved? Perfect. Do you completely understand those questions?
You don't want me to be verbal, you want me to shake my
Yeah,
head.
okay. Did you understand those questions?
That you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the next question I'm going to review through our known truth questions. Billy, these are questions about simple things that you and I know both are true. I want you to answer them truthfully during the test. This is how you'll hear these questions on the exam. I want you to answer them truthfully right now. With a head nod. Yes, it's like this. No, it's like that. Are you now in the state of Oregon? Are you now sitting down? Are there lights on in this room? Do you sometimes drink water? Okay. Do you completely understand those questions? Is there anything about those questions you don't understand? Okay. Do you understand your instructions on how to answer these questions? Okay. All right. We're going to go review all the questions one more time to make sure you understand them, that you answer them appropriately. Answer these questions like exactly you will during the test, okay? So I want you to, this is yes, this is no. This is practice, right? It's kind of open book test. I want you to look straight ahead. This is going to be a dry run on the questions. I want you to answer them like you would on the test. Do you understand? We'll only ask you the questions we discussed. When I ask you questions about causing the death of Rebecca Gould in September of 2004, do you intend to answer each question truthfully? Are you now in the state of Oregon? Have you ever harmed any living thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, we'll go ahead. That's what you practice, right?
No.
Okay. Are you in the state of Oregon? Are you now in the state of Oregon? Have you ever harmed any living thing? Did you cause that woman's death? Are you now sitting down? Have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? Did you cause that woman to die? Are there lights on in this room? Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you loved? Are you responsible for causing that woman's death? Do you sometimes drink water? Okay. Can I get you some water or anything? You're doing good? Can I get you some cookies, some Oreos, nothing? You feeling good? Okay.
Do I look not looking good?
No, I just want to ask you, right?
The one I'm worried about is my mom because she
Okay.
has diabetes.
Okay. And I'm sure they're taking care of her. We would never do. She's your mother. I love my mother. They love her brothers. I'm pretty sure they're taking care of her.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all
act real weird and all
Okay.
that stuff. So.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Okay.
Okay. So this, did you completely understand those questions? Is there anything about those questions you don't understand? All right. Those are all the questions. I want you to answer these questions truthfully. Go over the instructions. During the test, questions will appear in random order, Billy. They may be repeated. Remember, don't talk during the asking of the questions except to answer each question simply with a head nod. Yes, it's like this. No, it's like this. If anything comes to your mind during the test, it should be mentioned right after the question sequence is asked, but not during the test itself. You must sit straight, feet flat on the floor, head nice forward, don't move around. Also during the test, don't sniff, don't sigh, don't cough, don't clear your throat. If you have to do any of those things, do them now before we get started. Once you're ready to go, let me know and we'll get started. Are you ready? From this point forward, do not move. Remember, answer the questions non-verbally. Yes, it's like this. No, it's like that. If you fail one question, you fail the entire exam. So it's important to listen to the entire question before you answer truthfully. Do you understand? All right. From this point forward, do not move. This portion of the test is about to begin. Please do not move. Do you understand? I will only ask you the questions we discussed. When I ask you questions about causing the death of Rebecca Gould in September of 2004, do you intend to answer each question truthfully? Are you now in the state of Oregon? Have you ever harmed any living thing? Did you cause that woman's death? Are you now sitting down? Have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? Did you cause that woman to die? Are there lights on in this room? Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you loved? Are you responsible for causing that woman's death? This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Okay, be normal. Go over questions once again. Right, so when you're answering the questions, there's times when it looks like you may be closing your eyes, right, like sleeping. So I'm going to ask that you just be normal, look straight ahead, right, and so pay attention. Okay. During the test, questions will appear in random order, Billy, and they may be repeated. Remember, don't talk during the asking of the questions, except answer each question simply with a head nod. Yes, it's like this. No, it's like that. If anything comes to mind during the test, it should be mentioned right after the question sequence is asked, not during the test itself. You must sit straight, feet flat on the floor, head and eyes forward, don't move around. Also during the test, don't sniff, don't sigh, don't cough, don't clear your throat. You have to do any of those things, do them now before we get started. Once you're ready to go, let me know when we get started.
Getting a little tired.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. I'll make a note of that. Okay.
Getting tired and all that.
Okay,
So.
can I get you anything? No?
I'm good.
All right, from this point forward, do not move. All right, remember, the questions about Rebecca, were they questions completely clear?
Is this verbal or?
Yeah, non-verbal, so yes, it's like this, no, it's like that.
Okay.
So the questions about, did you cause that woman's death, that woman being Rebecca Gould, is that questions completely clear to you? And the question, have you ever harmed any living thing, was that question clear to you? Okay. The question, have you ever hurt anyone out of anger, is that question clear to you? The question, have you ever intentionally hurt someone you love, is that question clear to you? All right, from this point forward, do not move. Remember, if you fail one question, you fail the entire exam. From this point forward, do not move. Remember to keep looking straight ahead. This portion of the test is about to begin. Please do not move. Do you understand? I will only answer the questions we discussed. When I ask you questions about causing the death of Rebecca Gould in September of 2004, do you intend to answer each question truthfully? Are you now sitting down? Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you love? Look straight ahead. Are you down to the state of Oregon? Did you cause that woman to die? Are there lights on in this room? Have you ever harmed any living thing? Are you responsible for causing that woman's death? Have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? Are you down in the state of Oregon? Did you cause that woman's death? This portion of the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. You can be normal. Go over instructions one more time. During the test, questions will appear in random order that may be repeated. Remember, don't talk during the asking of the questions. Accept, answer each question simply with the head nod. Yes, it's like this. No, it's like that. If anything comes to mind during the test, it should be mentioned right after the question sequence is asked, but not during the test itself. You must sit straight, be flat on the floor, and a nice board. Don't move around. Also, during the test, don't sniff, don't sigh, don't cough, don't clear your throat. If you have to do any of those things, do them now before we get started. Once you're ready to go, let me know and we'll get started. Are you ready?
Got one question.
Sure.
How much more time we got?
So we got to do at least one more chart, right?
Okay.
All right? At least one more.
Okay.
And then I'll score the charts, and then that's kind of where we're at.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. You ready to begin? Remember, if you fail one question, you fail the entire exam. It's real important to listen to the entire question before you answer truthfully. Yes, like this, no, it's like that.
Okay. And I'm doing all right, right? No, I mean,
I have to...
So, I mean that follow directions.
Yes.
Okay.
I just need you to stay focused on my questions, right? And, you know, look forward.
Yeah. And try to keep my eyes away.
Yep, yep. Your eyes are looking kind of heavy over there, so...
Yeah,
all right. Right. So from this point forward, do not move. The questions about causing that woman's death, was that question completely clear to you?
Yes.
Okay, from this point forward, do not move. Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you love? Was that question clear to you? Question, have you ever intentionally hurt someone you love? Was that question clear to you? Question, have you ever harmed any living thing? Was that question clear to you? And the question, have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? Is that question clear to you? All right, from this point forward, do not move. This portion of the test is about to begin. Please do not move. Do you understand? I will only ask you the questions we discussed. When I ask you questions about causing the death of Rebecca Gould in September of 2004, do you intend to answer each question truthfully? Are there lights on in this room? Have you ever hurt anyone out of anger? Are you responsible for causing that woman's death? Are you down in the state of Oregon? Have you ever intentionally hurt someone you love? Did you cause that woman's death? Are you now sitting down? Have you ever harmed any living thing? You caused that woman to die. Fortunately, the test is almost over. Please do not move yet. Relax. William Alma Miller III. How did you get your middle name?
My great grandfather was named Alma Miller. And then so he named his son William Alma Miller. Then my grandfather had my dad, and that was William Alma Miller Jr. I'm the third, and then my son is William Cabiza Miller the fourth. But when he comes to the U.S., we'll change it to Alma.
How old is your son?
6.
6 years old. What kind of stuff is he into?
And little cars and stuff. And then my 3-year-old daughter, she's into Barbie stuff.
You like their toys, huh?
And
How's your relationship with your in-laws?
good. They're wonderful.
They appreciate somebody who... They like Americans over there?
They love Americans, especially if you're white and you're fat.
Why is that?
The bigger you are, I mean, over here in America, I'm sorry, but the women over here, it's like, what do you have?
Yeah.
What do you drive? They're more materialistic. Over there, if you're a big guy, they're going to know that they're not going to go hungry.
Ought to be that way, right?
Yeah. So, I take care of a big family of nieces and nephews, and I make sure that they don't ever go hungry.
Yeah, you're a good dad, for sure.
And then I put a couple of cousins and nieces to school, and so they have a better opportunity in life. And then I do stuff with the church where we...
That's awesome. What do you do for your church?
We donated...
I volunteer at my church, too.
We do it, they call it Thanksgiving, and it's you give back. And so what I've done is I donated like almost 150 pounds of rice, a couple pigs that are, a couple 100 pounds, and then make lechon, roasted.
Lechon, roasted pig.
Yeah. And then feed the children and stuff.
What's the most common religion over there?
You got a variety of different.
What's the most popular?
You got Christian, Baptist. You got Jehovah's Witness. You got so
Everybody?
many. You got a boiling pot of people. And especially where I'm at, there's Muslims.
Really? And how do they behave themselves?
And there's radical groups
But usually I got a long beard and shave my head because I got a big bald spot. And so they just like look at me and then go on. And there's some radical groups, but with me dealing with the community and giving back, they don't mess with me.
Well, you know, that's one thing you got fruit on your tree, right? You're taking care of your family, you're helping your community, helping your church. That's awesome. It's important, man.
And it's been, I'm going on 9 months not seeing my kiddos.
Is that
Because
killing you?
Yeah, it's killing me. It's sad. I get to FaceTime, and they FaceTime me outside before we came in here before you got me, and I told them I was at the police station, and they're like, what's wrong, freaking out. And they were at church.
What did you tell them?
I just told them, I'll talk to you later, I'm at the police station. So,
What did you tell your wife?
that's all I told her, is police station, and I'll talk to you later. Can't talk, and wave to the kids and stuff.
You have to pay, you pay child support for your other kids?
Only one of them.
How old is she?
14. And then a 22-year-old. Can I move my hand on the screen?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. So she's in like cheerleader and gymnastics, a whole bunch of stuff, so.
That's good, man. That's good.
Yeah.
How big is your house out there? How's your thing, your house? What's a house in the Philippines, a normal house?
I live more, everything's paid for over there. So I made sure I paid everything in cash and stuff. It's a shack, almost, you can say.
Mm-hmm.
We had an earthquake and it destroyed our house. So now we kind of have it's 40 by 40 building and all that stuff.
What do you have to, you built stuff out of bricks, or?
We did on the first house.
It's really humid over there, right?
Yeah, the bricks, well, we had the earthquake because we got like a 6.5 on the Richter scale. We're in the epicenter. That was scary.
I bet.
And seeing people like freaking out, praising God, laying on the ground, screaming, crying, and you seeing buildings falling and stuff. We had a massive landslide, so we couldn't get up into the mountains where our families at. And so yeah, it was pretty terrifying. And that's when I said, I'm ready to go back to the U.S.
How often do you come back every time you get?
Mostly I go 2 years and then come back for 9 days to do a health check. And so.
How is the stuff over there, like the hospitals and stuff?
You could be a doctor.
What do you mean?
The quality is, in my opinion, especially out in the countryside, that are not up to par.
Really?
And that's my opinion.
Can you get stuff done, like emergency stuff?
You can, but then the quality of the doctors and all that stuff is just kind of, it's not really that great.
what's a typical work day for you? Meaning,
Over there
yeah, how long is your work day?
in the Philippines, mostly I'm the supervisor. Maybe go cook and cook a big old pot of food and all that stuff because I have like 10 workers that work for me on the banana plantation, and so mostly it's cooking and then feeding them, and then when they say that I need certain stuff, then I go to the bank, get the money out. That my wife, we call her the bank because she gets it and she takes it to the bank, and then I'll go get it out and then go get the supplies that we need. Scooby. For me, it's more playing with the kids, my kiddos. So. Plus, over there they speak Visaya, Tagalog. And then my son, he goes to a private school and he speaks English. And then my daughter, she speaks Visaya and Tagalog. And then at work they speak Spanish.
Speak Spanish? Spanish, like my Spanish?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
¿Hablas español bien?
Yeah.
Clarito, ¿me entiendes clarito lo que estoy hablando?
I hear you talking too fast for me.
Okay,
So
all right.
but yeah, they speak Spanish.
That's awesome.
But they have a slang with it, with their native tongue. Now in the Philippines, they speak like over 90-something different dialects depending on the area. So I do know how to speak Tagalog and Visaya, but not really, really good.
What do you call that?
Visaya and Tagalog. And then my Spanish, I know my Spanish a little bit. Not to get me in trouble, that's what I always tell.
You speak a lot of Spanish in the Philippines?
Some of their Tagalog and Visaya is kind of have same Spanish words, but it means different in the Philippines. So like your count and all that stuff is the same thing.
I see.
And how you pronounce stuff is like...
If chicken fighting over there, was it cockfighting is big over there, right?
Oh yeah. Real big. Ooh, sorry.
Like people bet on?
Yeah, because we got the biggest piece of property there, when they have like, they call them barangays, and it's like the little town, the captain, the little mayor, he'll come to our place and ask us if they can use our land in a certain area.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell them, yeah, you can, but you have to clean up, so like there's no trash. And so...
No trash?
Yeah, no trash left.
Do people pretty take pride in their stuff? Meaning take care of their stuff and...
You gotta understand, out in the countryside, they maybe make $65 a day, not a day, a month.
Oh, wow.
$65 a month.
Mm-hmm. That's not a lot of money.
No. So whatever money that they do make, it takes them to survive.
Wow.
So, doing a business and all that kind of stuff, if you have money, you can make money. So at one time we had about 130 goats.
There's a lot of good. What do you do? Do you milk them or do you eat them?
Yeah, we're milking them, and
Do you butcher them too?
we butcher them too. We milk them and sell the milk. Philippines only produce 1% milk, 99% is import.
What do they import over there?
All different kind of stuff that they, I know they import milk over there. They import a lot of stuff from China. But China's all over the world.
What do you think of those guys? You dealt with Chinese folks?
I see more Chinese than I do than almost people in Africa. What they'll do is China will come in and say, hey, we'll build you an airport, we'll build the infrastructure and all that stuff, but you have to pay us back. And if you don't pay us back, then we're going to come in and we're going to run it. And that's their way in.
Gotcha.
And so I've been all over the world. I've been all through Europe, been in the Middle East.
What parts of Europe you been?
Germany.
Doing the...
No, traveling. I've been to France, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Monte Carlo, been to China, Beijing, Hong Kong.
Man, that's an amazing life.
Been to Japan, South Korea. I got a pretty good joke from South Korea.
Yeah, sure.
My wife asked me to get some candy. So I'm going and, getting some South Korean candy. And, I get a couple boxes and the lady's like, oh, you big guy. That's appetizer. You need more.
Really?
And I just started cracking up and all that stuff. So I got another 3 boxes. And, so, yeah. Then I've been to, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain.
What do you think of that place?
Like
Abu Dhabi, they got a lot of money over there, right? They're all oil folks.
Bahrain is where they party. That's their Sin City and all that stuff.
Okay.
So they go.
So what about like you've been to the UAE?
Yeah.
What do you think of that place? It's kind of like a muddy place too,
Yeah.
right?
So, I didn't care too much for it. Everybody's wearing sheets and stuff, so it was kind of just very awkward. And,
Do you have to worry about staying out of trouble or what?
Yeah, just I keep my mouth shut, when you're traveling. We've had a couple instances where guys was running around on the airplane and I'm like praying to God,
Yeah, because, they don't mess around over there. It's like, cut your head off, do something.
Oh yeah, and like in the Philippines, there's some radical groups and all that stuff that can do the same and stuff. But then Singapore, a whole bunch of places in the Philippines, Hawaii, Guam, some island that is close to Bora Bora. I landed and stuff and got off the plane, and then we had to wait for another plane to come in. I didn't get to go venturing out and all that stuff, but we had plane issues. West Africa, Ethiopia, Cameroon, Nigeria, the Congo.
Wow.
Yeah. I've been all over.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things, and then so a guy like you appreciates the United States, right? I mean,
people don't realize how grateful and stuff, how lucky we have it. Go to some of these countries where they don't have running water in the home, where they don't have ice, they don't have a refrigerator, they don't have certain things. So.
yeah, it's good old US of A. You got to travel around and see how well you have it, right?
Yeah. Go outside the country and, see. But no, at our place, man, I've counted tons and tons of deer and stuff. And then we put a game cam up, and we got a massive bear.
You got bears and stuff on your property?
Yeah, I think it's like 5 to 6 foot long and maybe over 200 something pounds. Thing's huge. And so we were trying to get a bear tag to do it, the correct way.
You should be able to get a landowner's tag, right?
I don't know. I think my brother will be able to because he has gotten his license and has been here a lot longer and stuff. And with this pandemic, trying to get your license is kind of like crazy. At the local DMV.
How long has your brother been in town?
He just got into town. He drove into San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, he's a repo man. You don't pay it,
Oh,
he comes and gets
that
it.
sounds like a dangerous job.
Yeah.
You ever had any close calls?
Yeah, he said he got kicked in the balls. He's been propositioned. If the husband and the child wasn't there, then, she could take care of him. He's like, okay. He's like, no. He went into a dentist office. I like this one. He went into a dentist office and repossessed all these chairs. And the reception lady asked, what should I do? And my brother's like, go to work for somebody that pays the bills. And so yeah, because Monday I took off down to Phoenix, Arizona to pick up the piece of equipment. Piece of equipment, brand new, is like $24K. It came, he repossessed it. The bank, I think it was $12K that was owed on it. And he called me, and then we got it. And then I went down there and picked it up, came back, drove 17 hours, picked it up, and then drove back. And then Wednesday he came and stuff, and
That's good. And
what's that?
have a seat, I'll let you know how you did. Can I get you a water or nothing?
I'm good.
Good? Good.
It's kind of cold in here.
Is it? You can get your hoodie on. How do you think you did?
I don't know. I think it's okay.
Yeah. So the results on the exam of deception indicated, right? So as to the questions of did you,
What do you mean by that?
cause you failed the test?
I failed the test.
Yes, yes. And so,
My heartbeat felt like it was just beating out of my chest.
yeah. And so what that tells me is that, there's a couple things this tells me, right? It tells me that doesn't tell me that you're a bad man. It just tells me, hey, when you answer that question, you're not telling the complete truth, all right? That's between me and you. And, I've gotten to know you, and so we just need to know what happened, right? There's something that obviously happened. Which one of those boxes happened to Rebecca?
I don't know.
Okay. Some things happen out there. We just want to just understand what happened. And, I just want you to be honest with me, right? And you said yourself, right? If you did something, that, you know, you would own up to it, right?
Yeah.
You're a man of your word, right?
Yep.
And so, you know, I don't know where you were at in your life that something happened, right? And then so, I just want you to be honest with me, right? Because I trust you, right? All right? This doesn't tell me that you're a bad man. Everything else, if you do one bad thing, doesn't mean you're an evil man, right? But, you know, people outside of this room, they want to know, are you sorry for what you did? And so, even like Rebecca's mom, she needs an answer, right? And
Yeah.
so, and if something happened to your daughter or your sister or something like that,
A child and all that stuff.
a child or whatever. And
You
so
would want to know, yes.
you would want to know, and I know that you're a man of God, right? You go to church, you volunteer and stuff, and I know that you're a good man. One bad thing does not erase all the good things that you did, and all people want. I don't know what happened in there, but hey, was it an accident? Something happened?
I'm telling you, I do not know. I do not know.
Let's talk about what you do know.
Okay.
Okay. What we do know is you were over there the night before, and I'm believing you, but, you know, the exam is telling me that something happened there, right, with Rebecca. And so what it doesn't do, this is in a video camera, it's not peering from the heavens, it's not looking down. So things happened to Rebecca that shouldn't have, right, and we don't know what, obviously, because we didn't have video camera there.
Mm-hmm.
And then so, the only thing, we got to fill in the answers, right? I mean, there's other people that have taken polygraph examinations, right? They passed them, right? No problems. And so we've been through the process and stuff. We're trying to understand what happened. And so there's a lot of other stuff that's coming out that's pointing at you, right? And so that's why we're here talking to you. So how could this have happened? I mean, was it an
You're saying
accident?
point at me because I took the test and that I failed. Yes.
There's other things, like the guy. So Mike has other information, right? He wants to share with you, right? And so he has a better understanding of the case than I do, right? And he's prepared to talk to you about those things.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Can I get you some water, or
I'm good.
are you sure?
I'm sure.
Some cookies, or
No, I'm good.
okay?
I just want to know if my mom's all right. And all that
She's
stuff.
okay. I'm gonna go check on her. Want me to go check on her?
Diabetes, dude, all that stuff.
She's doing good.
Yeah.
All right, Billy. So, some information that I had not provided you. You know, we've talked about your DNA being at the crime scene, and you tried to give an explanation as to why your DNA would be at the crime scene, because your mom gave Claude furniture.
They gave furniture and all that stuff.
And bedding, and you even said that it would be reasonable for your DNA to be on the bedding, which is absolutely absurd.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I just said that mom gave furniture and all that stuff.
Okay. All right. This is a washcloth that was under the bed that the killer used to clean up. It was wadded up in a ball. Okay. We've got the killer's DNA on that washcloth.
Okay.
Okay? Would there be any reason for your DNA
No,
to be on that
shouldn't be on
washcloth?
there.
It shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be on there.
That's right, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
That truck look familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your truck.
Yep.
Okay? Biological evidence, Billy, lasts for decades. Blood, skin cells, all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
All right? That was a really bloody crime scene. What happened, you got blood on the side of your shoe. We got Rebecca's DNA next to the gas pedal in your truck. No question about it. Her DNA's in your truck. So what you have to do is you have to explain to me how that's possible. If you didn't kill her, you know who did. And if you know who did, if you're covering for Casey, dude, I'm telling you, you have got to come forward right now with what you know, because you cannot get around biological evidence in the floorboard of your truck.
Okay? So tell me what happened, Billy. Tell me.
I did not kill her.
Who did? Who did?
I don't know who the people are.
All right. How were you involved in this thing?
I am going to put myself on where I went hunting on Grandpa's property. Alrighty. And then when I was coming back out, I saw a white vehicle and a young blonde-haired guy on the back porch. And it looked like he had gloves on. And he jumped over the back porch. I jumped over, kind of walked into the house to see what the hell was going on, because Grandpa's place has been robbed. Not Grandpa, Uncle Bobby's place has been robbed, and I was thinking that was being robbed.
What did you see?
What I saw was, it looked like somebody was cleaning up.
You went into the trailer.
Yeah, I stepped into the trailer.
What were these people doing? What did they say?
They didn't. They took off. And then I sat there and kind of started running around, and then I thought it was the neighbors.
Okay. All right. So, whenever you came in here and you told us that Monday morning you and your mom took Jeremy to school, that was a lie. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the same.
Okay. And the truth is that you got up early Monday morning to go hunting.
Before Mom and them got up.
Before Mom and them got up.
Yep. So I went over there to go hunting and stuff, and then to shoot a deer and that.
And you're coming back out of the deer woods.
Yeah. And I'm seeing a white vehicle, and it looked like two guys. One looked blonde-haired.
Where was
other one
the vehicle?
It was parked right in the back. So right close to the back porch.
Okay. And you're on foot, right?
Yeah, I'm on foot. I jumped over the fence. I had my truck there.
So your truck was at the trailer?
My truck was far away in the back of the property and stuff. Then I was driving out to go home and sit there.
Listen, Billy, listen, man, it's okay. It's okay. All right? What you're saying... What you're saying is absolutely ridiculous. Okay? We know what you did. We know how it went down. We've got her blood in your floorboard. You tried to clean up best that you could, Billy. Don't drag your mom through this anymore. Don't drag your brother through this anymore. Give the family some peace. It was a freak deal, man. You did not mean to kill her. I know that, but it happened. Okay? It just happened. That doesn't make you a bad guy. You just fucking freaked out, man. It happens. I talk to people all the time that do this kind of stuff. It's okay. It happens. It should have never happened, but it did. Okay? So tell me, Billy, just tell me. Tell me what you did, how it happened.
Can I speak to my mom outside? You can look at me, man. I'm not going to run off or anything.
Listen, let me do this. Let me bring your mom in here, and let's talk to her together, if that's what you want to do.
I want to talk to her outside. Outside, and I promise to come back in here and tell you whatever you want. Let me talk to my mom, please. Please, that's all I'm asking you. Because did you show her that? I'm being honest and straightforward with you. Did you show her that?
No.
No. I'm not gonna run from you. Just let me go talk to her right outside the door. You could be...
I need to stay in your presence.
Yes, that, I'm saying that.
Okay. That's
You,
fine.
you can look at me and all that stuff, but let me talk to her.
We're gonna get your mom, and we're gonna walk out this back door and stand in the saddle porch.
There's a recorder right there. It's on. You can take it with you.
Okay.
It's actively recording.
We're gonna.
I don't think any less of you, man. I don't, right? I know you're a good man. So that's not going to change. What we got, me and you, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
We're gonna get your mom, and we're gonna step out into the saddle porch, and you're gonna tell her what you're gonna tell her, and then we're gonna come back in here.
Okay.
All right. Can you get Linda?
You see the audio recorder you got? Record it, video, or sound recorder?
They're in Southport. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'll get Jeremy in a minute. We need to have a conversation. I held up my end of the deal. Let's talk.
What do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell me what you did, how it went down. One thing about this is it's been reeling in your head like a movie reel since it happened. There isn't anything about this that you forgot. I know that because I've been doing this a long time.
I'm just going to tell you that I did it. I did it.
You
And
gotta-
I'm sorry.
you-
I'm sorry for what I did.
You got to tell me how it went down, Bill.
I'm just going to tell you that I kind of blocked it out of my mind in a way to survive.
You compartmentalized it.
Yeah. So I had to block it out to sit there and function. Okay.
Were you in the trailer when she got back that morning? Had you already?
No,
How'd you get in there?
the door was kind of cracked open. There was no doorknob,
Right? I know.
so I went in.
Walk me through it.
I'm just going to tell you that I did it.
You can't just tell me you did it. You got to tell me how you did it. You have to. You have to. Listen, man, I already know. You're not going to tell me anything that I don't already know, but you have to tell me. It's part of it. Let me tell you, it's going to make you feel better. You don't think it is. It will. Confession makes you feel better. I'm telling you. It will be like 1,000,000 pounds is going to be lifted off you. But we have to talk about it. We have to talk about what you did in the trailer. We have to talk about what you did after when you left. So let's just get into it. Let's talk about it.
I remember going into the trailer and stuff, and then it just happened so quick and so fast. And then I freaked out, and
You can't gloss over it.
I'm not-
What happened so fast and so quick? What happened? Where did it happen? You have to tell me these things.
if you got evidence on me, you should know
No,
that. you know.
I do. I do.
Or should I just get a lawyer and all that stuff? No, I'm just asking you that because,
Listen, man.
I'm telling you, I'm confessing to you. I'm telling you that I did it.
What'd you do?
Arrest me.
What'd you do?
Arrest me.
What'd
If
you
you're
do?
saying that you said that I killed her blood and all that stuff is in there, then arrest me. I'm confessing. I did it.
Billy, you're under arrest for the murder of Rebecca Gould.
Okay.
Okay?
Take me to Arkansas. Let me.
Listen,
No.
that's a whole, we'll get there. Okay?
I know that, but
it doesn't happen the way you want it to happen. It just doesn't, take me to Arkansas, do this, do that. It doesn't happen that way. Okay? Listen, Billy, taking full responsibility. Right now,
Everybody that I'm associated is a victim of me.
absolutely.
A victim.
Absolutely.
And I played everybody as a fool. Everybody. I never told anybody but you right now. I just whispered in my mom's ears, I need to pay for what I did, and I'm sorry. That's what I told her, and I'm very sorry, Mom. And I would like to do that to my brother.
And I'm going to
Tell him bye, and that I love him, and I'm sorry.
And I'm going to give you that opportunity. I'm going to let you hug your brother. And I'm going to let you tell your brother that you're sorry for what you did. I'm going to do that for you. Okay? But you have to meet me halfway. Okay? There's a process to this. And you just can't sit there and say, I did it, I've been playing everybody a fool. We have got to talk about this. We have to. I know what you did. I know what you
And the thing is if you got evidence and that you sit there and I got blood in my vehicle and all that stuff, that should be enough evidence to get me right there.
Billy.
And me saying that I did it. True. As a detective, if somebody comes into a police department and says, hey, I did that, they're going to be arrested, correct?
No, not necessarily. There's so many other factors. There's so many details. People can say whatever they want to say. We have to talk about specific things that went on in that trailer, and I know that's very hard to do. I know it is. I've been doing this job for over 20 years, Billy, and I sit down with people and I talk to them, and we talk about things that they haven't said to anybody ever but me, just like what you just did. Okay, but I need to know what you did with Rebecca. Where did you put her before you dumped her? I need to know all that stuff, and I know that's not easy to talk about. But we got to have that conversation. I'm going to meet you halfway.
Okay. So they can leave, right? Or they don't have to leave?
No, they can. Right now, I would like for them to stay Do they honestly, they have no idea?
No idea. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. And I can promise you that they don't know nothing.
Okay. Before I let you hug your brother and tell your brother you're sorry, where did you put her before you dumped her? Where'd you keep her?
In the truck.
Where in the truck?
The back end of the truck.
Okay. What was she in?
She was in a shirt and undies.
No. Did you put her in a trash bag? Or
No, I
you
didn't put her in there. No.
What'd you put her in?
There was a blanket and all that stuff.
Okay. What was used to cause her injuries?
We'll go to Arkansas, and I'm going to point out something to you. And then you'll find some certain things that you might be looking for. All right?
So you're telling me right now, in November of 2020, there is still physical evidence
Probably.
that has not been found?
Yeah. Let's go to Arkansas. That will nail the in the coffin. Would it?
Well,
No, I'm telling you, you know. Unless somebody picked it up and thought it was trash. But it should be where it's at.
okay. I'm still wanting to meet you halfway, and I'm having a hard time doing that because you're still not telling me what I want to hear. Okay? How did you exit the residence?
Back door.
Was it easy to do?
Yeah, push on it.
Why did you have to push on it?
Because it had a lock on there. Looked like a deadbolt thing. Little latch.
Right.
Should be right.
That's right.
All I had to do was put some weight in it and it opened up. So my DNA should have been on the back door.
When you showed up to the trailer, did you immediately pull around to the back?
No.
Or did you pull to the back after you killed her?
No.
Tell me how it happened.
I was in the pasture, in the back pasture where there's a fence. I jumped over the fence where my vehicle couldn't be seen. Then went to the front door. Knocked on the door. She answered. I went into the place.
Did you forcibly escort her to the bedroom?
No.
How'd that happen?
I just asked to use the phone, so my DNA should be there. She went to lay back down, and then it happened.
What'd you take in there?
You're saying a piano leg.
What?
Piano leg?
Is that what you used to hit her with?
That's what's missing, right? No, I'm just saying. That's what's missing.
I'm asking you, is that what was used to cause her injuries?
Yeah.
Did you take her weed?
No,
Somebody did.
I didn't take her weed. I work for a company that I would get piss tests all the time. You know, why jeopardize this? You know, I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
Why would I steal somebody's weed? I didn't steal her weed.
Okay.
I panicked. I freaked out.
Did she put up a fight when you was raping her?
No, I didn't rape her. Never touched her like that.
You intended to.
No.
Billy,
I'm telling you, no.
what
I
was
did
your
not.
intentions? Your intentions were to go in there and just kill her? Why?
It was like a light switch that just went off, and I don't know, it just was like angry or just kind of, I don't know.
Had she made fun of you?
No, she didn't. I just went in there and it was like, bam, 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 and that was it, and then I freaked out.
How did you know that she was dead?
I don't know. I'm
What-
literally freaked out.
Where's the suitcase?
Let's go to Arkansas and I'll point it out to you. Where I threw it.
Is the piano leg in it?
No. That thing fell apart. So, when I went to the car wash, it got put in the trash can.
The car wash in Melbourne?
Yeah. So I don't know where that's at,
Right.
but I can show you where that suitcase is at.
And Jeremy doesn't know anything about this?
Nothing. None of them. I promise you, none of them know anything.
Did you decide that you were going to do this Sunday night when you went over there?
No.
When did you decide this was going to happen?
It just happened. I didn't decide it. It was like a spur of a moment.
Had you ever done anything like this before?
No, nothing. Nothing at all.
So what was your cleanup like? Walk me through what you did in that trailer to try to clean up.
I took the bedding and put it in a suitcase, and then, flipped a mattress, and then, because there was blood on it, and then wiped up everything the best that I could. So,
What about the laundry?
I put stuff in the laundry.
What'd you put in the laundry?
There was bedding.
So bedding went in the laundry and in the suitcase?
Yeah.
Listen, man. Listen. I deal with this kind of stuff all the time. Just go
I'm
ahead.
trying to remember it and all that stuff.
Okay. You're not going to put Rebecca in the bed of your truck. Okay? I know you shoved her in that suitcase. I know you did.
If we go and look and you see the suitcase and I point it out to you and all that stuff,
Yeah.
then you're going to believe me. I'll tell you where the suitcase is at.
Okay.
Let's go to Arkansas and I'll point it out to you, bud.
Okay.
So then you'll believe me. And I'm just telling you, the suitcase was too small. So if you find the suitcase, you're going to have my DNA because I stuffed it in there.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
What about the dump? When did you dump her?
It was this happened so quick. I'm telling you, this happened quick.
So you're telling me you dumped her in the middle of the day?
Middle of the day. I drove right through town, right by the police station, and then I didn't know for sure that was the police station or whatever, but I drove right past it and all that stuff, and I think it was 5 miles down the road off of embankment.
Was there any significance to that location?
No. I was just freaking out. So I got got home, went in there, and then got to the house, and Mom started, moving around and all that stuff. And I come out of the room.
Okay.
So she thought I was in the room and all that stuff sleeping.
Right. So you didn't take anything back to the farm?
No. Nothing back to the farm.
Okay. So on the morning of Monday, September the 20th, you get up early and drive into the field behind the trailer.
To go hunting.
To go hunting.
Yeah, that's the intentions, to go hunting and shoot a deer and all that stuff. Because I asked Grandpa if I could go do that. I can hunt on his property. And see, yeah, sure.
Okay. So you get done hunting. You walk around. She answers the door.
Yeah.
You tell her you want to use the phone.
Yep.
What is she wearing?
T-shirt and shorts.
T-shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
And she says, I'm going back to bed.
Yeah.
Do you ever really call anybody?
No.
That was just a ruse to get inside.
Yeah.
Because you'd already made up your mind what you was going to do. Right?
Yeah, you can say yeah.
Okay. She goes back, goes to the bedroom. You get the piano leg and enter the bedroom. What does she say?
Nothing. She's sleeping. She didn't see it coming.
You just started. How many times do you remember hitting her?
Twice. And then the thing fell apart. And I went in like a rage.
How long do you think you were there?
It was
You ever remember the phone ringing?
No phone ringing, nothing. It was fast. I'm telling you, 15 minutes or less.
15 minutes or less. Did you know that Casey was at work without a vehicle?
No.
You didn't know that.
No.
But you had stopped the day before and had a conversation with him.
And I talked to him and all that stuff. He didn't tell me that he was going to work or anything.
Yeah. But you knew Claude had his truck.
No. Did not know that Claude has a truck or anything like that. I went over there, went hunting and all that stuff, and I sat there, came back out. I saw the black car, so then I walked over there. I asked to use the phone, all that stuff, got it myself in the house, and I explained what happened there. Nobody, not even Casey, Corey, none of them.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
And you were going back to Texas before really anybody knew what was going on.
Yeah. And then when the cops came there, I talked to them and just bald-faced lied to them.
Yeah. I'm going to go get your brother for you, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any weapons on you?
You can search me, look at me, and all that stuff.
Stand up for me real quick. Turn around.
I just handed my mom all the stuff that I have.
Okay. Have a seat.
Nothing.
I'm going to bring your brother in here. Okay?
I want to go outside and say goodbye. I'm not going to run from you, I promise you, but I will not run from you. You can handcuff me, do whatever you want. Let me give him a hug and say goodbye to him. Please give me that. I'm giving you where I'll point out where the suitcase, where I threw it at.
You think if I showed you a Google Maps, you could tell me where it's at on a map?
I would rather just go take you to.
I'm going to have you
It's
take
close
me.
to it's close to the farm,
Right.
the wolf farm.
Okay. I'm going to bring your brother. I'm going to let you hug him. I'm going to let you tell him you're sorry. Okay? But I want you to show me on a map
Okay.
where you threw it.
Okay.
All right? Billy.
And I'm sorry for what I've done. I know what I did was wrong. And I need to pay for what I did. I've lived 16 years in a lie, lying to everybody around me and putting a shield around.
I can't imagine what it's been like every day.
But then I look at it as how the life of the Gold family has dealt, what I've dealt to Casey, the McCulloughs, dragging them through the mud, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight whatever the judge says. Let's go. All I ask is that I send a message to my wife in the Philippines that I love them and that I'm going to miss them.
You already did that, or you want to?
I want to do that.
Okay.
So I handed my mom my phone and my wallet.
Okay. All right. Then let's get your brother, okay?
That's good.
Come on. You've been like stonewalling. You've been trying to be a good host,
My
right?
neighbors are just so shocked that
We'll get you some water.
I'm good.
You haven't drank a drop of water, dude. Hey,
Look how big I am and all that stuff, so.
hey, I care about you, right? All right, you're a human being. There's still some value in your life, right? The good Lord has you here. He hasn't taken you yet. That means your life serves a purpose, right? Sometimes we don't know what that is, right? As long as you're still sucking air, you're still breathing, the good Lord has a plan for you. No doubt. You know that. You're a man of faith, right? Right? So let me take care of you, right? Let me drink some water. You make me feel better. I'll get you something to eat. Can we get you McDonald's or something? Or
No, man, no. My nerves are just so shot. And I'm sorry for lying to you.
I forgive you. Right? That's how we move forward, right? Does that make me think any less of you? No. Right? Right? Everybody
But
deserves,
what I did was wrong.
everybody deserves a little grace, right? I mean, that comes from above, right? I'm no better than you are. You know what? Right now, even right now,
I took somebody's life, so that's the worst thing you can ever do.
that's a sin, right? Right? We can move forward, right? From this. You couldn't move forward before.
No.
Just keep tormenting you and stuff. Those things that you want to forget, you don't. There's some people that don't have that in them, right? Those people are like animals, right? So that tells me you're a good man, right?
I'm not a good man for what I did.
Yeah. None of us are. None of us are good people, right? We all fall short, right? You're no better. You know what? You're not better than me, right? I messed up in my life. I've done things I'm not proud
Well,
of.
you didn't do what I did.
This is true, right? But still,
Your stuff was minor. Mine was.
hey, in the eyes of the Lord, it's all the same. All of it. All of it. It's the same, right? We're in the same boat, brother, right? We're both rowing in the same direction. Sometimes we fall out of the boat, and somebody, hey, we want you to get back in. There's some value to your life, right? Something happens to you, your mom's going to feel it, right? Your brother's feeling it, right?
I played them a fool. None of them knew it.
Did you see the way that he was acting?
Yeah, I believe your brother, right? What you told me today was like 95% of the truth, right? Right, it's just that extra stuff, right? It's the big stuff, right? And so it takes time to get through that,
Yeah.
right? It's normal, right? I deal with people who make mistakes all the time, right? Some people, it makes the big ones, right? There's still hope, man. There's still an opportunity to do forward and do good things, right? It's one breath at a time, one day at a time, you know. One bad thing doesn't wash away all the good. But what you do from now on makes a difference. What you do from now
Going
on,
to prison for life.
what you do from now on gets looked at for the people who make decisions, right? Right? Now, you know, people who make decisions, they want to know everything, right? And then they want to know that you're sorry. They want to know that, hey, they want you to be an open book, right? So we can learn, right? As police officers, like, how does this stuff happen? Right? Was it something that, hey, when you were growing up, something happened to you, right? It all makes sense. We don't want this stuff to happen again, man, right? And then so somewhere along the line, something got disconnected, man, up here, right? And so when that happens, people do things they don't normally do, right? Whether it's drugs, make you do some stupid shit, you know, lust, greed. There's all kinds of things that drive, man. So, you know, people want to know why you did what you did, right? And so, you know, it's important to fill in those gaps, right? So we can, the next person who's struggling with those things, we can help them, right? Before they do something, right? That's the importance of that. See what I'm saying?
My mom and them didn't have nothing to do with this. They don't know. I played them a fool. I played everybody as a fool. I never told anybody until I'm telling you and just now.
Mm-hmm.
I held a secret
Yeah.
so tight to myself that I didn't tell nobody. And I just sat there and just lied, constantly lying. It's just like a deck of cards. If I can make you believe that I'm a two, that really a king's the worst of them all.
Mm-hmm. You know, deep down inside there's a monster in all of us, right? And that guy, we don't let him out of that cage, right? Unless something happens. Something really bad has to happen, right? Something bad had to happen, right? Where you lost control, right? And so that key opened up that thing. You know, everybody's capable of horrible things. Everybody's thought about doing horrible things, right? And for some reason, you know, the gate on that cage came open, right? And people want to know why it happened, right? Not because...
It just is kind of, like I told him, that it's just like I blacked out. And then the thing is that I had to put it, like, you know, to survive, I had to kind of like forget about it. I had to...
How did you cope with that? What did you do to hide it, to stow it away, to make you want to forget?
That was really hard. That was really hard. And then I just sat there and just kind of, the lying just got worse. Meaning that the more I would lie, and then I'd figure it over up, but the more I would lie.
Well, wow, it's tough, man, after living like that. And then you have to look in the mirror every day knowing that, hey, I'm not the man I'm trying to be, right? Right.
And then to tell you that when, maybe a week ago, I came close to sitting there because I knew that I was going to be beaten. I would just go out to the land and take a gun and just take myself out.
Yeah. Why didn't you do that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm chicken shit of doing that. And then, you know, but throughout my life, I've tried to, you know, take my life.
Yeah, you try to take, you know, you said you took pills.
There's about 6 times that I did it throughout my life.
Yeah. What causes you to do that? What?
Depression. Depression gets so bad where, you know,
It's you get like blinders on, meaning that you can sit there and talk to me, but I don't see you there.
You've seen this coming. It's coming, it's like a snowball rolling down the hill, picking up steam, picking up momentum, consuming everything in its path, right?
Yeah.
You see what's coming. You know that Mike is coming down here to talk to you. You know that you did this. Why did you do it? Why did you show up? And why did you take the exam? And why are you telling us the things that you're doing?
Because you sat there and said I failed.
Mm-hmm.
He showed me pictures saying, how can I get, DNA in your truck? How can you explain certain things?
Mm-hmm. And then you were just, your conscience, the goodness in you.
And I just sat there and said I did it. Take me to jail.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I can't take you to jail just by you saying that you did it.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, you got evidence. So, yeah, take me to jail.
Some people would run, some people would do all kinds of different things, and you didn't. I'm trying to understand that, right?
Because I'm so good of a liar, making everybody a fool, that I probably thought that I could make anybody a fool. I made you believe by just sitting there talking all that stuff.
I didn't believe you, right? Like I told you before, I would trust you till you gave me a reason not to trust you, right?
We did it, and when we had the interview and all that stuff, did I give any persona of
No,
any
man,
indication?
no. Right?
I'm so good at lying that you believe me by just sitting there just talking.
Because, I trust people at face value till you give me a reason not to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, until, right? And then, we cross over, then, hey, you know what? It happens, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I played everybody as a fool.
How does that make you feel?
Bad. Just sitting there seeing that, my brother, it's a shock to them.
Yeah.
A major shock.
I
was their rock. So with me going away and they'll fall apart, I was the strong one, but hiding the secret. The secret that's been eaten away at me for a very long time. So moving overseas, working overseas and all that stuff.
Did you go overseas to just kind of get away from it?
I felt more comfortable.
Why is that?
Because I wasn't so close. And it was easier to distance myself from people. So when I had issues or whatever, or felt like I was going to break down, then...
Mm-hmm. So tell me when you first found out Mike was wanting to talk to you. Tell me about that.
I sat there and told him I'm an open book. You can talk to me.
Mm-hmm. And so when did you first find out Mike was wanting to talk to you?
He just said, hey, I want to talk to you.
Okay. Oh, you talked to him on the phone?
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone.
Like I said, I'm a small part of this.
He called my ex-wife, and my ex-wife sat there, and then...
Does your ex-wife know what happened?
No. I played her as a fool, too.
She has no knowledge or...
No.
Does she still love you? As a father of her children?
I don't know. Right. Deep down, maybe she... But... I don't know. But... Trying to sit there and do something bad and then act like that that there's nothing wrong. It was like a light switch. I knew if I sit there and freak out, sit there and run or do anything or act out of the ordinary, then I would get... If I acted like nothing happened, cooperative, all that stuff, then...
Yeah. What would you say to Rebecca's mom?
I'm truly sorry. I'm totally sorry. I know that I can't bring her back.
But
I
tell-
know that if there was times that I wanted to go to Dr. Gould's office, go to his office and hand him a gun and tell him that I did it. But I was too chicken shit to do that.
You know, you've been following her on
Podcasts,
Facebook, and this and
yeah.
that. Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to know what was going on,
Mm-hmm.
and so I played my cousin as a fool.
What would you say to him?
You know,
He went through a lot of shit, right? What would you say to him? You know, he went through the fucking ringer, right?
like Casey, I talked to Randy.
Yeah.
Randy's the older one. The older brother.
You know, Casey went through the ringer, right?
Yeah.
You know, they probably sweated his ass something fierce, right?
Yeah.
They were all over his ass like white on rice, right? Because you know what? They start off
like I'm going to tell you,
okay.
is when they sit there and say that I did it, all those people are going to be like, no, no.
Yeah.
Just how he acted, all of them. I'm telling you, I played everybody as a fool. And if you'd see these other family members or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
when they find out, they're going to be acting the same way as my brother, very shocked. In my grandfather's eyes, I was the number one grandson. You know, could do no wrong or anything. I was held up higher than all of them. My grandpa would sit there and say, "You're my number one." Why? Because I never asked anything from him and all that stuff. I'd help him do whatever. And so I got put up in a higher pedestal and all that stuff. Where I'd go visit Grandpa and he'd tell them, "Hey, you can go outside and play," and they're grown men. That means he didn't want to talk to them. All that stuff. So, yeah.
How do you know Dr. Gould? Have you met him before?
No,
No.
just the
Just from the
podcast.
podcast. What kind of things is he saying on the podcast?
You know, it's mostly, he's quiet, and mostly it's, there was the Townsend girl that did the first one, Ellen Gone.
There's going to be some relief, right? Because they have answers, right? Even though it's painful, we always want what would happen. That's where you can make it right, right? Right? You don't have to, you can continue to do things with the right way, or you can cause them more pain. You cause them more pain by not telling the complete truth, right? That's why Mike is about, hey, that shows the people who make decisions about you that, hey, you know what, you fucked up. You're ready to move forward. You're fucking sorry that you did what you did, and you're just, you know what, you're just doing the right thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, you talk to your mom. You apologize to your mom.
I whispered in her ear. I said, "Mom, I need to pay for what I did. And I'm truly sorry. I am." And she's going to act the same way as my brother. Because I played him as a fool. Because if you look at him and see his persona, me telling him
I saw the pain. Right.
he's in shock. My mom's going to be in shock. I'm a good liar. Do you think? Because 16 years, go buy tractors, go buy a piece of property and all that stuff and act like nothing. You know, you act like your normal life, right? What is your thought? I want your opinion on this, not the thought, because I like looking down and all that stuff.
No,
and then,
you know, my opinion hasn't changed to you, right? You know what I'm saying? You're not my enemy.
no, I just,
You know,
you're kind of
my-
like hesitant, or you want to say something.
Yeah, you're not my enemy, right? As people have done, you know, bad things to kids, right? Stuff, killed kids, right? This isn't one of those things,
No.
right? This isn't something where, you know, there's a mass killing of kids or something like that.
No.
Heat of the moment for whatever that is, right? There's some people out there who aren't sorry, and
So
they would just continue to do things, right? I mean, do you have a trail of bodies behind you? If you do, now's the time to clear your slate, right? If you've done some other things, now's the time to clean your plate, right? Now's the time. How many others are there out there? There are others out there. I can tell by looking at your face, all right? Let's talk about the other ones, right? Now, that's on your plate, right? Let's talk about the other ones, right? Because I know without a doubt now that there are other ones, all right? I can look at you, I can see it on my face, on your face, all right? You started to clean your plate. Now it's just, you know what? Just be done with it once and for all. Just be done with it once and for all. That's it. Now's the time to move forward, to repent for what you did to those other ones, right? Because there's other ones. Okay. Let's talk about the next one.
do you think there's a next one?
Yes, without a doubt. I can tell. I know you now, right? That you don't like that. You're done. That's a different you. You're on the fence now about talking about the other ones, and now, you know what? You're torn behind. Like, hey, we know there's other ones now, right? And then so you're torn behind. Like, okay, I've already told you about the other ones. What's the benefit? The benefit is it's for your soul, man. What you're trying to do is save your soul now, right? Because that's what's important right now, right? And hear your soul, right? Now's the time to clean your plate. Let's talk about the other one. Let's talk about the next one. Where's she at? Because you know she's got a mother, just like your mom loves you, just like your mom loves you, right? Somebody out there is missing someone that they love, right? Right. Your mom still has you. She knows where to see you. She knows where to find you. There's another one, right? We need to bring her home, right? You can bring her home, right? Let's talk about the next one, right? Right. Somehow there's something in there. There's a monster that gets out in you, and I don't know what is feeding that monster, but that monster has taken somebody else. You don't like who that monster is inside, right? You don't like who that is. You fucking hate him, right? He's not your friend. He's your fucking enemy, right? Let's get rid of him, right? Let's get rid of him, right?
But you gotta look at, I put everything in the corner and try to, it's like I walk out the door and shut the door, and then,
Yeah. Let's close.
it's like, here's an example, is I have many faces.
Mhm. We all do, right? But hey, you got to deal with the demons, man. The demons are only alive. The ones that you feed are the ones that are going to win. Right now, you got an internal struggle, right? Right? You knock the shit out of that first demon. There's other ones in there, man. You need to do some exorcism and get them the hell out of there, right? And it starts today, right? You take the big first step today, right? Let's just be done with it. Clean your plate. Let's have some peace in your life, because you haven't been at peace for the last 16 fucking years, right? Right? It's time to clean your soul. Right? It's time to be honest with the people that love you. Be honest with the good Lord above, because you've been living a lie, right? And you know what? There's a trail of sadness. There's no peace in your life. There's no peace in other people's life, right? You can give them peace, right? You know this, right? And you have the ability to give them peace, and if you're not willing to give them peace, that makes you look bad, right? And right now, that's where we're at. Let's talk about the other one.
I need a map.
Okay. What state?
I need a map.
Okay. A United States map
Yeah,
or an Oregon map?
the U.S. map.
Okay. I'll work on getting a map. How many?
A map.
Okay, I'll get you a map. Hey, can somebody watch him?
Can I
Yeah.
get the phone so I can send out emails and I'll hand it right back to my mother.
All right, hey, I don't got your phone, check on that, all right?
Okay.
So he's asking for his phone, and I don't know what he wants to do with it, that, you're in charge of that, okay, so. I got Mike, he's working on your phone, all right, they're working on getting you a map.
We're gonna get you your phone and we're gonna let you talk to whoever you want to talk.
I'm just gonna be sending texts and you can stand here and look over.
Okay.
I'm gonna be telling them my goodbyes and then I'm gonna be
So we're-
sending an email that, hey, I'm quitting my job.
And I'll let Mike's the one in charge, I'm helping him out. There's other ones out there, I told him, hey, you know what, just stop feeding the demon, it's taking you over.
And we suspected that. We suspected that. Very rarely does something like this happen just one time. And like I was telling you, man, that's okay. We deal in this kind of stuff every day, and I know this is a very traumatic event for you, but man, this is our world. This is what we live in.
He doesn't want to live that life anymore. He wants to give everybody else some peace in their life, right? He wants to be at peace.
That's awesome.
His soul wants to be at peace, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to get it back. I'm going to get your phone.
Right. Everybody's looking for peace, man. Right? What that looks like is different for everybody else, right? Just looking for some peace, right? Sometimes we do shit, we try to stow it away, do things.
Hey, what states specifically?
The global map. A map that has
Okay.
that keys.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to be at peace, and until you put those demons to rest, right? And you give yourself up to what is righteous and just, right? Only then you're going to be at peace. You know that, right? You know what it's like to hear the word, right? Right? The words of forgiveness, redemption, and grace, right? Right? You're worthy of that, right? You know
I
that.
don't think I'm worthy of that.
Hey, you know who makes that? You know who makes that decision? Not me. Right? You know that. You tell me yourself, man. You're in a ministry. You're helping your church. You're doing good things for your community, right?
Yeah.
Right? You know what? You owe. You know what? The fact that you want to make amends for your peace, right? That is big. That's big. That is beyond. You know what I'm saying? You need peace in your life, right?
Yeah.
And then I think giving those families out there peace, that'll go a long ways to show, right, that you're, hey, you know what, you want to do the right thing, right? If you didn't want to give people peace, people think you're just, there's nothing inside, right? And before you even came in here, I know there's goodness inside you, right? And then how you feed that demon, or what feeds that.
The thing is the less I know the person, the better I can deal with it. Do you understand?
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You don't have to deal with the emotions of knowing that person, right? So what is it that drives you to do these things?
I don't know. It's just like a light switch.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way.
How do you select your victims? What is it? Is it something? Is it limited to females, males, young females? Mm-hmm.
Same MO.
Mm-hmm.
So you put that case with some other cases,
Okay.
same MO.
Same MO. And so these people aren't going to know you, right?
No.
So there's no connection. It's harder to find out who they were, right?
Yeah.
And so there's going to be an opportunity to have a lot of closure for a lot of families, right? And so we want to make sure we do that, right? And so, because you know what? Every story needs an ending, even if it's an ending we don't want to hear, right? Because we can just close that chapter, put it on the shelf, and be done with it, right? And it could be a chapter in your life, right? You shut it, you be done with it, right? That's exactly where you want to be. You want some peace, right? Make some peace in your life. When did this all start? When was your first one? Let's talk about the first one you did and how old you were.
I was probably in my 20s.
In your 20s? Okay. And so where was that at?
Get a map in here and I'll point out.
Yeah, they're working on getting a map?
Yeah.
Right. Need some water, use the restroom?
No.
What about the second one? How old were you?
Like I said to you, it's...
Or is there so many it's hard to keep track of?
No, it's not so many.
Okay, all right. How many in the United States? About, that you can remember?
Well, you see, I can confess to one and then sit there and not say anything about, if there's others.
Yeah, that's up to you, right? You've never...
But then that sits there and makes me look bad.
Well, the thing is, like, Kate, we already know that you did others, right? You have that power of choice, right? And I always made that clear to you. And you have a choice, right? You hold the power, right, to continue to inflict pain on people, right? And you can take that with you, right? And you can just keep those other people in their prison, in their mental, physical, and that's a decision you're going to have to make, right? I can't make that for you, but you know what the right thing is to do, and it's whether you choose that path, that's on you, right? And then so, but I know, like, sometimes I get the man who's fighting with that demon inside, right? And, that struggles inside you and on your face, and you know what, I'm okay with that. I'm at peace with you because I know, you know what, you don't have a problem with me, right?
No.
The problem you have is with yourself, right? And you're dealing with, so whatever you say to me, I don't take what people tell me as a personal attack, right? Because
No.
we're all struggling with our own demons, right?
And I respect you.
Right. I'm glad that you do because I respect you, right? Because I have the ability to not focus on this negative shit that people do, right? And I categorize all this shit, selling drugs, doing whatever, stealing, it's all the same shit to me. It's a problem of sin, right? That's it. That's all it is. It's under the same fucking umbrella, right?
Yeah.
We all want forgiveness for the shit that we do. We know what? The way we get that is we confess it, we make amends for it, we tell the people that we harmed we're sorry, right? We'll try not to do it again. And does it happen again? Absolutely happens again, right? That doesn't mean you stop trying, right? You don't stop trying to be a good person. You stop trying to do what's right. You give a little bit of, comfort, a little bit of peace to people, right? And hope that, you felt that I've treated you fairly, that I haven't mistreated you, that I've been a good host, right? And that, I've tried to do what's best for you, right? And that's ultimately what I want to do. I come at these things with an open mind, right? Give their people their fair shake, right? So, that's really how I do, right? So, I'm going to go use the restroom. Okay. Can I get you anything? Restroom, water, McDonald's, Burger King. You don't have a lot of
You want
Burger
some
King.
McDonald's? You want something to eat?
What's going to happen to my mom and my dad?
Nothing, man. Nothing's going to happen to them.
Okay.
They're still here. They're still hanging out. They're this is a big deal. Obviously.
And you saw the way my brother acted.
Yeah.
And my mom's probably in shock.
Right.
And
But
all that.
they're doing fine. We agreed that you would keep the phone where I could see it, so I know what you're texting. What's your passcode to that phone?
0204.
0204.
Yeah.
Who are you going to text first? Now, who is that?
That's my brother. This is the wife.
This is your wife?
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of hard for me to see if you can hold it out for me. Before you send it, I need to read it out loud since we're in an interview room. Are you ready to send it?
Yeah.
Am going to jail for life. Am sorry. Please take care of the kids. That's all you want to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. The kids' passports are in my gray bag. Please send them to Ann.
I do take blood pressure medicine and all that stuff.
Or do you need your meds right now?
No.
Okay. Seriously, dude, we can get you a meal if you're hungry. Do you want some McDonald's or something?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Who do you want to text now?
I need to call,
You need to call who? Or send a message to who?
Yeah.
Who?
I'm looking to my supervisor.
Okay.
Trying to figure out, okay. Trying to figure out how to say it.
Yeah. Why don't you just say, have some legal issues that's going to tie me up for the foreseeable future.
Legal, how do you spell legal?
L-E-G-A.
L-E-G-A-L,
A-L.
legal. I'm thinking, I'm not going to be able to make it, Mark. I'm having some legal issues. I'm not going to be able to come to work until I take care of these issues.
Yeah. That's to your boss?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if that phone rings, I don't want you to answer it.
Yes.
They're running to the store to buy a map. That's what we're waiting on, okay?
Okay.
Who are you texting now?
My ex-wife.
Why are you doing that?
Telling her I'm sorry.
Did she
I
know?
know. She didn't know.
She didn't know.
I lied to her, like I told you. When we get to Arkansas and you sit there and say, all these family members are going to be acting just like Jeremy. I played everybody as a fool.
Yeah.
I'm not lying to you. I'm being serious.
No, I believe you.
Nobody. It's like I'm an evil person and I walk out that door and I put a smile on my face.
You've been struggling with this your whole life?
Yeah.
You got any idea what started it?
I don't know. I know that I was messed with as a kid from a lady and stuff.
Really?
Yeah. Aunt's friend that they would go and play cards with and all that stuff.
Right.
So I've dealt with depression, I dealt with suicide. There's about 6 times throughout my life. Like I made comments to him, the less that I know, the better I can deal with, cope with stuff.
Right.
That's the ex-wife.
You just sent that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, please take care of the girls. Now, she's probably going to call. Don't answer it.
I will.
Don't delete anything from your phone, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Is this a phone that you used whenever you would communicate with like Casey and with Randy? You know, whenever you guys would send text messages back and forth, is this the phone that you would use?
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you texting now? Who's Dora?
My sister-in-law, and she was like a friend.
Okay.
So,
Did she know you were coming up here tonight?
no, that's my wife's sister, and me and her would joke, and we were friends.
Okay.
And I consider her, close
Okay.
and stuff.
Okay, let's make this the last one for right now, and maybe we can send some more after a while, okay? What I would like to do, Billy, is obviously I believe at this time I have enough for a search warrant to dump your phone, okay? But what I would like to do to show that you're cooperative through this process, I'd like to fill out a consent to search form and dump your phone that way.
What do you mean by dumping my phone?
I'm gonna hook your phone up to a computer and I'm gonna dump it. That way we'll have all of the communication that you've ever made on this phone to Randy, to Casey, to Amanda, to your brother, to your mom. We'll have all that stuff. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
For what? Let's just leave it for now, okay? Can I get a consent form and will you do that?
I don't have an issue.
Okay. All right.
So the thing is, if I don't, then you're going to sit there and get a court order and all that stuff, correct?
Well, I can't sit here and I believe, based on the information that you've provided about what you did and the fact that you communicated with others about the investigation using this phone, that gives me what's called probable cause to present that information to a judge to grant a search warrant. I believe that I have enough information.
Go ahead, I don't
Okay.
have an issue.
There's two ways that we can search phones. One is through a search warrant, and one is through consent. And so that's why I'm asking you now, since we're all on the same page and we're getting all this off of us. What I would like to do
Are you
is,
going to send my mom home?
she ate. Somebody is delivering her food right now. The order has been made, and
She's been acting okay?
Yes.
Please,
Yes. Yep. We are absolutely taking care of
How's
her.
my brother?
You know, he hasn't said that he wants to eat or anything. He's not, you know, being detained, but he's not going anywhere either, obviously. But food is en route for your mom, and she's okay. Okay? Everybody's doing fine. Okay? So let me get a consent form.
Are you gonna let them go?
Yes, absolutely. I've got no
If
reason.
you're gonna let them go, you have, they don't know nothing.
I know. I believe you. I believe you.
You saw the way that my brother acted, and my mom probably was shocked. She's probably in that room crying. She's probably bawling.
Yeah. Does she know about you demons? She, probably not to the extent, obviously. But
When I was 16, I told her I wanted to kill myself.
Yeah.
She freaked out. And then when I got divorced, but there was about 6 times that I tried to do that. And then when I was getting a divorce, I told her to just shut up and listen to me. And that, you know, I sat there and explained to her that, you know, I don't think right. I don't think clearly.
right.
I really take my life. And she's like, why? And then she's not understanding. But the thing is I don't let people get too close to me.
Right.
So yeah, I don't. Yes, in a way I do, in a way I don't.
This is the prosecutor. Hang on.
Hello? Yes. Working on some food for your mom. Jeremy, are you okay with talking to Jeremy again? He wants to give you a hug. Right. I said, hey, if you...
Approval on that.
Yeah. He wants to do that. I told him I'd do that for you, so... We'll have to make
He was
that...
more kind of...
Yeah, he's chilled out a little bit more, right? He still loves you, right, no matter what, so... I told him I would. I'll talk to you. I'll run it by Mike because it's his case, right? I don't have a problem with that, right? No water yet? No? Something to eat? No?
My nerves are so shot that I'm not hungry.
Do you mind if I drink this? 'Cause
You're welcome to drink it.
I won't drink your water, but if you're not going to drink it, we'll just get you something else, get you soda later or whatever. They're working on getting that global map, so... I missed what Mike was talking to your mom and Jeremy. Where are we at? What was Mike gonna? What are his plans for you? What does he want to know?
He allowed me to text my ex-wife. Said sorry. And then I sent a thing that...
Did you tell her kind of what's going on?
No. No, I said sorry, please take care of the girls.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just trying to...
One breath at a time, right?
Yeah.
I think I was telling Jeremy, hey, your brother has an opportunity to give people peace. That's what he wants to do, right? He wants some peace for himself, peace for... And so you have the ability to make some pain, you know, lessen and go away, right? It's not going to go away completely. It takes time, right? Forgiveness, right? Right? It still takes time. Did you talk to Mike about the other ones already?
No, he allowed me to send a text to my boss, and I'm not going to be able to make it to work, because I was supposed to leave out of the country on the 11th.
On the 11th?
Yeah. honest with Mike.
Yeah. How's Mike treating you?
He's good.
Yeah.
Really good, and, you know, I'm being honest with him, and I said, when
You apologize to him for,
Yeah, and then,
that's big, right? That's big in my book, right? We can
and I'm gonna tell him, you know, I'm gonna apologize to him and get in front of you and all that
Yeah.
stuff, but right now my brain's like scrambled,
Mhm.
a better term.
When people want to wipe the slate clean and they want to move forward, I mean, hey, you know what, that's big, right, in your life. You can't, the past always becomes your future, right? If you keep on burying it, right, you need to bury that thing, right, for once and for all, right? We talked about giving peace to other people, peace to yourself. You know, you get grace, right? We're not the ones on this world that give people grace or forgiveness comes from above, so I'm not a pastor or preacher, but I know there's more to this world than there is right now, right? Boots on the ground, there's something better, right? And so, you know, we're here to serve one another, right? Serve you, treat you like you ought to be treated and stuff. And
I should be taking it back and shot, in my opinion.
I don't think so. That's not for us to decide, right?
My thing is, if you want me to give more information, I'm telling you what I want.
Okay, what exactly?
I want an execution within a year of me going to prison. You want information from me?
Okay.
I want to not sit there in prison to waste the taxpayers' money, not to sit there and,
Okay.
I took a life. It's time for me to own up.
Okay. You know, that'll go in a report, right?
I'm telling you that.
And I believe you.
That's what I want.
All right.
I need to be put down.
And like I said, if you're still drawing, your lungs are still drawing breath, there's a reason that you're existing, right? You know, the Lord's not done with you, right? We don't know what that looks like, what His plan is for you now, right? But it doesn't involve you being dead, right?
No, but that's what I want.
All right?
Because then I bring peace to the family, that they know that that the person that did that crime
Yep.
has paid for them.
Mhm.
It's not going to change, you know, that, yes, I've caused pain on them, but that pain does not go away. That stays with them throughout their life. They bring that onto their children.
I've seen people forgive, right? For
I don't think they'll ever forgive me.
killing, that's not true. I've seen people who, like, I know for a fact, I've seen it with my own eyes, right? I've seen it, I'm not lying to you, right? I've seen them say, hey, and actually built a relationship with that person, right? The one person that took that other person's life, they built a relationship, right? I've seen it happen with my own eyes, no doubt, right? So that gives us hope, right? Right? That's true, you know that, right?
Yeah.
And you're not asking for that, right? You're asking for basically repentance, right? You want to atone, right? Atone means like, hey, this is what I did. This is what I deserve. That's called atonement, right? A blood atonement, right? That's what you want. And that's like, that tells me you're really sorry for what you did, right? The things that you did, right? So that's big, right? And so that atonement, who deals that out is the good Lord, right? And then so we know that, you know what, it's His court of justice, right? Not ours. It doesn't belong to us, right? Some people are taken from this world. I could leave this world tomorrow. I could not make it home tonight, right? That's His deal. That's not me. But hey, I know my soul is right, right? Just like, hey, you know what? The only way, hey, you make your soul right is you clean it, right? You give it, you tell it, right? And that's when you're ready, right? That's when you're right. Your mind is right. Your soul is right. Your heart is right. It doesn't matter. You look in the mirror, right? You know it's right, right? Right? You haven't liked the person that you see looking in the mirror, right?
For a long time.
For a
very,
long time.
very long time.
Right. And so you want to be able to atone for what you're doing and have some self-respect, right? And that's big, right? So, you know, I've talked to other people who've done, you know, things that they're not proud of and have done some horrible things, right? And they'll just fucking lie, right? I had this guy, right? It was his name is Michael Souter, right? He breaks into this old lady's, she's like 90, right? And he does this thing with her and tries to kill her, right? And he never says he's sorry. Never, 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 never. That guy's a monster, right? That guy's a monster. I'm like, hey, it is what it is. I'm like, I don't understand, right? I don't get that. I understand you, right? So we can write what your requests are and stuff, but you know, ultimately we want to bring peace, you know, to people, and you're willing to do that, and so I'm proud of you for that, right? Your life has value, right? So whenever we cross those bridges, you know, you can, at least from now on, start walking forward, right? And leave those things behind you, right? And so, you know, the demons we talk about, we need to put them down for once and for all, be done with it. Right, put those demons to rest. That's what, you know, you want to do that, so. I know you well enough now that, you know, we don't need a lie detector to figure out, because you know what? I know you all too well now.
So would I be charged with capital murder?
I don't know what the Arkansas stuff is, right? So, you know, have you done any in Oregon? No, you haven't killed anybody in Oregon? Okay, so I couldn't tell you about the other states, right? So, I've been limited to Oregon. And so, you know exactly where these other victims are at, where their bodies are at? Like, would they be easy to find? Or we would have to, like...
They've been found. What is he talking
Oh,
about?
okay.
They've been found.
Oh, okay.
Just look at the MO.
Okay. Is there people that haven't been found, do you think?
No, I don't think they have.
Okay.
But like I told you, the farther I'm away of knowing the person,
Yeah.
it's easier for me.
So how were you, when you were, you know, victimizing these other people, were you doing it like as a, what were you doing as a job at that time? The oil rig stuff?
Oil field.
Right? And so you would just find somebody that fit your, what did you like? Meaning, what was your MO? Obviously, I know what your MO is, but is there
What
a
is
certain...
my MO?
What's
I'm
that?
just asking, what, yeah, I'm going to get you to answer
Okay.
your own question. What do you
Small, petite, young females, right?
think? What color hair?
I'm thinking blonde,
Okay.
right? Blonde, small, petite, under 100 pounds, 20s. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And so,
I'm going to point out some states, and then you need to start looking and trying to figure out MOs that match.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. All right. And so, are we going to find like biological evidence on them as well?
No, I don't think so.
No. You know, as I look at you, I'm talking to you, there's a little bit of like rage, right? And you're upset
I'm not upset. it's
with
just-
yourself, right?
Yeah.
And I think you're not directing it at me. Most people would look at the video and go like, why is he fucking mad at Damien? But I'm like, I'm looking at you, you're not mad at me,
No,
right?
I respect you. Do you understand? I respect you as an officer, a cop, and all that stuff. You know, all the jobs that you do and things that you have to deal with day in, day out. I'm a very unique person
Mm-hmm.
that you'll probably ever come across.
And you know what? I want to stop the pain for people, and it's important for me to understand you, right? Because you know what? You're giving me knowledge and education that you can't learn in a class, that you can't learn in a college, that you can't learn whatever. You need to educate me so I can stop, prevent, identify. That's what your contribution is, right, in this world, right? It's like, hey, you know what, I need to be able to understand you, right? And I still think you're you know, your life has value, right? So I need to understand those things and being honest, right? And so that's why I ask you these things, not because I want to hear it every over detail, because I need to understand how we diagnose, prevent, and stop these things from happening, right? Not because I'm turned on or somehow. Can you get us a red pen or a red marker?
Yes.
You got one where it opens up here.
Can I? Okay, let's talk about the first one. What you're going to point out.
I need one that's more
Yeah, blown up.
blown up.
So why don't we do Google Maps, right?
Okay, you got one here.
Okay. Can you just go ahead and mark on?
I'm believing maybe here.
Okay. Does each red mark indicate that that's one victim?
You need to just look.
Okay. And you look here, 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 and here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 victims? Does that sound right?
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you want me to look at the
We can just go into
towns?
Okay. Can you go ahead and put your initials right there? Okay. All right, so what town do you want to go to first?
You need to start looking for the MO.
Okay. So what I just repeated to you, small, petite, blonde female, 20s, about 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Look for that MO. There's unsolved homicides
Yeah.
that we're looking at. Looking at Texas.
Then you need to look at prostitutes and some of them, and then the 2 of them are not.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the 2 that are not.
One's in this state, and then I believe
Arkansas?
Arkansas was Rebecca.
Okay.
And then I'm not for sure if it was in Alabama or Mississippi.
Okay. And what was
And
her
they-
name?
I don't know.
Okay. So
Like I
just
told
a
you.
stranger?
Stranger.
Okay. Prostitute?
No.
Druggie?
No. She was at a phone booth.
Okay. And they found her body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same MO, same dump.
When you say same dump, are you talking about like just dumped her body on the side of the road?
Yep.
Okay. Right, let's talk about, that's all in the United States. What about the globe? Where are the other ones?
Nothing overseas.
Nothing overseas?
No, because most of the time when I flew, it was just,
Yeah. You never got the urge to do it overseas?
no.
Why not? I want to understand that.
There was temptation, but I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. What triggered you to want to do these things? What was...
I'm just telling you, it's like a light switch. I can't explain it, or
Did you
it's like a light switch. Like I'm telling you, like I go through the door and then it's like a total different person. Like I go in and it's just like a adrenaline.
And the same thing, did you do them all like Rebecca?
I think one was like Rebecca.
And then how did you do the other ones?
Strangulation.
Strangulation. And how would you do that?
Strangulation would be choking them.
Well, sometimes, people use their hands, they use a rope, they use their clothing, the bra, the panties.
Right. I believe it was more of the rope.
Rope.
Or clothing.
Okay. All right. Rope or clothing. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the first one that happened, that started it all, right? I think it's good to understand, like, where you were in your life, right? What was going on in your life? That the first one happened, because the first one is not going to be like the second, like the third, like the fourth. That's the first time you did it. And then, so, how did that happen?
It was hookers first.
Okay.
And then we got the urge, and then it just, I don't know how to explain this feeling or this urge to just, like a light switch.
Yeah.
Like this monster just kind of like, then I turn it off and I walk right out the door. Smile.
Yeah, I don't, let's talk about the first hooker. How old were you when you killed your first hooker?
I was in my 20s.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is trying to remember, because like I told you, the less I know of the person, the better I am.
What's the one that you remember the most?
The ones that I got close to.
Okay. So who's the ones that you got close to?
Rebecca, and then the one I'm believing that might have been in Alabama or the Mississippi.
Okay. So let's talk about the one that's in Alabama or Mississippi that you got close to because you knew her name. What's her name?
She was at a gas station on the phone, so
how did you know her?
I didn't know her. I just asked her if she needed a ride.
And then what happened then?
Did the same kind of thing.
Okay. So what car were you in?
A black truck.
A black truck. And then so you picked her up. You know what town it was?
I would have to, I'm just saying that unsolved murders.
Oh, it's on? Are they going to be in your phone? Meaning like...
No, they're not on my phone.
Meaning like, hey, there's a bulletin, found body type deal, because sometimes people use that, they'll collect those things, right?
No.
Just to do you ever collect trophies or anything
No.
like that? Like underwear, jewelry?
No.
Right? No?
No, none of that.
So when you were doing these things, were you erect, right? I mean, because, some people get,
No,
there's something...
it was not sexual and stuff. It was like
Did you ever have sex with any of these hookers?
No.
Okay.
It was just like a switch going off in anger and just
You're
violence.
angry with women, right? There's something happened. What makes you angry with women in general? What is it that... Is it the rejection, right?
Not like rejection and all that stuff. It's just like,
What happened in your life that like, hey,
when I was a little
angry?
kid, I got messed with by a lady that was friends with the family.
Sexually abused you?
Sexually abused me.
How old were you?
Like 7, 8, 9 years old.
Okay, what did she do to you?
Sucking me off, trying to ride me and all that stuff.
And where's she at now?
I don't know.
What's her name? Who was she?
Her last name was Sheikh Schneider. I don't know.
Yeah. And how did that make you feel when you were at that age, 7, 8, getting sexually abused?
I didn't understand why it was happening to me.
Gotcha. And then what happened then? How did your sexual behavior evolve from there?
It just, I would say after that incident, officially, in my mind, at 16, I lost my virginity.
Okay.
But shit was doing to me, it was not me really, it was being taken away. Not me giving myself to another person.
You weren't in control, right? She
Yeah.
had control over you, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't know. what was going on, right? You have this
Yeah.
woman who's victimizing you, and she has control over you, right? You didn't like that, right? And so, at some point, you have women in your life like your mom, like your wife, your ex-wife. Did any of your ex-wife experience any of this rage?
No.
No.
I'm telling you, I played him like a fool.
Mm-hmm. Your wife never had an idea that you were
No.
killing hookers?
Nope. Nothing. I'd be like trying to be the best husband that I could be.
Yeah.
But then I would work.
Mm-hmm. And so you use that as a way to find other
To cope.
To cope, right? To find. How often were you killing people?
I think one of them was in September, around September time.
Of this year?
Not this year.
Okay.
And around those times,
Mm-hmm. How often did you feel that you needed to have to kill somebody?
I'm just telling you that it's like an urge.
Yeah. So what gives you relief, like killing people, right? At what point, what part of doing that makes you feel relief or feel fulfilled? Or some people it's sex, some people it's drinking. For you, it's like taking somebody's life, and that's wrong, right? And so you don't like that monster, right? And so you want to exercise and getting rid of them. You need to understand them, right? So what part of that?
I'm still trying to cope and understand
Right.
the way that I act and the way that I sit there and do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to explain it
Yeah.
the way that,
It's a process, right? You don't have to explain it all today.
I don't know how, it's not sexual. I don't get, aroused or whatever and all that stuff when I did it and all that stuff. Maybe the thrill of maybe trying to get caught or sit there and not get caught and all that stuff. I don't know. But the adrenaline of doing it and then sit there and just walk away and I'm not going to get caught.
Well, you wanted to get caught, right? I think deep down inside you were tired of living that life, right? Of dealing with that demon and him having the best of you all the time. That you needed to finally put a stop to that stopped when you decided to hey, visit with Mike, and then you're still struggling with those things and stuff. And so it's a process. It'll take some time. I don't expect you remember every swing in detail about whatever, but what you
Or it was on the hookers. It was just somebody that pick off the street. It was easy.
Yeah.
Those were easy pickings.
How would you lure a hooker into from beginning to end? How would that work? What would that look like?
Proposition her, get in the vehicle, and then you're dead.
Hmm. So how would you do that? Would you do it in broad daylight? Would you do it at night? Would you do it down the back road? Would you do it in town, in the city?
Mostly at night. Try to do it at night.
Mm-hmm. And so you would pull up to a curb, something, and then she would offer you sex.
Yeah.
And then what would happen then? How would you get in a position of advantage where, was it times where it was hard to kill them, or was it times that easy, or were you humane with them, were you...
I'm going to tell you, it's like they didn't expect it.
Oh, okay. So what were they usually doing when you did victimize them?
They were about to get ready to do it, and then, I'd
Do what?
have sex.
Okay, so vaginal sex, anal sex, oral sex.
Vaginal sex. They get naked.
Okay. And then, so how would you start the process?
Go behind them and then,
Oh, okay. So you're gonna doggy style?
act like I'm going to go there and then do that.
Okay. And then, so what would you do? How would you do that? Then what would happen then? Right? You got them, they're bent over, they're looking away from you. How would you do that? I mean, to me, it's difficult. I think how would you reach their neck from behind, or would you grab them by the hair, or?
When you sit there and have their shirt or their clothing and all that stuff and you wrap it around their neck, then...
Okay. And then at times do they fight back?
Yeah, some fought back, and then some of them, they just, I'm a pretty big guy, so overpowering.
Yeah. And so what would happen then? So I mean, around the neck? Did you have to at times hit them to...
Mostly just choking them out.
How long would that take?
It wasn't long.
If you had to, like, estimate, right? Because I know...
They weren't moving anymore.
Okay. Because, you know, I know it takes time, and in order for somebody to die, it takes, like, you have to hold on to it for a significant amount of time, right? It's not just like, and then whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so, how do you know that they were dead?
They didn't move.
And what else did you see or hear, or what did they do to let you know that they were dead?
They didn't move.
Okay. And then what would you do then? Were you naked as well?
No.
No?
I was acting like I was going to.
And then, so what would you do then?
Like I said, I would choke them out. Then after that, just dump their body.
What kind of place did you use to dump their bodies? Meaning, like, was a certain place, was it like a wooded area, in the water? Did you put them in a bag?
Well, like I'm going to say is that I want to make sure that they're gone, my mom and them are gone.
Okay.
That they are released and there are no issues.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to go talk to Mike real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they don't know any of this.
I'm not going to tell them, right? This is not for them.
I just want to say bye to my mom.
Okay.
And then,
Okay. Right.
And that.
Okay.
And let them go home.
Right. Right.
Because they don't have any clue.
You don't want to hurt you're in a rock and a hard place, right? I know you don't want to hurt, you know at some point they're going to find out, right? Right. And you don't want to cause them any more right now, today. Right.
So they don't have nothing to do with this. They don't know. They're going to be more shocked.
Okay.
But I believe it's 6, or I'm not sure if it's this date or this date. It might be 5.
5 or 6?
Yeah.
5 or 6 homicides?
Yeah. So you need to go back to the last 20 years.
20 years? Okay.
Maybe a little bit more than
Let me go.
24, 25 years.
Let me go.
And I like to tell them bye and let them go.
Okay. You want them to leave then?
I want them to leave. I want them to leave. Nothing's going to happen to them, right? They don't have...
I know we have nothing on them, right?
There's nothing on them.
Right.
Nothing at all.
All right. Why don't you stay right here? I'll be with you in just a bit.
Yeah.
We're going to bring mom and brother in here and let you say goodbye to them so they can get to the house and try to figure out what their next move is, you know.
So what is their next move?
Man, I don't know. I don't know how family, what is the next step on something like this for someone in their shoes.
Your mom's in the restroom. When she comes back, I'll bring her in here along with Jeremy, your brother, and we'll get that taken care of for you.
I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry to me for?
By lying to you and disrespecting you and stuff.
I appreciate that. I accept your apology. I appreciate you. And I know it took some doing, and it always does in something like this, but I appreciate you taking responsibility for what you've done. And that's a big deal.
So what did the prosecutor say?
So what we're doing right now in Arkansas, they're working on getting what's called a temporary fugitive warrant. Okay? We're going to get that issued in Arkansas and get it put in the system so Oregon can hold you for us until you're extradited back to Arkansas. Hopefully Monday you're going to go in front of the judge here in Oregon, and you'll have legal representation. You'll have either a public defender, or if you choose to make contact with an attorney, you'll have representation, and you'll tell the judge either you want to fight extradition or that you want to go back to Arkansas and you want to waive extradition. And at that time, Arkansas will be notified, and then we'll make arrangements on getting you from Oregon back to Arkansas.
So does that be driving, or is that...
Probably a plane ride. Probably.
Were you going to be there with me to go through this?
Yeah.
From here to Oregon all the way there?
Probably so. I'm flying back to Arkansas in the morning, but when you say you're going to waive extradition, I'll probably fly back out here and come get you, and we'll fly back to Arkansas together.
And so that would be me in handcuffs going through everything?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just...
Well, no, if we fly you, we're going to fly you on a state police plane. We're not taking you through the airport.
Okay.
This is a Arkansas State Police jet.
Okay.
Okay. So, no, we're not going to use commercial airlines to.
Okay, I was just was wondering all that stuff. So.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you letting me talk to everybody.
Well, man, this job is a lot of give and take, and I don't have I don't have a problem doing that for you at all. You're coming clean with what you've done. Finally, there's going to be peace in the Gould family and in the McCullough family, and I know that doesn't bring peace to your mom and your brother, but I think in time you'll be able to explain to them, why and how these things happened, and maybe why you think they happened, and maybe they can come to an understanding and kind of understand a little bit. At least there won't be all of the sorrow and the misery and the pain from all these other families that are affected by this. Man, you're bringing peace to so many people. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
So, our job, it's not a very big map, but that's the old house. That's the Miller farm, right? That's the big barn. And
That
that's
was the wolf farm.
Yeah, the wolf farm. That ravine that you're talking about where you threw the suitcases.
Keep going that way.
You just keep going this way?
Yeah, keep going that way. I'm going to have to point it out to you.
Yeah. I didn't know.
We're going to have to go for a ride,
Okay.
and I,
Yeah.
I will sit in the car and point
Right.
it out.
Okay.
Or I might have to get out to look and all that stuff. I'm
Yeah.
not going to run from you. I'm not
No,
gonna,
I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that.
How's my mom holding up?
She's holding up fine. Your brother is just absolutely, You know, it looks like he's been hit by a truck, you know, just completely floored. You think we're going to have a hard time finding these other bodies?
I think they've already been found.
You think they've already been found?
Right. What I'm going to say is the same MO. Okay, I'm not. Same MO.
Yeah.
Blonde hair, petite. Then the other ones would be kind of like hookers.
Right.
Those were the unwanted.
Right. Nobody's going to miss them.
No, that's close.
Mrs. Miller, from your son's right there, Jeremy.
Love you.
I'm glad that you are doing what you need to do. No, I love you. You take care of yourself, and I'll take care of your kids.
Okay, Mama.
All right, I love you.
I'm really sorry.
I love you.
You gonna write me? You better. I love you, dude. I love you, too. Give me a big ass hug, dude. He's big. Give me a real fucking hug.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry, Johnny. I love you, dude. I love you. I'm sorry. It's okay. No matter what, I love you, dude. Love you.
Okay. Dealing with trying to take my life was a part of these issues.
Why didn't you tell us, man?
Couldn't tell you. I'm sorry I played you as a fool. Both of you.
Billy, it's understandable. You're still my brother. If you've done wrong or right.
We still love you.
We still love you.
I'm sorry for the pain that I caused on you, Jeremy, and that I caused on you, Mom.
It's okay.
I'm truly sorry.
We're still going to be there, Billy.
We'll still be there for you.
Your blood, no matter what. I'm going to keep our promises.
We'll be there for you.
I've done wrong.
And we understand.
Just please be there for my kids. That's the biggest thing for me.
I am, Billy. We will.
Be a part of Billy's life.
I will take care of your kids.
Yep. The passport, their passports, they're in that black bag, the gray bag with my medicine. Where's your medicine?
I love you, dude.
Do you need us to bring that?
Do you need anything?
No, he doesn't need anything right now.
Okay.
No. Unless you're going to have...
We're going to try to get him in front of a judge Monday.
Okay.
And he'll tell the judge whether he wants to fight extradition or waive extradition. He's telling us that he's going to waive extradition and allow us to transport him back to Arkansas. Okay?
Okay.
That will probably not happen immediately. If he waives extradition on Monday, it might be another week, it might be another 2 weeks before we can get him back to Arkansas, but it will happen relatively quickly. And if you have any questions for me, you have my phone number, shoot me a text message or whatever.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the pain that I caused you as well.
Look at me. Alright. It's alright, dude. I love you. Look at me. I love you. Love you both. I love you. Look at me. Quit looking down, dude. Quit looking down. Look up.
I love you. Go home. Get some sleep with her. I know you won't sleep. I'm sorry, Mama.
Love you. I'm getting it up.
I love you. Alright, I love you, dude. Keep an eye on Mom. Alright, I love you, dude. Please keep an eye on Mom.
I love you. I love you. I love you, dude. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you want to sit here and read? I don't have nothing to hide
No,
from
that's
you.
fine, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Do you think it's possible that I could tell Casey that I'm sorry? I want to go to Arkansas.
I think you'll have that opportunity. I think you'll have that opportunity.
Thank you. And I want to apologize to the Gould family.
You know, maybe, you're going to have some time, obviously. Maybe you generate a letter apologizing to everybody.
I'm not good
Yeah,
at writing. It might sound retarded-ish,
yeah,
you know. The auto check kind of helps me out.
right, right.
You know, I've kind of said, you know, I'm dyslexic, had a learning disability,
Right.
and all that stuff.
Well, listen, I don't mind. When we get back to Arkansas, I'll sit down with you and we'll get a letter. We'll get a letter generated, and we'll figure it out if that's something you want to do.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Because I know I can't ever take back what I did.
Yeah.
And I know for a very long time that they've
Yeah.
been suffering. Now my question to you is, you want more information from me now? I go to prison, I'll be on death row, right?
You know,
I know I'm asking you that because is it going to be, if you want more information, can we expedite that? No, I'm asking you, you know.
no, and I am. I'm going to try to answer you best as I can. Whenever you start trying to figure out the charge associated with what you did, okay? There's capital murder in Arkansas. Sorry. Capital murder in Arkansas there's only two things, life without or death, right? I don't know if you're going to be charged with capital murder. It may be first-degree murder.
So what is first-degree murder?
Well, I can't sit here and recite to you.
No, but what is,
It could be life. It could be life, but it's not death. To go into all of the specific terms, of a capital murder or first-degree murder or any of that kind of stuff, I can't sit here. It would not be appropriate for me to try to explain to you because I really don't know. I mean, that's for the prosecutor to figure out.
Yeah.
He has to look at all of the evidence, and then he has to figure out what fits with what you did. Is it a capital offense or is it a first-degree offense, and that kind of thing.
Okay.
And of course, we have to figure out, these other things and how exactly those happened and all that kind of stuff. So, there's a lot of answers that have to be, a lot of questions to answers that only the attorneys are going to have the answers to. I don't have those answers. Be right back, okay?
Okay.
Your mom and your brother have left. Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate
Can
that.
I get you some food? Pizza? We got pizza. Something to drink? Yeah. Yeah, let me talk and just... How you doing? Nice, Tom.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
I'm a detective with the Oregon State Police,
Okay.
and I understand that you gave us consent for your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not hiding anything. You can get whatever you want and all that stuff.
Okay. So I have a Celebrite device, basically a computer that has software that talks to the phone in a language that the phone understands. And it takes the data from your phone, including some deleted stuff, if there is any, and it stores it on my computer.
More of the messages and all that stuff.
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah. And then your phone gets back in the same condition in which I found it. So it still works and everything. I don't install any software on your phone or anything like that. So,
Can I get a Coke or you?
yeah,
Can
I'll
I
get you a Coke.
Right. So, yeah.
Now, when you say Coke, to me, that's something that has to do with...
Coca-Cola.
You want Coca-Cola.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
Is that a South thing?
Yeah.
You say Coke, that means anything?
No, Coke would be like a Coca-Cola and all that stuff.
Okay.
Like I told when I came here one time and visited, and I said, I want a soda water. And they gave me soda water, and I'm like, no, I was talking about, a soft drink.
Okay.
So, yeah. No, I don't have a problem. You get whatever you need off my phone.
Okay.
What's the password?
I think it's 0204.
204.
So this is your cell phone here?
Yep.
Is it an iPhone 11?
iPhone, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So 0204 works here. Just gonna get into the settings here and get the serial number and stuff like that.
Okay.
Is that pizza good?
It's okay. I'm not a big pizza, I'm more of a hamburger guy.
Okay. What's your favorite burger? Or favorite burger place, I guess?
There's one that is close to Silverton that is like it's a big, big hamburger. I mean, huge.
Where is it?
Close to Silverton, Oregon.
Okay.
I can't think of the name of the restaurant, but they got like big, big hamburgers. And then there's one called the Wooden Nickel, the Rhino Burger. I mean, it's like the size of your plate.
Working on the Coke. It's gonna be here in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
I had a burger place up in Salem the other day called Nancy Joe's. You ever heard of that place?
No.
Oh, it was really good. Yeah, I'll definitely be back. And what's your address?
Here?
I think I have it written down somewhere.
I just bought a place here in College Road.
Okay. 34370 Allen Road?
Yep.
What's the phone number to this phone?
361-543.
Oh, 543.
54.
You missed it, you said 453.
543.
Gotcha. 361 543.
543. 00008.
Got it. Thanks for catching that. Want to finish that, or want to finish that, or read this way? Here.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. You read the whole thing?
I'm giving you consent, so
Okay.
I'm not fighting you.
Okay.
I'm not.
Gotcha.
I'm not anymore. I'm not. So whatever you need, I'll give.
Do you mind signing where it says signature? And then there's a spot at the bottom that says signature and printing name.
Okay. So what's going to happen here?
In regards to the phone?
No, not to the phone. So what is going to happen to the phone? It's just going to go into evidence or what?
Yeah, I don't know what Investigator McLean, if
if he's going to take the phone into evidence or if it's going to go with you to jail, or I don't know.
Okay, and then, so, what's gonna happen tonight is y'all gonna put me in a jail cell and stuff, right?
I'm assuming,
Well,
but
or you're gonna strip me down and put me in a jumpsuit and all that stuff?
that's not my job.
Oh, okay, I just asking, you know,
Yeah,
I'm just not sure what's happening next.
yeah. I think right now the most important thing is to get you taken care of with your Coke and pizza and make you comfortable and just take it one step at a time and not try to project too far down the road for tonight.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
Sounds fair. And thank you, and I respect you, man.
I respect you. It takes a big man to
Oh, no.
own up to things. I know it probably wasn't easy, and
I've been hiding a monster for a long time, so.
your brother and I had a long talk,
What did he say? I know he was probably devastated.
he respects you. He respects you for doing the right thing. And I can look at you in the eyes and tell you that. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm going to get to work on this. It may take me a little while, up to a couple hours, depending on the size of the phone. So I'm going to get to work on that. Do you need anything right now?
No, just maybe in a little bit, just greasy pizza, so I'll probably be using the restroom shortly.
Okay. If you need something, just knock on that door, or I'm sure somebody will catch you and we'll get you taken care of, okay?
Thank you.
Do that?
Yeah, just threw the trash away. I'm gonna sit right back down so y'all can see.
Some more pizza. Right? There's other flavors too, so.
Kinda good. I'll be using
You
the
wanna-
restroom
you might
shortly.
share?
You share, you eat all you want. If it's kinda greasy, I'll be using the restroom.
Well,
But thank you, I appreciate that.
You know, I've been doing so good on my diet. I fucked it all up today.
Cheat day.
Well, it looks that way because I just couldn't leave today, so.
And I know this sounds kinda morbid, but with me coming clean, maybe it'll help me sleep better. I know that
Yeah, this is true.
because
You did something for the benefit of something up for somebody else, right? And it feels good to do something like that, right? It's good for the soul.
But hiding and keeping something deep down was just eating away at me, where I think that where I had issues sleeping and dealing with nightmares and dealing with stuff.
Yeah. Do you feel better?
We'll see how everything goes day by day. And so yeah.
Well, your family's going to stand by you.
They gave me a letter, but they're shocked. They're in disbelief. I'm just going to tell you that I'm a good liar. So good that I, made everybody believe something different. I didn't show that monster.
Everybody has one in them. It's true.
But it's really good when somebody's able to hide it.
Not always, right? I've seen glimpses of that monster, right?
Yeah. But I'm just telling you, in my opinion, it's good or not good, but to not tell anybody, to keep a big secret, to hold it and not tell anybody, and all that stuff.
Did you ever want to tell somebody?
I was scared if I tell somebody, then I was going to get caught.
Mm-hmm. Who did you think about telling?
Like I made a comment going to the Dr. Gould's office with a guy and just saying I did it, because
early on,
it would put me out of my misery. So this investigation of a lot of this podcast and a lot of this stuff,
it doesn't let you sleep, man.
No, it's not that. I can call bullshit on a whole bunch of the stuff.
Oh.
And know what was true and what wasn't.
What did you, like the piano leg, where did that come from? How did you know about that?
I didn't know about it. But when I just walked by, it fell down and I grabbed it.
Oh. And that's the piano leg you hit her with?
Yeah. And then it shattered it into pieces.
Mm-hmm. Was there any of the stuff that they got right that you were hearing?
No.
No.
No. When the first podcast came out, that lady was a joke, in my opinion.
There's a podcast dedicated to the Rebecca's.
There's two of them.
Dedicated to the...
Yeah.
What were they saying?
You got the lead investigator, that old one was Chris Cantrell was the one that did it.
Why would they say that?
Because he was supposed to go over to her house or over to wherever she was at to fix the vehicle.
I see. Okay.
Him and this...
Did you know who the lead investigator was initially?
Dennis Simon?
Mm-hmm. Did he ever talk to you?
Nope. I just talked to one in the Texas.
What did you think? And what did you think? What do you think? How that went down?
I just sat there and just like threw out my teeth and just like I was doing to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, am I a good liar? No, I'm being honest. Am I a good liar? I sat
Oh,
down.
absolutely right. Yep.
I made you believe something different and gaining your trust.
Yeah. And then, my instrument measures all these little things and it tells me, right? So, and then we got to go by those things, so.
And then I sat there and was in my head.
Were you trying to, during the exam, were you trying to mess with the exam?
Yeah.
What kind of things were you doing to try to manipulate the data? Because I saw some things that were not normal.
I kept saying certain things in my head over and over and over and over.
Like what?
Like fire, 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 fire. Like, there's a fire in my head and, like there's a fire.
Where did you learn that?
I just...
You ever research how to beat a polygraph?
Yeah.
And then, so what kind of things, what site was it?
Just on Google it and all that stuff.
What kind of things were they telling you to do?
Think different, positive, different things. So when somebody sits there and when you're asking questions, you know, think of the beach or something, or you think of, so.
Did you do anything else?
That was it, right there.
Did you try to manipulate your breathing at all?
I just felt that my heart was beating out of my chest and all that stuff.
And then, so when would your heart beat the most out of its chest?
Throughout the whole thing.
Throughout the whole thing?
But I felt it was going out throughout the whole thing.
Now, did you know that you flunked it? It was going to show that you were being deceptive?
I was hoping it wasn't.
Because when I looked at you, it's like, man, he's just, yeah, that's not normal, right? For somebody who's like, hey, being accused of this is like, so that's a red flag. Red flag is, there's a bunch of things, right? But when you fail, and then your reactions, and then some of the things you said, right? Like, there's obviously something there, right? So, then Mike, he has what he knows. I don't have the command of the case that he does. He's been studying that case for the last.
He just took over the case and all that stuff. I followed the podcast. I know.
When did Mike get on the case?
Just recently, maybe within the last year.
Yeah. How did you know that?
Because I heard that there was a new investigator going to take over. Because the other one felt that Chris Cantrell was the one that did it. But he fit the profile, violence, all different other aspects, bad rep, bad person, violent.
So that gave you a little bit more comfort, a little bit of
They're looking more towards him. So he was fixated on him, but then I know that the Gold family got some private investigators and all that stuff.
Did they ever talk to you?
No, never talked to me because they didn't have all the paperwork. It was just public knowledge. Then you got George Jarrett, an author that wrote like 3 books on our case.
Really? What did they say?
He was a joke. I'm just saying, because some of the shit that he was saying, it was more pointing towards Casey.
Anybody ever name you as a suspect?
No.
That's the way these things are sometimes. You just don't know, right? I mean, there's a big net. You have to talk to people.
Yeah. So I knew that I had to act a certain way and be a certain way around.
Did you know you were going to take a polygraph today?
No, but I was hoping I passed it. I
So
could have refused.
Yeah.
I could have sat there and told them, you know what, you can speak to an attorney.
And why didn't you?
I was hoping that I'd beat the test. Because I made the comment to him, if I, take it and I pass it, is that done? And he just kind of looked at me, so.
You got to move on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have to hey, do the best we can and just move on, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we can't just dwell on things. But you got all these people that take polygraphs over there, they pass, no problem. We're like, okay, we're down to this guy. And so you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
You don't know walking in what's going to happen.
Yeah. So he found evidence of my DNA, and then he found evidence in the truck of mine.
Well, okay.
So how did I sit there and be able to explain that and all that stuff? So yeah.
Well, and then you're fighting these demons inside, right? They're not helping you.
No. So it's time to come clean. I'm I'm not going to fight. I'm not, I'm going to treat you with respect and all that stuff. So, I'm not going to run from you. I'm not. I'm tired of running. I'm tired of hiding. I've caused so much damage to so many people that it's time. It's time to be over with.
To get some rest. Right.
So, like, I made a comment to my mom that, that throughout my life I tried to kill myself 6 times.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I tell you stuff, you need to put 2 and 2 together.
Okay. You're going to try to kill yourself.
For what?
For what?
Yeah.
Just to escape the pain, right? Escape, if I was in your shoes, to escape the pain that I'm causing everybody, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's an escape, right? It's going to end for you,
Yeah.
right? That's why you want to kill yourself, right?
Mm.
It's not that, you want to cause any more pain, but it's like, hey, you know what? You know who's a victim here too? You are too, right? You're a victim of yourself, right? You know
what I marked down to you.
Yes. On the maps?
Yeah. I want you to better understand me, so I'm not being,
Do you want to bring the maps back?
no, but I'm just trying to get you to better understand me.
I want you to educate me, right? Because you know what? I don't...
And I want you, so when I'm not trying to be sarcastic, I'm
Yeah.
asking you a question,
Yeah.
putting 2 to 2 together.
Yeah. What is it you want to know?
No, I'm just sitting there saying to you, I'm telling you to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting there and saying that, hey, I did this, I'm giving you hints, I'm giving you
Okay.
clues.
Mm-hmm.
I just told my Mom, I sat there and,
What did you tell her? I wasn't here for that.
that it's time for me to own up for what I did. And you need to understand the 6 times that I tried to take my life.
6 times. To me, that makes me sound like every time that you kill somebody, you wanted to atone for it and kill yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I understood. Right? Am I following you right?
You're following me, right?
Okay. All right. I'd have never picked that up unless you explained it to me. But when you're like, hey, you want to communicate meaningfully with me, I get it, right? So each time that you would kill somebody, you'd feel so bad that you wanted to kill yourself. But were you ever mad at yourself for not completing the job?
I failed at doing it.
You failed, right?
I failed.
And I can sense that, right? And so,
because right before I told Mom, set up the appointment and all that stuff, so we can get this over with.
so you knew you were going to come and confess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't know. They
Yeah.
didn't know anything.
Yeah.
And then I started acting really weird, where it scared the sister-in-law.
Yeah.
She's like, Billy's not coming out of the room for 3 days. He's not eating. He's not showering. He's just like, and
You were scared as well, right? You were scared of yourself, right? And having to repeat, put into words what you did, right? Right, and how that would affect your mom, your dad.
my brother, my dad's been gone 20 years.
Yeah. That's something for the grease on your hands? No?
I'm good. I kind of wiped it off on the little napkin you
Yeah,
gave me.
good.
So I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I was just trying
No,
to maybe get you to understand. So when I talk in certain ways and you don't understand, then
Yeah, and sometimes I don't, right? And sometimes that I do, right? But I think I know you well enough now that, like, hey, I get it, right?
how do you know me well enough? That's the question.
How do I know you? Because you know what? We built a relationship, whether you realize you have it or not, that I understand you, right? You've done some horrible things. I know that the goodness in you, right? Because every man is good and bad, right? And so, I think everybody struggles with that, the good and the evil that lies within a man's heart, right? And we always want to do what's righteous and just, but behind closed doors, there's darkness in everybody, right? We all fight and deal with that. And some people do drugs, some people, look at porn, some people, fall in the trap of child porn even, right? those kind of, it takes a grip. So, you know, some people it's gambling, some people it's womanizing, some people it's like peeping in windows and jerking off. There's something, and everybody's different. It's like a disease or sickness, because the way I understand it, and I've seen it, right, as I talk to people, it's like not everybody's the same, and so somehow when you do something fucked up, whatever your vice is, it fires off in your brain, gives you dopamine, right? And then all of a sudden once you hit it the first time, it's like, shit, you want that again, right? Even though, and then you need more and more of it, right? Whether it's pornography, whether it's killing people or whatever. So your brain makes that connection, right, where it's a pleasure center, right? And it's different for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
And then I'm going to say that there could have been more, but
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah. You disassociate yourself, right? Meaning, like, after a while, you go numb, right? After a while, the man who drinks an 18-pack a day, all of a sudden 18-pack, he could be driving behind the wheel, and he could walk and talk just fine, drive just fine, and he blows on the machine, and he's like 4 times the legal limit, and he is sober as a priest.
Yeah,
right?
I had a best friend, but he died, committed suicide and stuff.
Yeah.
But he would drink about an 18-pack and a bottle of Crown a day and still function.
Right? And then, like, you take anybody, it would be like falling after 2 or 3, right, if they're not whatever, but hey, you know what, that becomes your demon, right? You feed it, the more you feed it, the stronger it gets. The more that you feed it, the more that it wants, right? And pretty soon, it starts to consume everything in your world, right? It gets like a wildfire, right? It's like a snowball rolling downhill, picking up momentum, running over trees, killing animals and stuff, and it's not going to stop till something gives, right? In this space, you know, that's kind of, I'm thinking you were at, right? It's like, you got to stop the madness, right? You got to stop the pain, right? And so, is that a fair assessment, right?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
In a way. If I get it wrong, tell me, hey, you got it wrong.
Like I said, it's hard to sit there and explain the way that, you know, this feeling, this way that...
I think we as men struggle to communicate with people, especially, you know, the ones that we love, right? And there's things that we need and we want that we're afraid to ask for, and sometimes, hey, you know what, that demon, man, he likes killing people, right? I mean, he's driven to do that. That's something you're ashamed of as a secret, right? But, you know...
But I'm not sitting there and jacking off to it. I don't do that.
Some people do, right? That's why I ask you, there's like a sex component, right? Because you know what? Males need that release, right? But sometimes...
But I'm not getting a sexual gratification out of that anyway. It's just...
Yeah. Well, sometimes they do, right? And if it doesn't...
like you said, maybe the dopamine or a high or he's feeling...
Yeah, you know, I've, you know, read some books on people who, you know, have done murders and stuff. It's like, it's the most amazing high to, you know what, right at the moment where you're looking at their face and they start to leave, there's no feeling that could ever replace that, right? So I don't know what that's like, but you know, that person's saying, hey, that just makes them, and I think it even make some of those guys like ejaculate, right? It's sexual, but it's had nothing to do with like actually penetration and stuff like that. So, you know, and that's a demon inside you, right? That, you know, you can't satiate it, you can't quench it, you can't, you know, you gotta, you know, you don't like it, you know, there's a lot of anger in you, right? And that's that demon talking, right?
Yeah.
So how do we find more? How do we prevent that stuff from happening? How do we...
I go to jail.
Okay. How do we keep people safe? How do we keep females in that?
I don't know, this day and age, I don't know.
Did you ever use your phone or your internet to...
No.
Your phone? You never use your phone to cruise for victims?
No.
Or...
Just like
How's your sex life?
My sex life?
Yeah.
Since the pandemic, none.
None?
Since the pandemic and all that stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, do you function okay with your wife?
Yeah.
Sex life is good? Yeah.
Do
you ever have, like, sexual contact with, like, animals or anything like that?
No,
Because some people...
That's gross.
I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying, I'm not into bestiality.
Some people are, right? And I talk to dudes like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I let the dog lick my balls, whatever. I'm like, hey, I mean.
No, I draw the line, that's
Yeah, well,
I'm
just struggling to understand because there are people out there, right, that do that kind of stuff. It doesn't mean like, hey, it's just the way your brain's wired, right? Some people just, I don't know how you get there, how you make that connection. It's still, you have to be like fully researched or whatever. I strive to understand people, it's like you, man, you're so damn normal, right? Gainfully employed, you have scrapes with the law, doesn't measure, that type deal. You're raising family, you love your mom, your brother, you got plans. I'm like, but somewhere inside there's this other person that's commingled in there.
Light switch, you would say. That's the best way that I can say,
Do you have
the
control
demons
over
in
that?
this door,
Do you have control over that light switch? What?
I feel that I do at times, but then I try to, that urge or that feeling and all that stuff, I try to subside it. So with me being overseas, I'm in a world where...
I have a hard time believing that, there aren't other girls over there overseas, right?
No. No, there's not.
Or maybe it's because there's like...
My wife...
Your wife's my wife is very petite, black hair, brown eyes, right? And these girls that, that you victimize are blonde, right? All of them short, petite. You never got those feelings towards your wife? Where you wanted to do something bad to her? You did, so...
I did.
Okay.
I did. I had a feeling.
Yeah. And so what stopped you from not harming your wife? Stopped you from harming your wife?
My kids.
When you wanted to harm your wife, what kind of things were you thinking? Did that switch get turned on?
I'd say a couple of times, but then
So what turned that switch with your wife that kept you from killing her?
Would turn it on or turn it off?
What turned it on? What was she doing?
Bitching, moaning, just kind of fighting, arguing with me and all that stuff. And so...
What kept this from going on?
Well, then what I would do is just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a sister-in-law that I was talking with, and then she's small, petite, and all that stuff, and we became pretty good friends, and talked and all that stuff.
Was she interested in you?
Shoot, anybody probably be interested in me or whatever, big fat guy, you're pulling tins, I'm saying, okay, you gotta, you scale a woman from 0 to 10, all that stuff, okay? Yeah. Over here in the U.S., like I made the comments that, you're going to have a house, you're going to have all this stuff, it's all...
to find a mate, right?
Materialistic and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Over there, you got beautiful, beautiful women hitting on me. I'm like, are you all right? Do we need to get glasses? Or, I don't understand where you...
Their definition of, like, handsome is different than the U.S., it sounds like, right?
So it's easy to cheat and all that stuff, and they were like, hey, if I get with him, then, I'll be fed,
Mm-hmm.
That's how the concept, I think,
Yeah. Survival, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's good for your self-esteem, too. You got somebody who appreciates you for what you bring to the table. For the stuff that, American women kind of take for granted, right?
Yeah.
I've been there, too. I do so much for my family.
But, I'm being honest with you and all that stuff with the wife and stuff where...
Yeah.
But...
What about your first wife?
I'm saying the thoughts.
Mm-hmm. What about the thoughts with your first wife? Those thoughts ever jump in your mind? They did. So...
yes, and then, but...
There were some issues, right? You had some DV issues, right? Sounds like maybe this
DV issues.
Domestic violence, right, at some point?
The thing is she accused me of something that I didn't do.
What did she accuse you of?
Said that I had the girls and I was taking them to back home because we were getting a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Working all the time. That was one of my things of coping. Work.
So
All
why
right.
were you pushing her away? What was causing you to work so much?
I was pushing her away
Yeah.
in our marriage because of the shit that I've done.
The murders?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I push her farther away, push her away,
Keeps her safe, right?
keeps her safe, keeps the girls safe.
Okay. Yeah. I follow you.
The more I push you away and all that stuff, the more safe you are. And then, you know, yes, I had thoughts, but
Yeah.
I didn't pursue them. I didn't
What
go
did you?
to them.
What kind of thoughts did you have?
Hurting
Hurting her?
and all that stuff. Do something where it looks like an accident, or do something where, you know,
Gotcha.
that.
What about this other case that you had, right? I understand there was some other case about you and a 14-year-old or something like that. What was that about? What happened?
14-year-old?
Yeah.
No. Excuse me. Not a 14-year-old. It was a little child.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Alrighty. The thing was, there was her name was Krista Berger. She was one of these psycho stalker girls that had infatuation with me and was wanting to get with me, and I didn't get with her. And so she made some allegations saying that I messed with her child. So it's like she made these allegations, these times, and all this stuff, and I got pulled in, and it was like I was at work. How can you? And they, you know, they caught her in lies.
Okay.
And stuff, and so they dropped it and all that stuff because the little girl's story kept changing,
Okay.
the mama's story kept changing, all that stuff.
Did you do something to the little girl?
No, I didn't do anything with her.
Okay, so that was a lie.
That was a complete lie. And the lady been in like a rehab place for lying throughout her whole life as a child and all that stuff. Okay, so she had an infatuation of me, and literally because I wouldn't give her the time of day, she married my cousin.
Okay.
To be closer to me, and it's like, just, she was psychotic. You know, I'm sorry, I'm pretty crazy, but she was more of a handful in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I made false allegations times that when I was at work, and I showed that I was at work, and so they investigated and all that stuff. And
Like I told you before, people lie, man. They lie,
Yeah.
right? They're like, we try to sort it out. I get it. I just, because, I hope you think that, we did you right, meaning like we, did things the right way, and, we're trying to railroad anybody. We do our cases like we do any others, right? And give you the benefit of the doubt, because everybody deserves the benefit of the doubt, right? Until things change or whatever. Things don't happen just out of thin air. They happen for a reason. There's a purpose, right? There's a plan.
so with the wife and stuff, that was where, I was working all the time. 98 days at work, come home for a couple of days, and then go back to work. All right.
And so you were making good money too. I mean, your wives must have been happy, right? I mean,
She was happy, but I wasn't taking care of her needs. I was pushing her away. Anybody that I've ever loved, I've pushed them away.
Because you didn't want them to find out about
My
killing.
demons.
You're killing the demons killing.
Yeah.
No, it makes sense now, right? It makes sense. So now, I guess the plan is to, let's put whatever demons you have, let's put them in bed. Let's give people some peace, right? So let's give you some peace, right? Because you're a victim here too, right? You don't like who you've been. You don't want to be. You want to atone for things. It's just going to take some time, right?
To tell you the truth, I would rather you take me out back and put me out of my misery.
Yeah.
No, I'm being honest with you,
Yeah.
truthful.
And I can't do that, right?
I know that. I know
Right.
you
And
can't
as a
do
one
that.
mother to the next, I know that.
No, but that's the feeling that I want, because I'm a monster. I am a monster. And literally I want you to, and that's the feeling. I'm telling you how I feel.
Yeah.
And that's hard for me to sit there and explain my feelings or try to make you understand my mind or how I act
I want to
or
understand.
how I do certain things and all that stuff.
Okay.
So Yeah, in a way, I kind of would love for you to take me out back and, you know, just, but, you know, the thing is, and then put me out of my misery.
Do you think that the people that were affected by those demons, do you think they would call that justice, or would they call that taking the easy way out, right?
I'd probably be taking the easy way out.
Right, and then so we have to choose a path that's difficult, right? Because that's the path that's righteous and just, right? Right, it's not easy, right? And then so,
But if they wouldn't have a problem, then I'm telling you, I'm not going to fight this. I'm not. The judge says, how do you plead? Guilty. You know, I'm ready to go to Arkansas. Face my demons.
yeah, I follow you, right? There's only certain things that I can do, right? I can't force you to talk to me. I can only write things down on paper and record things, and, I don't hate you.
No, like I told you, I respect you. I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
I talk more to you than I do,
yeah,
Mark. Or is it Mike?
yeah. So what's the difference between me and him?
Just, I don't know, we kind of hit it off,
Yeah,
and I made you believe.
you did.
I made you believe.
You did, right? That's hard, right? I have many years, right, of talking to people, right? I think I got a pretty good command. You did. You fooled me. You did, right? But you didn't fool the instrument, right?
No, I never fooled that, but I fooled you.
Yeah,
And I apologize to you.
because you know what? In order to build relationships, you have to be vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
I have to expose a little bit of me, right? I have to take a risk, right? And then so you have to take a little risk. You expose yourself. You can get whacked. You can get whatever. But that's living life, right? It's taking risks a little bit, right? And so I want to believe in the good in people. And then so you actually proved me right. You actually proved me right.
By making you believe.
No, you proved me right that there's goodness in everybody, right? Even the man who's killed 5 or 6 prostitutes, right? That there's some goodness in people, right? That they can be good and they have the capacity to change, right? Right? So you may have proved me, but you also proved me right, right? How can a monster prove me right, right? You just did, right? You called yourself a monster. Guess what? I know somebody who isn't a monster. Those two people exist in the same man, right? That's something that we need to focus on, right? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Right? And so because I gave you a shot, right? I exposed a little bit of myself. You decided that you would do the same to me, right? You treated me like I treated you, right? And so
you treated me with respect, and I treated you with respect.
Right? And in the end, at the end of the day, you know what? It's God's will, right? For this things to happen this way. And it doesn't matter, however this thing plays out. I would tell me you're polite and courteous with me, and between me and you, there's parts of you that I like. I don't like the demon guy, right?
No.
But hey, everybody has one of those.
And I don't like him either.
Right? And so I just struggle to understand kind of where you come from, right? And so I don't pass judgment. That's not my job. Right? And that's not your job either. Anybody else outside there, that's not their job either, right?
Yeah. So, but you're asking about, I followed the podcast, followed everything. Then I sat there and told my cousins, Randy, I reached out to my cousin Randy and saying, hey, if you need money for a lawyer, hit me up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my way in.
And to keep an eye on
what was going on.
Oh, okay.
And then saying, hey, keep an eye on the slander and all that stuff in the podcast. So I would send him a whole bunch of stuff about, that.
Did part of you want to go, hey, you guys are barking up the wrong tree? Did you ever want to give investigators a bone? Or it's kind of like, you look at some of these movies or whatever.
No, I don't think I ever tried.
Right. Yeah.
I think I sat there and made a comment.
Would you consider yourself a serial killer? How would you characterize yourself?
A sick individual.
Sick individual. Some people will call you a serial killer, right? How does that make you feel?
Sick.
Sick, right?
My demon, it's like getting slapped in the face. It's coming for
Yeah.
a full circle.
But doesn't part of you go like, yeah, that's kind of what I am? Or do you feel like, hey, is this something that you're proud of? Is this something that your demon's proud of? Is it...
Well, like I tried to explain to you that I kind of, to just not separate myself, disassociate, you know, from, you know, that. My inner circle is very small.
Gotcha. Yeah, so is mine, right?
And so I disassociate and just kind of like act like it don't happen. Like I may become in this room, I'm a monster. I walk out the room, I'm the nicest guy that you'll ever meet. I'll bend over backwards to give you the last couple of dollars in my pocket.
What do you want people to know about you?
I just want them to lock the key up and just throw me away. Take me out back and put me out of my misery. I'm too chicken shit to do it myself. You know, but the thing is
do we have to worry about you hanging out or killing yourself between now and...
I need to go.
Your mom's concerned about that, so is your brother, right? They're saying, hey, you know what, I know about your shoelaces, right?
You can take my shoelaces,
Right.
you can take whatever.
Right.
I need to go to Arkansas and face my demon.
What are you going to do in Arkansas?
No, my thing is I told him where some stuff's at. And I'm going to take it.
So you told Mike where we could find some, what stuff did you
some
tell him?
evidence.
Okay.
Some evidence.
Okay.
And hopefully it's still there.
Did you hide it?
No, I just threw it off of a cliff area.
And somewhere where nobody's going to find it, or it's not very popular? Is it somewhere you hung out as a kid, or?
No.
Gotcha.
So I looked at, okay, you do the murder here, there's a circle. You drop a body somewhere else, there's going to be a circle there. If I go on the other side of town, somebody totally different and all that stuff, nobody's going to look over there. They're going to be all looking over in this other area. And that's how I was thinking.
So was Rebecca, was that the first murder?
No.
Okay. Right. What did you learn? Who was your first murder?
It was a hooker.
A hooker? And where was this at? What state?
Texas, I believe Texas.
Texas. All right. So did you, when you're doing your first murder, what did you learn in your first murder that helped you with your second? I mean, did you, like, you get better at doing things, right? You practice or whatever?
No, I just believed I was sloppy, or I didn't think I was
like, did you have, like, a rope? Did you go out there with a plan?
I had stuff in the truck.
Okay. What kind of stuff did you have in the truck?
You know, it could be a rope, or it could be a belt, it could have been like pantyhose, it could have been, you know, a shirt, and all that stuff.
Where would you keep those things?
Underneath the seat.
Okay. You kept it for the purpose of strangling them?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Did you keep anything else? Like, did you do anything else? Meaning, like, stab them?
Nope.
Stab them? Shoot them?
Nope.
Always just, why strangling?
You don't know. I don't know what, it's just whatever at the spur of the moment.
You would just reach under the seat and go like whatever you grab and...
Whatever I grab. So, you know, you get outside the truck and you're going to do something with a trick and all that stuff, and she's dropping her drawers, you grab up underneath the seat and all that stuff because she's halfway in.
Yeah.
She's not paying attention, she's waiting for you.
You watch pornography?
Huh? Yeah.
Watch what kind of pornography you like? Same type of MO, like rough, like...
No, not rough. More of girls riding.
Yeah, what genre, what like...
Just...
Like Asian...
I like Asian, yeah.
Asian, light, petite chicks.
Petite, real petite.
Real petite.
Real petite.
Big dudes.
Yeah, big dudes.
Now, do you have any tendencies, like, I'm gonna ask you, you like the same sex?
No, I don't like males.
Okay, some people do, right?
Yeah. No.
There's some people like, I mean, that's who they are, right?
No, I'm not into
Like,
playing tummy sticks.
yeah, sometimes they do, right? Because if there's males out there, right?
Yeah.
You know, to me, there's no difference between males and females, right? Meaning they're out there human beings, right? And sometimes people want to try things, right? It's a novelty. You get sick of doing the other things. You want to do the other things, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like to, kill a male prostitute, never kill a male prostitute. You did?
No.
Because there's male prostitutes out there, right?
Yeah.
You know they're out there.
Yeah.
Right.
And stuff. And then in the Philippines, you got a whole bunch of them that are
Yeah. Man boys, or what do they call
lady
them?
boys, black
Lady
ones.
boys, yeah.
So, yeah, and I know.
Is there going to be anything on your phone? Right, like pictures of your victims or anything like that?
Nope.
Or, no.
No victims.
You do anything on that phone that's going to cause you concern or did?
No.
Mm-hmm. You never told your mom via text message, emails, or anything that something was up or
Nope. Nothing.
nothing on the phone?
Nothing on the phone.
So, would you ever relive those, like these murders, like, so you could have the pleasure from, like, did you keep things, like, something to remember? But you would think back and remember them, right?
Yeah. Mentally think about it.
Mm.
And then
And it'd bring you arousal, or bring you...
I don't think it was arousal. It was just
What-
kind of like a high,
It's like, do you remember, like me, like, you know what, I remember, like, catching the biggest fish, doing something that whatever, that you look back, like, which murder stands out to you the most?
Rebecca's, because I messed up.
Because you messed up?
Yeah, I believe I messed up.
Okay, so when you say you messed up, what does that mean?
Meaning that, yeah, I tried to clean up,
Yeah.
and then, there were certain things that I should have done
Yeah,
that, I could have burned that trailer, burned my truck,
yeah,
and then there would have been no DNA or anything,
yeah.
or nothing that, linked me.
So that's something that I don't understand, right? So you murder Rebecca, okay, in that trailer. Why do you, like, I understood you try to do, like, wash the bedding, right? Is that true? Is that true? You wash the bedding.
I stuck the stuff in the bedding into the wash machine.
What kind of washing machine was it? Like a top load or?
Top load.
And then, so did you put soap in there?
I threw bleach in there, soap,
Oh, okay,
and then with cleaning up, I put bleach all over the place.
okay,
I cleaned up with bleach,
gotcha.
and then I flipped the mattress.
What was the purpose of flipping the mattress?
Because there was a big old blood stain and all that stuff.
Okay. Okay, and then so, see, what I don't understand is like, yeah, why, I didn't quite understand that, because it's like, okay, if you clean up, there's going to be all kinds of trace stuff, right? I mean, like, so because you're talking like, weren't you afraid that someone's going to come home and like catch you while this was happening?
I did it so quick and so fast that, less than 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was fast.
Mm-hmm.
I drove down where I didn't go no back roads or anything. I drove right past the police station.
So you knocked on the door, she answered the door?
Yeah, and I asked to use the phone.
Mm-hmm. And she recognized who you were?
I said that I was Casey's cousin
Okay.
and all that stuff.
So how was she dressed? Was she said
Shorts and t-shirt.
Okay. Had she been asleep or was she awake?
I don't know. She went back into that room,
Okay.
and so
And
that was the way that I got
So
into
she
the
turned her
house.
back on you while you
Yeah.
were, did you use the phone?
I acted like I get on the phone.
But you didn't dial the phone. What kind of phone was it?
It was like a touch button.
A touch phone, like a square one with a little cord and like this one on the wall that you stick your finger in there?
That's it would be a touch button one.
What color was it?
I can't remember
Okay.
right off the top of my head what color and all that stuff.
So you're walking,
It might have
you
been
talk to
black.
her. So you're walking or you're talking to her. And
I said, hey, can I use the phone and all that stuff? And then she's like, yeah, okay. And I got like.
When did you know you were going to kill her?
I didn't. It just like a light switch went on. She went back and laid down, laying down, and I kept walking back and forth in the trailer, and my mind was just racing, like, do it, and then it's like, no, and then walking back and forth, I must have kicked the piano leg,
Yeah.
and then it fell off. I grabbed that, and then it was like 2 hits.
So you went, okay, so you pick up the piano leg, right? And so you have to walk down the hall. This is a trailer house, right?
Yeah.
You walk down the hall, right? Is the door open or closed where she's at?
It was open.
It was open. And so is she on the bed?
Yeah, she was
Is she
laying down.
facing up or facing down?
She was laying on her side,
On her side facing you or facing away?
facing away.
Facing away, and she doesn't wake up. She's totally asleep when this is happening?
I went in there, and I mean, it was like you rush into somewhere and all that stuff.
Yeah.
She didn't know it was coming. It was so fast and so quick.
And so, where did you hit her
In the head,
in the head? How many times?
twice until the thing fell apart.
Okay. And then that probably didn't kill her, right? I mean, what did you do then?
Strangled her.
Okay. Was she out?
Yeah, she was out. She and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And I believe strangling her, it was a tie, and I stuck the tie in the washing machine. Or if it's not in the washing machine, it's in the suitcase.
Okay.
And I will take them and then point out where the
Okay.
suitcase is at.
Okay.
Because they thought that I put her in the suitcase, and the
Yeah,
suitcase
because the suitcase was gone. Her stuff is still there, right? And I know you didn't steal anything from her, right?
No,
So
it's still not.
that was kind of weird, right? And we're thinking, man, why would you do all this and not take her first, right?
I made it look like, try to make it look like Casey.
Yeah. Did you not like Casey?
I wasn't really close to Casey.
Yeah.
Only one that I was close to was Randy and all that stuff.
What made you, like, develop some hate for Rebecca, right? You never met her
I've
before?
never met her and all that stuff, and it was, like I'm telling you, it was like a light switch.
Yeah, she's pretty, right? It'd be normal, like, hey, you want to have sex with her, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, no, I didn't ask her that, no. It wasn't, like.
So after you strangled her, what was you then? I mean, she's dead. You've done it. So what happens after you strangle her?
I wrapped her up, and.
At what time? What goes through your mind when you have your hands around her throat or you're strangling her?
I'm thinking I screwed up, and I need to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
So
how did she?
So she can't say that I did it or anything.
So when you say finish it, what does that mean?
Take her life.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, it's like a light switch. I don't know how it comes and goes, or these urges, or this feeling and all that stuff. But it's like a light switch.
Is it a feeling of relief, satisfaction? Is it a feel of hate? Is it a feel of what's going through?
It's like anger and just so much anger. But I don't know the person and all that stuff.
What's causing that anger, right?
I don't.
Did she reject you, right?
No, she never rejected me.
Nobody likes rejection, right?
No,
Not
she
me.
never. I'm telling you, it wasn't sexual.
Okay.
If they did testing, vaginal and all that stuff, there would be no DNA and all that stuff down there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I did not do that.
Yeah. Did you wear gloves?
Huh?
Did
No.
you wear gloves? Okay.
I did not wear gloves. I should have worn gloves.
Why not?
It was a spur of the moment.
Yeah. And so you picked her up. So the suitcase was for what? You took the suitcase, right? And you didn't put her in there, right?
No.
Right. It doesn't make sense to me.
I wrapped her
Did you
up.
think about putting her in there?
No. It's too small.
Yeah. She's
I
like
wrapped-
70 pounds, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 70 pounds is like one of your legs, right? I mean,
All right, so let me explain to
Okay.
you. I sit there, I wrap her up in a blanket.
Mhm.
I start cleaning up the area and all that stuff, and then anything that I touched. So meaning that I got bleach, I got the washcloth or whatever, and was wiping down stuff, and everything that I touched
Okay.
with bleach. So, the bedding, some of the bedding, I sat there, and I put it in the washing machine, the stuff, I took the suitcase, I took the stuff that was out of her suitcase that was folded. And if you look in the investigation, all that stuff, there was her clothes that was folded that wasn't touched.
Yeah, I thought that was really weird, right? It's like, why would somebody take the time not to, like, if you're going to rob somebody, right, why not just dump the shit on the floor? Why is it all nice and folded? Why is that?
So I'm just telling you, I sat there, sat it down, and then I took the suitcase.
Okay.
So I put it in the back end of the truck and all that stuff.
Where's the truck at?
On the other side of the fence.
Okay.
So literally I grabbed her and the blankets and all that stuff and chunked her over the side of the fence.
Okay.
Then I put her in the back of the truck.
Was there blood everywhere?
No, it was more in the blanket.
Okay. Okay, so you put her in the truck, what happens then?
Then I sit there and I go through town. I go right by the police station.
Mm-hmm.
This is daytime. Broad daylight.
Okay. Anybody see you?
No, it was really early in the morning.
How early in the morning was it, do you think?
It was before Mom got up. It was kind of early.
Oh, so was it after dark, before dark, or was it?
I went over there to go hunting, and I got up like.
Did you have a gun with you?
Yeah, I had a gun with me.
What kind of gun did you have?
It was like a 270, but I left it in the vehicle and all that stuff. But later down the road, that gun, somebody robbed it from me and all that stuff, broke into my home and took the gun.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it was a Remington 270.
So I want to rewind a little bit. So you said that morning you and your mom had gone to take
Jeremy to
school. That's true.
That's true. That's true. But I did it
before that.
Before that.
Okay.
They were getting up.
So you dumped her body already. You
Yeah.
had done what you had to do. You come back. Now you're not covered in blood somehow,
No.
right? What kind of footwear were you wearing?
Probably shoes.
Tennis shoes.
Tennis shoes.
Work boots.
No, tennis shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Tennis shoes and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, I, came out of the room, and they were like, hey, good morning, good morning. And, they weren't expecting anything, because I wasn't acting,
Mm-hmm.
I was acting my normal self.
And at that time, so everything's normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So literally, it was really quick.
So your mom had plans to leave, right?
Yeah.
Did that committing a murder was not on your radar?
Say that again?
Committing a murder was not something you had planned to do?
No.
Because, to me, it's like, hey, you just drove there, right, on Sunday, right? You get there, you do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Right? I know when I talked to you initially, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, right? So obviously you didn't tell me the whole truth. You told me a lot of truth, right?
Yeah.
Right? So just trying to understand that,
So it wasn't planned. It was just that urge came, and
When did that urge first strike you? When did you feel the need to go to that house and, do what you did to Rebecca? Because you woke up, let's rewind a little bit. I got some context now. You wake up on Monday. What time is that?
it was like 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock in the morning. Why'd you wake up so early? Because you wanted to go hunting, right?
Go hunting on the
Go
property.
hunting, all right? You're going to go hunt some deer.
Yeah.
Right, you go out there. Did you actually go hunting?
Yeah, I went out there, but I fell asleep in the truck.
Okay.
And then sat there, and then when I got up, there was...
What time did you wake up when you fell asleep in the truck?
It was like daylight.
Daylight?
Daylight.
So what did you do then?
I sat there for a while, and then Grandpa's cows was eating all my corn and all that stuff that I was hoping the deers would come.
Okay.
And then after that, I started coming out of the backside of the mountain and all that stuff.
At what point did you decide to go visit Rebecca?
When I was coming out, and I saw the vehicle.
Oh, you saw her vehicle?
I saw a vehicle there.
And what vehicle was that?
A black car.
Okay, black car, 2-door, 4-door, we know what kind it was?
I can't remember.
I'm a car guy, so.
Black car.
And so what did that tell you when you saw that car there?
It was like somebody's there.
Okay, and then so somebody's there.
I didn't know that Casey was home or not home and all that stuff.
That's crazy, right? I mean.
So if Casey was there, then that urge wouldn't have got fulfilled.
Okay.
It wouldn't have happened.
So if Casey had been there, so you go up there, and then
If Casey was there, Rebecca would still be here.
Okay. So when did you realize Casey wasn't there?
when I asked to use the phone.
Okay, and what did you do to make sure that Casey wasn't there?
I sat there when I asked, can I use the phone? You know, I got some issues. Can I use the
What
phone?
did you say to her? What kind of issues were you having?
Issues, you know, my truck.
Okay.
And so she allowed me to come in, use the phone, and then that's where she went to go lay back down.
And then how did you know Casey was there? Did you look for him?
You know, I didn't see him there and all that stuff. So I walked back and forth and all that stuff, and no, you know, he's not there.
Okay. And then what was your thought process then?
That's where I'm walking back and forth, debating on doing it and not doing it.
Okay.
Should I do this or should I not do this? Should I do this? Should I not do this?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like I do that same thing, you know, playing in my head, you know, should I do this or not do this, do this or not do this? And then a switch goes off, and then it's like I black out and rage.
Mm-hmm. So you go in there, you do that. We're pretty clear what happened in the bedroom there. You put her. Now, did you put her out in the pickup?
Yeah,
and then try to clean up, or clean up first and then take her out in the pickup?
No, I was cleaning up, and I had her wrapped up in the thing right next to the bed. And then I cleaned up, put all that stuff in there. I was panicking. Literally, it was fast, fast, fast. Because I was like, somebody's going to come up and they're going to see me here. So it was
And if somebody would have found you, what would have happened?
then I would have been caught a long time ago.
Would you, like, if you would have showed up, would you have done something to him to cover it up?
No,
Do you ever thought about that? And maybe you have to kill someone else to cover up?
I didn't think that far ahead.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, if Casey would have been there, she would be here this today.
All right, so the deed is done, you drop her off, you dump the suitcase and with the tie in it, you used to strangle her, is that correct?
There should be a tie in the washing machine or a tie. They should
What did it
have
look like?
a tie that was in the closet. I just grabbed it.
What color, you know?
I don't remember it. I mean, this happens so fast.
Gotcha. So you're,
And usually when these things happen, it happens real quick.
so you get done dumping her, you go back home.
I drive through town, drive by the police station, drive 5 miles out away from the police station, and I dump her body.
Okay.
I think she's dead, or she should be dead in my opinion, because, you know, I strangled her until she didn't move anymore and all that stuff.
Okay.
And then, well, like I was saying, because my vehicle is behind the trailer, to where anybody drive or whatever, they wouldn't see. I mean, there's an area behind
I
it.
saw some of the pictures, right?
And then there's a fence. If there's pictures, I can
Yeah, that's
help
something
you
Mike.
better understand and all that stuff.
Yeah, because Mike has those pictures, right?
Yeah.
It looks like tire tracks, right, behind the trailer.
Not behind the trailer, farther back.
How far back, you think?
There's a fence, barbed wire fence.
Okay. All right.
I
Like
tracked her over.
from here to the
No,
wall?
farther.
From here out to the parking lot?
20 feet.
Okay. All right.
So I sat there and jumped her over. I jumped across. I hung. My pants got hung. I
Okay.
ripped my pants.
Okay.
And
Did
then
any of your fabric ended up on the, you leave a chunk of fabric on the?
I think I grabbed it or whatever.
Okay.
But I chunked her across. Then she hit the ground again and all that stuff. And then I picked her up, put her in the back of the truck, in the back bed and all that stuff, wrapped up. Then I put the suitcase in there. Then I drove through town. Alright, now I drop off, go through town, and I believe 5 miles out, dump the body, then I come back, I go to the car wash, and I throw the piano leg away there.
That's a car wash. You know what the name of the car wash was?
I don't
It's the
know.
only car wash in town?
I think it was at the
What
time.
town was it?
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Right. Did anybody see you there?
No, it was early in the morning and all that
Okay.
stuff. So, I mean...
Did you wash it out? Did you use the pressure washer to wash
The back of the bed.
pickup? And,
The back of the bed.
okay.
So then that linen, I sat there and I stuck all of that was wrapped around her
Okay.
in there.
Okay. Right. So you get back, you take now.
So then I sit there and I come back, I haul that through and all that stuff, and then I go a little bit farther away from where my mom and Jeremy are staying, and then I go and chunk that, and then I haul back to the house. And then, you know, they started moving around and all that stuff.
Okay. And then, so you're there, you guys have breakfast then?
Yeah, we had breakfast.
What did you guys have for breakfast?
I think eggs and different things, and I'm acting normal, like nothing's had happened.
Yeah. You know at some point, somebody's gonna ring the bell and find her, right? Or not find her, realize something happened to her, right?
So I felt that if I left her in the trailer, then they could get me quicker. If I put her body somewhere, it was gonna give me time to get away.
Okay. All right.
And
so,
still act normal, go to the U-Haul place, act like nothing's going on, sitting there with my grandpa, his friends, grandma, my mom, my brother, and acting like nothing's going on. That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, it is. Right.
Fool everybody.
Right, so you have breakfast, and then so you guys take Jeremy to school, right?
To
check
school.
him out.
Yeah.
Did you
No,
get off?
not Monday. We sat there, like I said. He went to school Monday.
Okay.
And all that stuff. And then we went to the U-Haul place. They couldn't give us the vehicle, the vehicles and all that stuff. Then Mom says that, hey, I want to go to Branson.
Okay, so you guys did go to Branson.
We did go to Branson.
Yeah.
And so my thing was more of, let's pack up everything. I want to get the fuck out of here. I want to pack. And literally, Mom's like, no, and I do whatever my mom asks.
Yeah.
And so it was like when she wanted to move from Colorado to here, I flew from overseas. I moved her. Took me 3 days to pack a 5-bedroom house out by myself. And then drive 2 days, then get family to help unpack it and stuff. And so when my mom, needs help, then
yeah, you're a good son.
I do it.
Yeah. Right, so that stuff checks out. You go to the U-Haul place, that checks out, right?
I'm acting normal. I'm acting like, a normal person.
And then at some point, when do you realize that they find the murder scene?
Okay, so that was Tuesday.
That was Tuesday. Tell me about that. You wake up
All right, so
Tuesday.
you want me to be honest and truthful with you and all that stuff. So Monday, Monday, sit there, and we get back, and I'm packing. I'm packing. I want to get out of there as quick as we can and all that stuff. So I'm packing up everything, getting everything in the front room, and then Mom's saying that she wants to go to Branson. So we go to Branson, we go check out things and stuff, and then that day Mom tells the principal and all that stuff that was going to be Jeremy's last day. Alrighty. So Tuesday we sit there and we pick up the U-Haul. So it's me, Mom, and Jeremy and all that stuff. Literally when the first truck gets there, literally I have it packed within almost 3-4 hours. I mean, I'm packing as fast as I can.
Gotcha.
And I mean,
you're getting after it.
I'm getting after it. I mean, I stayed up like 18 hours. I'm moving stuff. And,
get the fuck out of there.
And I'm feeling very uncomfortable, and I'm trying to act like nothing's going on. Act like my normal self. Not act like, I knew if I act different than what I usually do, then I am going to be real easy pickings. All right. So do you understand that?
Oh, absolutely, right. You've done all this, and it's fight or flight, right?
Yeah.
All your senses are heightened, all your blood pressure's up. You got your system, your sympathetic, parasympathetic, or fight stuff that's going on, but you have to hide it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you're like chaos inside.
Yeah. So I'm literally, so Tuesday we get the trucks, one of the trucks was like, totally filled up within a couple hours, and then I stayed up way throughout in the night, packed the other one up, and then Wednesday we left out.
Yeah, and so you guys left with 2 U-Haul trucks, right?
Yep.
Towing the S10 pickup, the black S10 pickup, and then towing your mom's car?
Yep.
Which was a what?
Dodge Neon, I think.
Dodge Neon. Who's driving one of the U-Haul trucks?
Mom's driving one with Jeremy, and I'm driving the other one.
Okay. And
So when we got the trucks that day, we saw that there was a whole bunch of cars there.
did you know there was police there?
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of police there.
Gotcha.
Mom didn't know. Mom was thinking that Casey was having a party because Grandpa would always say that Casey would have parties and be hanging out with unwanted people and all that stuff. Rough crowd. So, Mom sits there and calls and says, hey, I think Casey's having a party Tuesday. There's a whole bunch of people over there, so Mom calls Grandpa. Grandpa's at home because Monday he was at the farm with his friend Troy.
Yep.
And they're doing, hey, all right, so there's some more people that I'm having to act normal.
The people that know you're going to be full of shit if you act even halfway, right? Because they know you.
They
know your baseline. They know how you act, how you talk, how you walk. They know when shit's bothering you, and you have to be even that much better.
Yeah. I have to be a better liar.
You have to be a better liar. That's amazing. That is amazing. Right? You know what? It's hard to fool a stranger, right? But the more that people know you, the harder it is to lie to them, right? Because they know your every tell, the inflection of your voice, how you stand, how you walk, how you look.
Which is like I sat there and told Jeremy, and he saw how you act.
Yeah.
And how
he's devastated.
Devastated.
Your mom too.
Yeah. And so yeah, so I had to act like my normal self. I had to act to my normal self around my wife.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I slowly pushed her away. I chose work.
Mm-hmm.
Work.
So I want to rewind a little bit. And so you think you got away scot-free, right? At that point, you make it to Aransas County, right?
Aransas County and all that stuff, and then I sat there and I talked to the cops.
Okay.
Like I talked to you,
yeah.
But I fooled them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't fool, Mike, and I didn't fool you after doing the test. I sat there and said, hey, you want to take my DNA? You want to put me through a lie detector test?
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't need that.
Was Mike asked for your DNA?
He asked for the DNA, and I said I was in that house and all that stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mom gave printer and all that stuff.
Got it.
So I was like, no, well, where are you getting at and all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay. All right. And so you're there at your residence, and so you know that Rebecca's body's been in that pickup, right? Did the authorities look at that pickup over there?
No.
Okay. What did they do over there?
They came and they questioned us and all that stuff. At that time, they sat there and Rebecca was just missing.
Oh, okay.
Rebecca
Did they
was missing.
take pictures? Did they search?
No, they didn't search. They sat down and asked us a whole bunch of questions.
Were you afraid that you would find some evidence, and they would find some evidence in your pickup?
No, I was nervous. I was scared and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
what did you have in the pickup at that time when they were at your house? Did you have any evidence?
It was empty. It was empty.
You didn't have no ligatures, no nothing, no anything?
Nothing. Clean.
Okay. Because you washed it.
I washed it. I cleaned it. And I was just kind of like, I go through a stage of paranoia or whatever where, I don't know, I kind of call it, paranoid, looking out the window and all that. I say like a
What
crackhead.
happened in that pickup?
I sold it, got rid of it and all that stuff. I traded it in.
Where at?
In Corpus Christi, Texas.
Oh, okay. All right. So when Mike showed you that picture, what were you thinking?
And I'm caught.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, this has been playing in my head when this comes.
Yeah.
This has been playing in my head for a long, long time.
Yeah. Was that hard knock on the door? Is this the day that they come for me? Is it the next day?
Yeah.
Right?
Every day.